Dressrosa. Don Quixote family meeting. Doflamingo looked at the cadres below and thought for a while before saying, I decided not to leave for the time being. Although that man hates celestial dragons, he doesn't know my identity. In the past few days, I have asked the family to stop all slave trade in New World that could involve us. We'll talk about it after he leaves Dressrosa. I think as long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, that man. Dover. At this moment, Toribol on the side suddenly interrupted Doflamingo's words with some anxiety. Everyone else looked at Toribol with surprised eyes, and generally when the young master was talking, other people were not allowed to interrupt. This rule was told to them by Toribol. How could he be so abnormal today? Doflamingo didn't care either. He also saw Toribol's abnormality, and immediately said in doubt. Toribol, has something important happened? Yes, young master. Toribol said in a deep voice. Information just came this morning, saying that Boy Rona seemed to have entered the terrifying Spinnaker 2 days ago. What? Hearing this, Doflamingo roared with blue veins on his forehead. What happened 2 days ago? Why did you say it today? Toribol, do you know how serious this is? The hearts of the others also sank. They know how much Trafalgar Law hates Doflamingo. Now that a man who hates his young master so much has entered the dread Spinnaker, there is a big problem here. Toribol even forgot to sniff his snot, and said hastily. No, this is indeed information that was only discovered today. Because the intelligence personnel only discovered today that the floodgates of the dread Spinnaker were open. Then, they saw Kid Rona's submarine emerge from the bottom of the sea and enter the terror Spinnaker. But before they went in, the crew all came to the deck and entered it after observing around the terrifying Spinnaker in amazement. Luo was not among these people. According to their analysis, they speculated that Tien Luo probably entered the terrifying Spinnaker sometime in advance. Damn it. After hearing this, Doflamingo just cursed in a low voice, and didn't blame Toribol. After all, he really didn't blame him for this matter, and he didn't bother to do such things. Fufurofer. After a while, Doflamingo propped his forehead and laughed angrily. Luo. I'm really stumped by you this time. You kid, you always come up with new tricks for me. Call after a short while of silence, Doflamingo let out a breath of determination and said. All previous plans have been cancelled. Now, pack up your things and prepare your boat. Our Don Quixote family cadres will go to Wanokuni first. Yes, young master. Hearing Doflamingo's words, the others immediately understood. Because this was actually part of their previous plan, but the interests involved in Dressrosa were too great, and they were reluctant to leave this place. Go to Wanokuni, it's totally dependent on others. Although Doflamingo used despicable means to sit on the throne of Dressrosa, he still has the identity of a pirate after all. Coupled with the abolition of Shichibukai, Doflamingo is now in an embarrassing period. In fact, it is also good to go to Wanokuni to avoid the limelight during this time. Young master, do you want to contact Kaido? Diamante on the side suddenly asked. Doflamingo shook his head after being silent for a few seconds. Forget it. I'll contact you later. At this moment, a small figure sitting at the end of the long table raised his hand and made a childish voice. My lord. But, I can't go to Wanokuni, snapped. Doflamingo slapped his forehead when he heard the words, he said helplessly. Sorry, I forgot about your abilities. But your ability must not be exposed, otherwise our accumulation over the years will be destroyed at a glance. How about it, Granos, can you stay in the underground factory for a while now? We will come back after the god-killing pirates have recruited enough people to leave here. During this period of time, I will find other ministers to manage the trivial affairs of the kingdom for us temporarily. When we come back, we will bring you Wanokuni specialties and delicious food. After hearing Doflamingo's reassurance, Sato ate a blueberry sticking out of his finger and said with a smile. Okay. Then the young master can't lie to others. Don't worry, when the young master has lied to you, we will come back after a while. Doflamingo seemed to hear something, turned his head to look at the woman in maid outfit with yin in her mouth and said. Baby 5. Why don't you stay with Granu and take care of her daily life? By the way, 2 people are more companionable together. I hope you can help Granu. Okay. Since the young master wishes so much, I will definitely do my best. Baby 5, who had no energy at all, immediately waved excitedly. After everything was arranged, Doflamingo and the others went to the port to prepare for departure without any hesitation. And at the port at this time, a red toy soldier with a broken foot seemed to have been played badly, and was randomly thrown behind a pile of cargo boxes at the port pier. The toy soldier witnessed the scene of Doflamingo and his party leaving by boat in a hurry. If Buggy is here, he can recognize it at a glance. This toy soldier is the former sword fighter of Dressrosa Cyrus, the hero of the Dressrosa arena. At this moment Cyrus was thinking about this strange scene before him. Why is Doflamingo leaving in such a hurry? Especially recently Dressrosa suddenly has a lot of pirates, logically speaking Doflamingo should sit in Dressrosa. Otherwise, if there are pirates rebelling, there will be no one to suppress it. There have been more than a dozen pirate rebellions these days. If Doflamingo's subordinates hadn't suppressed it in time, I'm afraid it would have caused a lot of damage to Dressrosa. That being the case, it means that Doflamingo and the others must have been forced to leave. What kind of character can be broken to let Doflamingo go? Soon, Cyrus got in touch with the intelligence he had collected these days. The newly promoted 4 emperors in New World God Slayer Buggy seems to be coming to Dressrosa for supplies. And those pirates who came to Dressrosa also came here especially, wanting to join this god-killing pirate group. Immediately, Cyrus thought of the live broadcast of the Battle of Punk Hazard he saw more than 10 days ago. It can be said that the live broadcast that day was an unforgettable existence in his life. Therefore, Cyrus also remembered the details very clearly. Why is Doflamingo so afraid of that man? Because that man said that all slave traders should die. I see. The reason was found. This might be an opportunity. I have to contact Leo and the others. At the same time, among the terrifying triangle sails. Buggy didn't go to train and develop Sen Sen Guo today, but called everyone here. These days, because everyone is practicing on islands around the world, Basel has no intention of summoning them. But tomorrow morning is going to Dressrosa, for the next plan, as well as the new members, he still has to let everyone get to know each other. After everyone sat down, Buggy went to Luo and patted him on the shoulder and introduced to several people. Seeing Luo, I think you should know a little bit about him. I won't introduce too much about the others. Just now our team urgently needs a doctor. Although there is Dr. Hoback, he is sometimes too busy to do it by himself. Now with Luo's medical skills, coupled with his ability, the medical tension of our team has basically eased. I will also recruit a special doctor later, but before that, let us welcome Luo and his partners to join. Clap clap Buggy clapped, and everyone else smiled and clapped. This scene made Luo and the others a little embarrassed. With so many big names welcoming them so grandly, Love and his teammates really felt the respect of the Buggy pirates. After the applause subsided, Buggy suddenly raised his hands and shouted. Okay, so now, the party is on guys. Hearing this, the others immediately became excited, raising their hands high and cheering endlessly. Ooh. Welcome new partners, let's have a drink with them today. You guys just want to drink wine. Ha ha ha, today Captain Buggy said let's relax, of course we want to have a good drink. Bluno open the door and get that old man Rayleigh over too. That guy says Shaki's always limiting his drinks so I can buy him some. Old man Futura sucks. It's a pity that Guy Redfield is not here, otherwise there would be more atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. Luo and the others saw the appearance of this group of people, and then he and his partners looked at each other and smiled. It's just that before they could say anything, they were dragged into drinking one by one. But they all have a very comfortable feeling at the moment. Not at all the oppression and hierarchy they knew from other 4 emperors' regiments, and this feeling is freedom. Even Beppo and the others felt that their captain did not follow the wrong person this time. For Jabba they Buggy expressed disdain. After a night of carousing, Buggy still wakes up early in good spirits. Then I saw a beautiful and delicious picture of the restaurant. By the pool in the restaurant, Shirahoshi was lying on his stomach eating breakfast obediently. Robin, Khalifa, and Snake Girl, 2 big and 1 small, also sat on the carpet and had breakfast and chatted with Sunshing. The atmosphere is very harmonious. After thinking about it, Buggy didn't bother the good atmosphere of the girls. After taking a plate of breakfast, he returned to the group of dead pigs in the living room. His heartwarming act was naturally discovered by Robin, Shirahoshi and the Snake Girl who had already mastered observation Haki. The 3 girls found out and naturally told Khalifa what happened before. Buggy. Captain, he has always been a very gentle man. Khalifa took advantage of the small coffee table and smiled slightly, looked at Robin and said. How is it? Is our Robin sauce excited? Robin also propped his chin and looked at Khalifa and said. What if I say I came here for that man? What do we Khalifa say? What can I say? I'm just Captain Buggy's little secretary, so I'm no match for the historian Robin sauce. Khalifa pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and tugged. Robin heard the words and picked noticing her beauty, she showed a narrow smile. Oh. A little secretary like a secretary if you have something to do, and a secretary if you don't have something to do? Ah. Even though Khalifa was really pulling, she was utterly overwhelmed by Robin's words, and threw herself directly at Luo Che, pinning her to the ground and wreaking havoc on her. She's in a hurry, she's in a hurry. Robin continued to tease Khalifa while panting. Seeing this, Shirahoshi and Snake Girl giggled and laughed. Originally, Buggy thought that something had happened, but when he walked over to take a look, he saw this beautiful scene, and he felt a feast for his eyes. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, a group of hangover guys also woke up one by one. They also knew that they should be able to reach Dressrosa this morning, so they didn't sleep much. Buggy waited for them to wake up and let them eat breakfast while listening to his next plan. First of all, to make sure everyone, Doflamingo is the third person we will kill later. But he's obviously not that easy to get rid of. Because the person standing behind Doflamingo is Baishu Kaido. This time, the reason why I went to Dressrosa so much was to test Kaido's attitude. You should also know that First made the Marine Admiral Green Bull a few days ago, so it is not appropriate to make too many enemies. Da? As soon as Buggy said this, there was an uproar in the whole hall, and everyone looked at Buggy with disbelief, as if they wanted to confirm to him that what he said was true. Is it drunk? Ah? Buggy froze for a moment, then turned to look at Bluno and said. Eh? Bluno, didn't I say it? Well, it seems not. Bluno scratched his head and said, after Captain Buggy came back that day, you seem to have thought about what you've been practicing all this time, and I only went to pick you up after I got a call. I see. Buggy looked at everyone's expectant eyes and pondered for 2 seconds before saying. In short, kill the Marine Admiral Green Bull. Eh? Everyone exclaimed again. Luo and his group were even more frightened. Marine Admiral was taken out. Why is there no news? Buggy, hurry up and stop whetting your appetite. Jabba on the side urged anxiously. All right. Buggy raised his hands, and then told what happened. After listening, the European fell silent. Jabba slapped his forehead and said. I just said that last night Lao Lei always looked at me with that kind of playful eyes. I thought he found out about being drunk. Please. Mr. Jabba, everyone has found out about your drunkenness, Duolingo said speechlessly. Eh? Is that so? Jabba's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone. Compared to everyone's shocking reaction, Bullet's eyes on Buggy became even hotter. This guy looked itchy and wanted to be beaten again. Although the Empress in the Green Bull consumed a lot of Haki and stamina of the Green Bull, but Marine Admiral was killed by Buggy, it still feels terrible to think about it. Especially after hearing what Bluno said just now that Buggy seems to have improved after killing the Green Bull, he has been practicing for the past few days. This made Bullet even more curious about Buggy's power at this time. But he also knows that now is not the time to talk about it, so he is not in a hurry. Okay, now back to the topic. Buggy looked at everyone, and finally set his eyes on Luo and said. Luo, you know Doflamingo so well, you should know that there is a small island called Greenbit next to Dressrosa. Luo has always been quick-witted. Therefore, as soon as Buggy said this, he understood what Buggy meant, and immediately said. Captain Buggy, are you looking for the little people? Snapped. Buggy snapped his fingers and nodded with a smile. Yes, in my follow-up plan, I need the help of the little people, and I probably have some understanding of their abilities. So let me ask you now, do the 4 races really exist? Nature exists. Luo nodded affirmatively and said. Legends say they live in Greenbit, but no one has found them. I know the little people because I saw them in Dressrosa. I see. Buggy nodded in satisfaction and said. Since the little humans exist, the candidate for the next doctor of our team has been decided. When Terror Spinnaker was still 2 hours away from Dressrosa, Buggy and the others had already arrived at the sea off Greenbit ahead of schedule. Captain Buggy, there are a lot of bettas in this sea, if we go directly like this, the boat will be wrecked. On the large warship, Luo saw that Buggy and the others were planning to go directly to Greenbit like this, so he was so frightened that he stopped immediately. No problem. Buggy smiled slightly and said. You'll understand in a moment, ha ha. As Luo said, as soon as the ship entered within a few hundred meters of Greenbit, there were countless huge shadows wandering in the water around the ship, and they rammed towards the large warship at high speed. Despite the sea stone beneath large warships, these bettas are still capable of jumping out of the water and directly attacking those on board. Ha ha ha. In the next second, 4 or 5 betta fish jumped out of the sea. Each of them was as big as a small sailboat, and they were just over 10 meters above their heads, looking extremely shocking. Luo also widened his eyes in shock. Get out. In the next moment, Buggy's calm voice sounded, and at the same time, a tyrannical aura swept upwards and outwards with platinum, black and three-color lightning with him as the center. The bed of fish that just jumped out of the sea and were about to pounce on them all rolled their eyes, and one after another, they all fell into the sea with white foam from their mouths, boom boom boom. Before Luo was shocked, he saw bed of fish rolling their eyes one by one, gululu, floating on the surface of the surrounding sea. Other bettas in the distance flicked their tails when they felt the breath here, and turned around to run away. For a moment, the sea around Greenbit instantly regained its tranquility. Look, isn't this the solution? Buggy looked at Luo with a smile. Robin on one side also showed surprise and sighed. Conqueror's Haki is really convenient. Unfortunately, I was taken a step ahead. Bullet behind him smacked his mouth with some dissatisfaction. Enel raised his hand and arched him with a smile. In terms of appearance, it's far worse than you or the captain. Haha, hey, Conqueror's Haki is really enviable. Bullet squeezed his fist and looked at Enel with a grin. I think you have the potential to awaken conquerors. Why don't you let me teach you? What if you awaken? Enel's smile froze and he quickly waved his hands. No need. Enel, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Bullet said. At this time, Buggy smiled and said, the so-called conquerors is to firmly believe that you are absolutely separated in a certain field. And their own beliefs, so there is a great chance of awakening. I think you guys are always emphasizing that you are a god, and with the adaptation of Thunder Fruit, you may get beaten by more, oh no, more exercise can really awaken you. You have to know that Conqueror's Winding is the top configuration in the battle lore of the world's top powerhouses. Why can I kill the green bull that consumes a lot of energy in one move? It's because I entangled Conqueror's Haki in the move, Nuclear Flash, which multiplied the attack power. Originally, the power of my move, Nuclear Concentration Flash, was already at the level of a killer's mace. After using it, the power doubled, and you can imagine the consequences of being hit head-on. Beating. Captain, you definitely said you were being beaten just now. Enel looked at Buggy suspiciously, but then he fell into deep thought and muttered. Well said the captain. Bullet is not being beaten by the captain every day, but he still wants to be the strongest in the world. Although he is still beaten every day, his Conqueror's Haki seems to be getting stronger and stronger. So, Conquerors. As soon as Enel said this, he felt a punch in the head, which made him cry out in pain, and when he turned his head, he found that Bullet was glaring at him. Accidentally said what was on my mind. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed at this. This is the ship has also docked. Everyone talked and laughed and jumped off the boat, but they were all thinking about what Buggy said before. In the battle of the world's top powerhouses, is tangling the top configuration? Indeed it seems so. Before that, they still didn't understand why Redfield, Garp, and Sengoku were always stronger than them, but now they finally understand. Buggy's words made people who were interested in Conqueror's Haki think about it. But people like Jabba, Duolingo, Sunbel, and Jinbei are all too old to be awakened. But people like Enel, Crocodile, Snake and Eagle still have a great chance of awakening. Immediately after Buggy got off the boat, the observation Haki enveloped the entire Greenbit, and now that the observation Haki enveloped an island was nothing to him at all. I found it, there are really a lot of little people. Just after taking a few steps, Buggy smiled. So fast. Robin looked at Buggy in surprise. Buggy smiled slightly. Use the color of knowledge to cover the entire island, and it will be discovered immediately. Cover the whole island. Shirahoshi, who was sitting on the bubble, exclaimed, Buggy is so tired of people. Can it be done to this extent? Robin couldn't help but wonder. It is normal to achieve this level after cultivating knowledge and knowledge to a high level. Buggy patted Robin's face and smiled. So we, Robin-chan, have to practice knowledge and knowledge well. The characteristics of your flower fruit are the most suitable for observation Haki. The growth should also be accelerated. Maybe you will be able to achieve this level in a few years. Hee. Then I'll take it all as Mr. Buggy, you are encouraging me, and I will work hard. Robin showed a gentle smile. A group of people chatted, followed Buggy and soon found the location of the Dongtada Kingdom, of the little people. It's just that when they arrived, they only saw small houses sitting on big trees or underground, and they didn't see a small human race. Is everyone hiding? It's normal to hide, well, there are so many of us. That is, look at all of you who are tall and big, which one looks like a good person? Robin and Khalifa, dumbfounded, pointed at Buggy and complained. Buggy also smiled and shouted in the direction of the small houses ahead. Everyone, my name is Buggy. Judging by your reactions and nervousness, you should have recognized me. I'm not here today for anything else, but I just want to make a deal with you. By the way, meet your Princess Mansurely. I want to invite her on my ship. Hearing what Buggy said, Robin rolled his eyes and said, Hey, Mr. Buggy, you will scare people like this. How can anyone want to take the princess of the human kingdom to become a pirate? Really? That's right, it's me, and I don't agree. The snake girl on the side also muttered softly. Snapped. Buggy put his hand on Snake Girl's head, rubbed it and said with a smile. Children don't interrupt adults' affairs. Little humans are very simple. They can easily believe what humans say, so it's best not to deceive them if you have any ideas. Because they believe what others say. That's why you need to hide. Eh? Then wouldn't it be easier for us to deceive them? Shirahoshi on the side said in surprise. Shirahoshi, you've learned it badly. Buggy smiled and squeezed Shirahoshi's giant hand. Don't learn from your black-bellied sister Robin. Robin rolled his eyes when he heard that. Shirahoshi laughed happily. Before they could say anything, suddenly a small man wearing a crown and a long beard jumped out, stood in the middle of the road where Buggy and the others were advancing, and stared at Buggy solemnly for a while with a long stick, suddenly laughed. What, it turns out that you really came to us to make a deal. Come on kids, they're not bad people. Just to make a deal. Buggy people. At this moment, they finally understood why the population of the little humans was so small. This is too pure. But Buggy and the others didn't intend to deceive them when they came here, so they briefly explained their needs immediately. Even Buggy said that in the future his site will need to grow a lot of plants, and the river water, plants and animals are all polluted by some toxic substances, which also need their help to remove. As a deal, he can provide them with a safer place to live, provide them with sufficient food and daily necessities, and don't need them to go outside to steal, and can live with humans and other races openly and above board. For the description of Buggy, all the villains in the Dongtada kingdom were fascinated by it. This kind of living environment like a dream is beyond their imagination. After the little people were excited for a while, a little man named Leo said with a downcast expression. But Mr. Buggy, we can't reach a deal with you for the time being, and we still need to rescue our companions. By the way, Princess Mansurely has also been arrested by those people now. Our manpower is already short. Hey, what a pity. Gon Chao, the king of the little people, also sighed sadly. When the other little humans heard this, they immediately became depressed and sad. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Robin and the girls almost melted, and they couldn't help looking at Buggy with pitiful eyes. Buggy said dumbfoundingly, Don't worry, since we are all friends, then I will help you solve this matter. Having said that, he pretended to be puzzled and said, You can tell me directly, who has captured your people, and I will be able to bring them back in a short time. Hearing Buggy's words, all the little people suddenly exclaimed and looked at Buggy in disbelief. And then they believed it. This scene made everyone in Buggy dumbfounded again. This time they truly experienced the simplicity of the little people. What is Doflamingo? You need to know that our captain is the 4 emperors of New World. How can a guy like Doflamingo deserve to be compared with our Captain Buggy? Soon Enel started to be a loyal Buggy, bluffing everyone in the human race. Although the other small human races are relatively simple, they still have some understanding of the information from the outside world. Especially the 4 emperors of New World, they have heard about it some time ago. King Ganchao also recognized Buggy's identity before, and only then did the conversation occur. They are simple but not stupid. Knowing that facing this kind of existence at the top of New World, they have no ability to resist. So it's better to come out and talk generously. Buggy and the others didn't hesitate after reaching cooperation with the little people, and walked directly towards the bridge connecting Greenbit. Because across the bridge is Del Rey Slosa. Now Dressrosa still has a lot of eyeliners placed by Doflamingo who are paying attention to the movements of Dressrosa. It's just that they never thought that the place where Buggy and the others appeared was from the direction of the Greenbit Bridge. This is because Buggy and the others didn't mean to hide their figure at all, and the exclamation of the people in Dressrosa after seeing Buggy, all the members of the 4 Emperors group, attracted a lot of attention. The attention of the spies. No way, not to mention that Buggy and his party are the newly promoted New World 4 Emperors, which is likely to cause commotion. Even the beauty of Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess in the team, also attracted the attention of countless eyes, and the exclamation was even louder and louder. It's so beautiful. Ah, the mermaid princess is so beautiful. Oh my god. Did even the mermaid princess join that man's team? Ah. The mermaid princess. My mermaid princess. Sigh. How did this man suddenly appear in Dressrosa? Isn't it normal for him to appear? Aren't those pirates on the island these days coming to our Dressrosa just to join him? Hey. Wait. Look at the group of little things around that man. Why do they look like fairies? Hey. It's fairies. Don't they hide? At first they felt nothing. But when they saw that Buggy and the others were accompanied by a group of small humans riding small flying insects, the spies immediately felt something was wrong. But before they escaped, their malice towards Buggy was already detected by Shirahoshi's special knowledgeable color. Immediately afterwards, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Chi and the others arrived in front of the spies in a few flashes, and then directly arrested them. Captain, these people should be the spies left behind by Doflamingo. Lu Chi directly asked a guy who was trembling with fright. Before our captain said Doflamingo is no longer Dressrosa, where is he? Lu Chi's question didn't mean to restrain his voice, so the pirates on both sides of the road and the public all looked over curiously. The king isn't in Dressrosa. How is that possible? However, after the spy trembled and trembled, he said everything like beans in a bamboo tube. The king heard the news that you were coming yesterday evening, so he left overnight, and he should be on his way to Wanokuni now. As soon as this remark came out, the Dressrosa people and pirates watching around were in an uproar. Doflamingo and the others were so frightened by this man that they ran away overnight? Isn't this a little too outrageous? So that's the case. I said why I didn't sense the aura of a few strong men. While talking, Buggy turned his head to look at Leo, who was sitting beside a flying insect, and said, Leo, do you know where your little people were imprisoned by Doflamingo? Let's rescue your little people first. Upon hearing this, Leo immediately raised his hand excitedly and said, I know, we've already checked the information, and we're preparing for rescue, Captain Buggy. Leo's words immediately caused an uproar among the people of Dressrosa. The king actually imprisoned the little people. You must know that the little people are the existence that the kings and citizens of Dressrosa have protected with all their heart. Even if something is stolen, they are happy, and naturally they don't allow it. They have been hurt by others. Now hearing that Doflamingo has imprisoned the little people, how can they not be shocked and angry? Seeing the appearance of these people, Buggy shrugged and said, Why do you have such expressions? Although he took the country with dirty means, is Doflamingo a pirate or a real human trafficker? Is this strange, arms dealer? Hiss. Another shocking bomb that blew up the people of Dressrosa. At this time, many newsbirds flew over the sky, and the news of the world had new breaking news. After Buggy and the others paid, they each got a newspaper, ignored the shock of the Dressrosa people, and opened the newspaper. But the headlines of the newspaper are extremely eye-catching. Whitebeard to Edward Wable got the shock fruit and became the second man with the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard to Edward Wable, together with Ochaku, the great pirate of Hive Island, repelled the siege of Marine Admiral Aokiji, and is expected to become the fifth powerful force in New World. Seeing this information, even Buggy was shocked. At the same time, in an unknown island in New World, thief Blackbeard Teach held the newspaper in his hand and showed a ferocious smile, and a black air shot up into the sky with his laughter. Little ones, our prey has finally arrived. This period of dormancy finally makes sense, and now it's time for our Blackbeard pirates to step onto the world stage. Use their blood to witness the rise of our Blackbeard pirates. Start sailing. Thief oh. The members of the Blackbeard pirates also showed ferocious smiles. Wanokuni, the island of ghosts. Wow blah blah blah. Kaido took a sip of wine and laughed loudly. Has Whitebeard's ability been taken by the guy known as Whitebeard too? Is that guy supposed to be Pakingom's son? Whitebeard, he has a successor. Whoa. Jin looked at the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly. Boss, this matter is not easy. If you add Ochaku to Wable's ability, this is another terrifying force. Such a combination can beat Marine Admiral, already quite a threat. A brat with the ability of the Whitebeard fruit. An old guy who has been eliminated by the times. What is there to be afraid of? Wow, blah blah. Kaido can't shake his head. But there's another Godslayer whose whereabouts are unknown, Buggy. Jin said solemnly. If there is any linkage between them, the threat will be great. With that man's plan of gods and ghosts, we must guard against it. I talked to Doflamingo before and got a piece of information that the supernova with the Op fruit ability has taken the initiative to join the god-killing pirates. If you add those two Shichibukai clones with our Lunaria abilities, the strength of the Buggy pirates has grown to a terrifying level. You have to guard against it, boss. Kaido stopped drinking, and the whole room fell silent for a while. On one side, Quinn, the ship king, and Lu Feibao also looked at each other in blank dismay. They didn't expect their royal deputy to be so wary of that Buggy pirate group. Even when talking with Doflamingo, he will ask the other party for information. Is that man really that scary? Jin. You were right, that man is indeed not to be underestimated, and I always feel that he seems to be planning something. Kaido put down the jug with a boom, and his expression became serious. I'll go find Linlin myself, and when Doflamingo comes, you can arrange an independent place for them, that guy is very proud. Upon hearing this, Quinn stood up immediately and said, Boss. Why do you need to go there in person? Wouldn't it be enough to make a phone call? That's right, boss, you're disrespectful. Jack, the ship tycoon on the side, also said immediately. Whoa, Kaido laughed and said. I can't go. I have to make sure that Linlin's old woman is really old, otherwise, wouldn't it be a disadvantage if we form an alliance with her? Boom. Scoff after speaking, Kaido bent his knees and flicked into the air, turned into a giant dragon in the blue thunder and charged towards the cloud. Song left 10 members of Beast's pirates looking at each other. Jack looked at Jin in puzzlement and said, Brother Jin, is it necessary to do this? Boss Kaido actually came out in person? Jin chuckled and said, Old Yamato Big Mom's relationship is much better than you realize. Jack said with a dazed face. Then why did we still compete for territory with the Big Mom pirates? We have fought several times. Jin looked up at the sky, and after a long time he said something that made everyone feel cold. Perhaps, it's just for this time to cover up, guys, the times have begun to go wild. New World, the sight of red hair. Looking at the picture in his hand, the red hair frowned and remained silent for a long time. Beckman waved at the playful subordinates, telling them to roll away and play. Then he walked up to the redhead and sat down, took a puff of a cigarette and said with a smile. I didn't expect it, the time started to run away ahead of schedule. There was a touch of sadness in the red-haired eyes, and then smiled. I didn't expect that guy Whitebeard to die like this, and I didn't expect that the person leading the times would probably be Buggy. That guy is really beyond my expectations. Ha, Beckman laughed and teased. Do you regret betting on the wrong arm? Beckman, you bastard. Shanks became angry from embarrassment, then laughed and shook his head. No, at least compared to Ace and Luffy, I think Luffy is more like the captain's son, ha. Beckman also didn't expect to hear such an answer from Shanks' mouth. He was stunned for a while, and then laughed together with Shanks. The eagle-eyed guy will lose his taste after drinking. Yeah, I hope that guy didn't get dealt with by Marine. Hey. Beckman, you were really vicious. Isn't it just that he beat you a few times by drinking? Did I say something? New World. Home of Whitebeard, Sphinx Island. Hurrah. Ace floated in the air with his legs crossed. The temperature of the flames around him continued to heat up, and then quickly cooled down and then rose again, as if to test the bottom of what his body could bear. He always remembered what his cheap uncle before leaving, now the new 4 emperors of New World Godslayer Buggy told him. You are a Mera fruit-capable person, the king of all the flames in the world. What you need is to let your flames surpass the fires of the world and become their master. One fire comes out, 10,000 fires surrender. At that time, the supreme flame king by your side. Temperature is the essence of Mera fruit. After working hard these days, he finally had a deeper understanding of what that man said. Such a man is really too strong. Crash. At this moment, Margot descended from the sky, glanced at the newspaper in the empty bento box and said with a smile. Yo Ace, I thought you were going to throw a tantrum, hey. Ha. Ace stopped practicing and looked at Margot and said. Father doesn't need us to do such a stupid move, he has already finished his wonderful and legendary life. It would be an insult to Dad if we continued to point fingers at such a trivial matter. I can't allow others to leave a stain on Papa's legendary life. Ha. Margot was overjoyed when he heard this, and laughed loudly while looking at Ace's shoulder. Ace, you guys have grown a lot too. People always learn to grow. Ace pressed down the brim of his hat, looked at the sun at noon in the distance, and muttered in his heart. Dressrosa. At this time, whether it was reporters, marines, pirates, or the citizens of Dressrosa, they all gathered on the huge square in front of the palace. Now at least hundreds of thousands of people gather on this square and on the surrounding rooftops. They were all curious about what this hot man wanted to do. Especially when they saw the pile of toys in front of the palace square and those discarded toys, they were full of doubts. After seeing this pile of toys, many people looked up at the man standing on a stone slab floating in the sky. He wears a white cloak, a white suit, and a long ponytail. The clown makeup on his face is very eye-catching. He stands on the main street in front of the Dressrosa Palace, with open arms and a big smile. People of Dressrosa, it's noon. Today, I will let you see the true appearance of the kingdom you have lived in for more than 10 years. Wake up, sleeping elves, follow Buggy's words. In the underground factory, Bullet stared directly, and a tyrannical conqueror's Haki swept towards the helpless but edible sugar. Well, in just a second, Granos fell to the ground with white eyes and foam. Wahahaha, brother Bullet, your conqueror's Haki is too strong. Enel on the side said in a strange voice. Tisk tisk tisk, just one blow will kill him in seconds, invincible. Bullet also looked helpless. He didn't even bother to argue with Enel now. He was arranged to come to the underground factory. He thought there was a big war, but he didn't expect it to be bullying children. But then, Bullet and Enel were stunned by the scene before them. I saw that the toy robots in the underground factory who were still mechanically moving the goods suddenly changed, and after a few breaths, these people changed from toys to living people. This, my grass. How can it be a human? My God. Seeing this sudden change, Robin and Khalifa also covered their mouths in shock. However, compared to their shock here, the square in front of the palace was dead silent. Hundreds of thousands of people, no one dared to make a sound. Seeing the pile of toys placed on the square turned into real people one by one, and many people were even missing arms and legs, and their dying appearance shocked everyone. Because of the sugar coma, the fruit ability disappeared. Many people's memories blocked by devil fruit awakened again, and many people completely collapsed at this moment. Those waking up toys also looked blank, and what followed was life. Oh my God. Morgans, who was filming this scene on the highest roof in the distance, also opened his beak wide. He looked at the man above the sky in the distance and exclaimed. As expected of you, Godslayer, you can always make big news for me. After a minute of complete silence, a shocking roar erupted from the entire Dressrosa square. After recovering their memories, many people rushed over like crazy to find relatives related to them. Buzz. Calm. In the next moment, Buggy controlled the conqueror's Haki, just swept past it gently, and did not stun people, but let them regain their composure from the state of madness, or let them become dizzy. You rushing now will only cause more casualties. The reason why I gathered all of you in the square is to save these relatives who are related to you through you. Tell me now you want him, let's live. As soon as Buggy's words came out, countless people gradually woke up from the state of madness, and then countless people shouted, and the shouts gradually became orderly. Master Buggy, please save my father. Lord Buggy, my husband has lost his leg, please. Master Buggy, please help Dressrosa. Master Buggy, please save Dressrosa. Master Buggy, please save Dressrosa. At this time, the slaves who had just been released from the arena, among them King Liku, his granddaughter Rebecca, and Princess Violet among the crowd, also felt ashamed after seeing this scene. It was a hoarse cry. It's not me who can save Dressrosa, but the fairy princess you have carefully protected all your life. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Buggy stretched out his palm, and in the palm of his hand, a blonde little human in a white princess dress appeared over there, and she shyly faced everyone. He raised the corner of his skirt and said in a low voice. That big guy, I am Manshwali from the little people. Everyone, this is Princess Manshwali who is about to save Dressrosa. Buggy smiled and said, if you want to save your relatives and friends, please consciously start queuing up under the arrangement of my partner. Princess Manshwali will use her ability to save the entire Dressrosa. Ooh. After hearing Buggy's words, shocking cheers came from the entire square. Afterwards, Buggy looked at Shirley, who was a little nervous in Goo's palm, and laughed. Manshwali, you can definitely do it. There is no doubt that my physique is the best here, so let me be the first person to bleed to you. Go. Manshwali, use my blood to show everyone that miracles come. After speaking, under the gaze of hundreds of thousands, Buggy raised his left hand, and then cut the source of his own palm with the palm shining with platinum light. Scoff blood spattered. Seeing this, Manshwali immediately opened her arms, turning the blood into countless small golden balls of light. At the same time, she said in shock. Master Buggy, your blood is so strong. If it is so strong, it will definitely save many people. Go. Donate blood dandelions. Hurrah! Following Manchueli, the countless dandelions transformed from Buggy's blood turned into countless golden balls of light and sprinkled downward. Under the shocked eyes of hundreds of thousands of people, when those golden light spheres merged into the body of the most seriously injured and dying human body one by one, the state and complexion of those people could be seen with the naked eye. It's getting better. There are even many people who have been able to stand up by themselves and start to look at their whole bodies in disbelief. I'm saved. Woo, woo. I can survive. It's good to be alive. For a while, cries, thanks, and shouts of joy echoed in this square. Toys become real people. A moving story is being staged. On this day the people of Dressrosa were saved. On this day, everyone in Dressrosa is calling that man's name, Master Buggy. This night is destined to be an extraordinary night. Doflamingo's evil deeds are exposed, the anger of the people of Dressrosa reaches ultimate, and all plots are exposed. With Buggy's support, put Princess Violet on the throne of Dressrosa. The princess who would rather join the enemy force than protect Dressrosa, and the indomitable Rebecca in the arena, became the cheers of countless Dressrosa people. Object. King Liku became the auxiliary minister of their two daughters, assisting them in governing the country. After doing all this, Buggy and the others returned to the Dread Spinnaker. If you want to ask Buggy what he did all this for, what did he get? At this time, Princess Manchueli sitting on his shoulders, and the two queens and princesses who looked at him with fiery eyes are the biggest rewards of his trip. The factories are gone, the cadres are gone, and the country is gone. On this day, only Doflamingo wounded the world reached. The next day, a hoarse roar was heard from a boat bound for Wanokuni. What? What did you say? Sugar is in a coma. The toy is awake. What happened to the Smile Factory? All the weapons were stolen. What? My country is gone. I'm a Dressrosa. The people rebelled. Snapped. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead popped up and he squeezed the microphone in his hand and roared angrily. Clown Buggy. The hoarse roar resounded through the clouds. At this time, all the members of the Don Quixote family are also gnashing their teeth. It never occurred to them that the people like themselves left for 2 or 3 days, so why did they lose everything in the blink of an eye? That is the family business they have earned through murder, arson, human trafficking, arms sales, and groveling over the years, and it is gone like this? 2 or 3 days of hard work directly ruined more than 10 years of accumulation? Although they had brought enough treasures with them when they left, they still left more than half of their property in Dressrosa, just gone. Clown Buggy. Diamante on one side roared. Young master, let us fight him. Diamante had just exited here, while Virgo on the side spoke indifferently. F***ku, you guys are not enough to beat one of his cadres. Then what should we do? Are we just swallowing this breath? Our accumulation of more than 10 years is gone. Torbol growled. That's it. Bika's sharp voice sounded. Okay. Doflamingo waved his hand, and said with a gloomy expression. Come on. Let's go to Kaido. I remember this grudge. Fufuro for Dressrosa, King Riku, right? Well, I Don Quixote Doflamingo will be back sooner or later. Doflamingo let out an angry roar, turned around 4 times, and entered the cabin. At this moment, he finally understands that only strength is supreme in this world. What a F***king conspiracy, everything is empty talk in the face of absolute strength. What the F***k celestial dragons, they're not pigs. Only strength is eternal. At this moment, Doflamingo realized. Heizong enlightenment belongs to yes. Doflamingo said that this time he went to Wanokuni, he decided to devote himself to improving his strength, no matter what, he would kill that man. Looking at his back, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family heaved a long sigh. At this time, they finally understood the gap between them and the top powerhouses. Unexpectedly, the foundation they built over the past 10 years would be wiped out within 2 or 3 days, which really made them feel unreal. It can be said that at this moment they clearly feel the dominance of the New World 4 emperors. Now their only hope may be that man from Wanokuni. At this time, the man from Wanokuni has already arrived at the sky above Cake Island. Rumbling storms and clouds gather over Cake Island, and thunder roars. This strange celestial phenomenon made all the powerhouses of Cake Island feel that something was wrong, and they all walked out of the house and looked up at the sky. Boom. Vaguely, from the flashes of thunder, they saw a huge black shadow rolling in the dark clouds above the sky. Just when everyone in Cake Island was wondering, Charlotte Linlin's sharp laughter resounded in the castle. Calling a horse. Scolding a horse. Kaido, come down right away when you come. Playing tricks on my old lady's head. Do you want my old lady to drag you down? Ah. What? After hearing their mother's words, several Admiral Stars and a group of Charlotte's children looked up at the sky in shock. But at this time, above the sky, among the dark clouds, a huge dragon's head protruded out of it, and all of them laughed loudly. Whoa, 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 Linlin, you old woman is so energetic. This way I feel at ease. Hiss. Seeing the extremely ferocious blue dragon head, everyone in Cake Island was shocked, and their expressions changed suddenly, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Kaido. It's really the Baishu Kaido. Why is this guy coming to our Cake Island? Does he want to start a war with us? Damn, this guy is too pervert. When the crowd of Charlotte's children panicked, a tall man with a cropped cut in his mouth hidden in his scarf came out with a trident in his hand, and Kaido, who looked up at the sky, said indifferently. Baishu Kaido. You come to our Cake Island alone, what is your business? Or do you look down on us? Roar. The giant dragon in the sky let out a loud roar, and then under the shocked eyes of everyone, the giant dragon turned into a 7-meter tall man and fell straight down from a height of 1 meter. Bang. With the shaking of the ground, Kaido stepped out of the pit, looked at the man holding the trident and said with a smile. Whoa, whoa, whoa Katakuri, you're such a good guy. Linlin's got some shit luck. I gave birth to such a wonderful child like you. It's true that people are more dead than others, and people are more likely to throw away goods than goods. Don't worry, the old man didn't come to fight with you, I have something to discuss with Linlin. Naturally, the other children of Charlotte did not believe this. After all, Big Mom and Beast's pirates have been fighting for so many years, and it is impossible to just let Kaido find his own mother. At this moment, Katakuri's unquestionable voice sounded. No one move, make way. Others don't know the relationship between his mother and Kaido, but he knows it all too well. The two were like siblings when they were on the Rocks boat, even the devil fruit that Kaido ate was given to Kaido by his mother. The relationship between the two is not to say life and death, but at least they are very good friends. Although the Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates have often competed for territory over the years, they are all small fights. As his mother's right-hand man, he naturally knows it all. These two people must be planning something, are waiting for something. Katakuri has been pondering this question for years. What are these two waiting for? It wasn't until the day of the Summit War, after what Whitebeard said before he died, that he understood. Whitebeard is not dead, no one will dare claim that throne. Although Katakuri thought that soon after Whitebeard's death, all parties would take action, but they probably didn't expect that the clown Buggy would rise so quickly. No one thought that the shock fruit would fall into the hands of the so-called Whitebeard too, Edward Wable. Although this guy Edward Wable is mentally handicapped, his own strength and two-color Haki are extremely powerful. Now with shock fruit in hand, and teaming up with the former great pirate Ochaku. Under the combination of powerful forces, as the News of the World said, it is very likely that they will be the fifth force in the New World Sea in the future. Perhaps it was for this reason that Kaido couldn't sit still? Various thoughts flashed through Katakuri's mind, but he didn't take any action, just nodded to the younger brothers and sisters. Hearing what Katakuri said, the other younger brothers and sisters naturally didn't have any objections, and stepped aside one after another. Thump thump. Then Kaido laughed and drank his wine, and went straight into the castle. After entering the castle, seeing Charlotte Linlin who was as fat as a pig, Kaido sighed. Linlin, you are old too. You are really old and fat. Boy, if you can't speak, just shut up for my mother. Hearing this sentence, the aunt broke the defense directly, and was so angry that she used Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Believe it or not, I killed you, Kaido. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kaido burst out laughing, and the tyrannical conquerors swept out, one red and one blue. Two powerful conquerors intertwined, and the black lightning danced wildly. Two powerful impacts directly shook the entire castle in half. Then these two powerful conquerors' Haki, with one red and one blue lightning soaring into the sky, directly shattered the dark clouds in the sky into two halves again. Katakuri and all Charlotte's children standing outside Cake Island looked dumbfounded. My God! The sky is cracked, many people exclaimed crazily. Katakuri twitched the corner of his mouth. He always felt as if he had watched a lot of scenes where the sky split. Is this a Four Emperors level fight? Crack the sky between temptations? If I confront Kaido, can I do this? Katakuri wanted to lick the corner of his mouth subconsciously, But thinking of so many younger brothers and sisters here, he decided to forget it, and immediately pressed his restless tongue. Call the horse and scold the horse. Whoa, whoa, whoa. After the two tyrannical conquerors Haki collided for more than 10 seconds, they exploded and dissipated above the sky, shaking all the dark clouds above the sky, revealing the bright moonlight, and then the laughter of the two echoed over the Cake Island. The huge movement from Cake Island caught the attention of the Marine and World Government spies, but they couldn't get close to Cake Island. Not that they can't get close, it's because Cake Island has that man over there. Observation Haki who predicts the future. Any changes in them will be noticed by that man. This has been a lesson that Marine and the World Government have learned with blood over the years. Inside Cake Island Castle, Kaido sat down cross-legged 10 meters away directly in front of Charlotte Linlin, and then began to drink himself. Charlotte Linlin looked at Kaido, narrowed her eyes and said, Kaido, tell me, you came here in the middle of the night, don't you want me to have a baby? Puff. As soon as the ant finished speaking, she sprayed the ant's face with a sip of wine for one more day. Kaido, you bastard. Big Mom got angry again. Whoa, blah blah. Kaido hurriedly stopped, not daring to drink any more water, for fear of being frightened. Shin said to have a baby with you, let alone my height of 7 meters, even if I double it. Linlin, I'm not joking with you, I'm here to form an alliance with you. Hearing this, Big Mom's pupils shrank suddenly, then she stared at Kaido and said, Kaido, are you sure? Ah. Kaido's face sinks into the water. The time has come, let's form an alliance. Linlin. Katakuri, who was standing alone at the gate of the castle with his arms around him, was shocked suddenly, and his eyes widened suddenly. What did he hear? Alliance. 4 emperors allied. What is this for? What exactly happened to make the two of them make such a move? Katakuri looked up at the bright moonlight and let out a long breath, amazed in his heart. The times are really about to go berserk. The times run wild or not, Buggy doesn't know. All he knew was that he might go berserk. For the past 2 days, the Dressrosa Palace has held a silver party every day with a hangover, oh not a banquet. Who would have thought that when he woke up at night after sleeping, the good guy would really turn silver? The top floor of the royal palace on the top of Dressrosa Hill. On a big round bed with a diameter of several meters, there are several flawless beauties lying on the bed. Rebecca, Violet, Robin, and Khalifa. On the ground were pieces of clothes that were broken all over the floor, as well as the eye-catching Didi bloodline. Dare not dare to think. Buggy clutched his head, quickly floated up and slipped out of the room quietly. The situation in front of me is really outrageous. Hey. It's a mistake to drink, a mistake to drink. Huh? It doesn't seem to be a mistake? Buggy paused suddenly, pinching his chin and lost in thought. At this moment, on the window sill in the distance, a white-haired old man in fighter armor was leaning on the windowsill, drinking wine leisurely and throwing 2 peanuts into his mouth from time to time. As if he just saw Buggy at this moment, he smiled cheerfully and said, Yo-ho. Mr. Buggy woke up. Tisk, from the afternoon to the early morning, Mr. Buggy is indeed the 4 emperors. The old man admires it. How about 2 bites? Buggy's face darkened, he waved his hands and said. I said, King Liku, you have been sitting here waiting for me for so long. You have been guarding the stairs for a whole day, right? Almost. You can't let others bother you, Mr. Buggy. Hee. The old man showed a smile that a man could understand. Buggy rolled his eyes, walked to him, took out a bottle from a pile of wine bottles on the ground, took a sip, then threw 2 peanuts into his mouth, looked at King Liku and said. Come on, old man. You are waiting for me here for so long. You are not here to listen to the wall, are you? If you have something to say, talk and fart. Hey. Master Buggy is refreshing. King Liku grinned, and under Buggy's stunned gaze, he got down from the windowsill, stepped back a few steps and knelt down on his knees with a bang, put his hands on the ground and gave Buggy a knock, and then growled. I thank Mr. Buggy for helping me. I thank Mr. Buggy for saving Dressrosa. I really don't know how to thank Mr. Buggy. Now this is the only thing I can do. No, you've done enough, father-in-law. 2 daughters, no, 1 daughter and 1 granddaughter are all on my boat. I just put it down. To be honest, Buggy is really a bit awkward now. I can't say that your daughter and granddaughter are all. So what else can I say thank you? Buggy sighed softly, and quickly helped the old man up. You look at this thing. They are all their own people, what to buy? Of course, Buggy can't say this, as long as they don't take the initiative to say it, they will pretend it never happened. Robin Sauce is true love. He has always been a single-minded man, it is well known. The Empress said that she will board the ship in the future? That also belongs to the category of single-mindedness, no problem, no problem. What? The Oran, Shao Zi, is also on board. It is also unique. Both. After a hypocritical greeting with King Liku, and the old man was fooled into tears, Buggy hurriedly slipped back to the hall to drink with the others. But he didn't expect that after the tearful King Liku turned around, a tricky smile appeared on his old face. This time, Dressrosa doesn't have to worry about being destroyed. Even if Doflamingo were celestial dragons, they wouldn't dare compare to the people of Dressrosa. He doesn't have the power to protect the people himself, so let someone who has the power do it. Moreover, it is his daughter and granddaughter who are in charge, which is not so wonderful. It would be great if the two girls could be pregnant tonight. Hey, King Liku laughed louder and louder, his heart is still young after all. Buggy didn't expect that he would be the one being pulled. But even if he knew that he was pulled, he would only have fun. You may earn blood, but I will never lose money. Early the next morning, Buggy was woken up by the blushing Robin, and then he took the newspaper and read it, and was stunned. What's the matter? World line ended. Khalifa used to deliver newspapers to him, but Khalifa couldn't get on the boat today, so Robin had to come. Seeing Buggy's shocked appearance now, Robin was also a little curious. After taking a look at Buggy's side, she also let out an exclamation and said in disbelief. How is this possible? Double fruits. One person can still eat 2 devil fruits. Shock. What a hot man did to Dressrosa toys in broad daylight. Shocked. Nearly 1 million people in Dressrosa rebelled against the king, and Doflamingo was demolished? Shocked. Doflamingo is actually a joker. One of the largest slave dealers and arms dealers in the world. Brilliant. The Blackbeard pirates raid the Hive Island. Whitebeard 2 and Ochaku are defeated. Mad. Blackbeard actually devoured the fruit ability of Whitebeard 2. Dark fruit possesses such terrifying power. The only person in the world who can enjoy the fruit ability shows it. Brilliant. Blackbeard pirates Captain Marshal D. Teach, with dark fruit in his left hand and shock fruit in his right hand, repelled the attack of Marine Admiral Aokiji, and became the 5th emperor of the New World. The era is gone. Buggy directly ignored the first 3 news items, and looked at the back with some astonishment. Whitebeard 2, who had only been so powerful for a while, was killed just like that. The fruit ability is also looted. Should it be said that this is the end of the world line? This guy Blackbeard still got the shock fruit, kill Weibo and Ochaku first, and then repel Aokiji's attack. The strength of this guy is really not simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave those 3 scars on Shanks early. Buggy remembered that in the previous life, when Shanks took Uda to the windmill village for the first time, he already had that scar. In other words, Blackbeard had the ability to hurt Shanks more than 10 years ago. You must know that the 3 billion kid in the previous life was hit by Shanks in seconds. Of course, there may also be reasons why Shanks had reached his peak at that time. But I have to say, Blackbeard, this old dude, really hid deep enough. Although they did not have any conflicts of interest before, it may not be so in the future. Buggy clutched the newspaper and fell into thought. Robin sat down directly, put his chin on his shoulder from behind, looked at the newspaper in shock and said, Mr. Buggy. Still called Mr. Buggy. Buggy was displeased, thinking that he was being slept with. Why are you being so polite to me? With whom are you? Robin's pretty face was slightly red, and she gave Buggy a blank look, pretending not to hear, pointing to the newspaper with her tender white fingers. Can anyone really do this? Doesn't it mean that anyone who eats the second devil fruit will explode and die? Why can Blackbeard eat 2 devil fruits? Hey! I also ate 2 devil fruits, didn't expect that. Buggy smiled badly in his heart, but he didn't speak, but shook his head and said, Robin-chan, you were asking about my blind spot of knowledge, and I don't know about it. Added a sentence later, after all, the pirates hadn't finished updating when they traveled from the previous life. There are still things in this world that you don't know? Robin made fun of Buggy. Of course, for example, I haven't fully understood the depth of our Robin sauce, let me have another good taste. After speaking, Buggy came to a hungry tiger with a smirk. Start the day's plan in the morning. 2 hours later, Buggy walked to the palace castle hall with satisfaction. At this time, the following has fallen out, and everyone is shocked by today's intelligence and can't speak. After seeing Buggy come down, Jabba immediately waved the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly, Buggy, what do you think about this? Is it possible that what's written in this paper is true? Swish. The others who were still arguing immediately fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Buggy. How do I know that? Buggy shrugged helplessly. Cut. Everyone turned their heads and started to debate frantically. Buggy shook his head dumbfounded and said, "Want to know the real situation? Wouldn't it be good to call Morgans over and ask?" Master Buggy, can you still do this kind of thing?" Hearing Buggy's words, Violet, who was pretending to be an ostrich because she was sleeping with her niece, couldn't help asking at this time, while Rebecca on the other side also looked curious. Snapped. Bluno. Buggy just smiled at the two beauties and snapped his fingers. Yes. Crunch. It has to be said that Bluno is indeed one of the powerful weapons, and it is also an excellent support teammate. This guy immediately understood what Buggy meant and directly locked Morgan's position to open the door of space. Guys. Come on, today's newspaper is absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha, the whole world is going to be shocked by us today. Guys, you are the best. Come on, write a manuscript. I'll check it later, don't worry, the overtime pay will be doubled today. Ha 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 ha, this news king, I will be Morgans. Hearing the triumphant laughter of Morgans on the opposite side of the door of space, everyone in the palace hall looked at each other for a while, and then all smiled. Buggy directly raised his hand and pulled Morgans over, and laughed loudly under the latter's bewildered gaze. Okay, News King, come over to have breakfast first. Look at your dark circles around your eyes, haven't you slept yet? Ask your staff to come over for some breakfast, how polite are you? Hiss. This sudden change directly shocked the employees of News of the World, and they looked at the man opposite the space gate in disbelief. Four emperors. Godslayer Buggy. Hiss. Can the boss talk and laugh happily with this kind of man? This is our boss. This is the man who will be the News King. Hey, the Godslayer seems to have asked us to have breakfast? What do you say, are you going or not? The boss called, let's go. After a while, a group of News of the World employees also appeared in the castle hall of Dressrosa, and then began to eat happily while marveling. This is the food of the palace, naturally it is much better than the food of their newspaper. Especially Buggy, most of the food they eat is energy food brought from Boeing Islands, but after eating, they will feel full of energy in the body. Eating this kind of food for a long time can also improve your physical fitness and strength. This is the same dish made by Kamabaka's Ladyboy recipe. After confirming with Morgans, Buggy and the others also got the most authentic information. Everything was just as it was written in the newspaper. Blackbeard really got Whitebeard II's shock fruit ability, and also hunted 2 ability users from Ochaku. What is the specific ability? His flock of birds did not observe it, but Blackbeard definitely has the ability of a hunter. Morgans, who was eating, seemed to think of something suddenly, his beak twisted and said, "Oh, by the way, Buggy, I have some news about the person you entrusted me to help you find. What is his name? Pansfree. A giant chef." That's right. Buggy's eyes lit up when he heard this. Now they only need a chef who can handle the dishes on board. They can't go to Boeing Islands to carry food every day, which is also very troublesome. And everyone needs a change every now and then. In addition, it feels weird not to find a chef on the pirate ship, so Buggy never gave up the idea of finding Pansfree. This chef is one of the chefs he is currently optimistic about. He has strength and a guaranteed character, which is exactly the partner he needs. Morgans thought about it outside and said, "As far as I know, he seems to be being hunted down. Oh yes, by that Neo Marine. Yes, it was founded by the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr." "Where are they now?" Buggy asked directly. "At present, it should be near New World, Lorik Island. There is a sea train there, and it is one of the islands protected by the government. Why do you want to go there?" "Yes, I value Pansfree's culinary skills, so I want to invite him to be the chef on my ship." Buggy isn't hiding either. Well, there was a flash of light in Morgan's eyes, and then he said, "Then you have to hurry up, I received the message a few hours ago. If you go there now, it is very likely that Pansfree has been captured by Neo Marine. Those guys are not weak. Oh. Let me think about it, Lorik Island, it should be quite far away." Buggy pondered slightly. "I do have the permanent pointer of Lorik Island, if you need it, I can give it to you." At this time, Morgans on the side said, "What about the conditions?" Buggy looked at him with a half smile. Morgans chuckled, showing a you-know-me look. "Can the news be published tomorrow?" Buggy naturally knew what Morgans was talking about, and after thinking about it, he said, "In 2 more days, after I find Pansfree, you don't have to press anymore." "Good." Then Bluno opened the door and got a permanent pointer from Morgans. Since Bluno has never been to Lorik Island, this time Buggy has to fly there by himself. After he passes by, Bluno can directly locate him to insert an eye in Lorik Island. After getting the permanent pointer, Buggy didn't hesitate, said hello to everyone, and then directly spiraled into the sky, turning into a white gold light soaring into the sky. Due to the urgent situation, Buggy directly turned the nuclear fission energy of nuclear condensation flash into a thruster, which directly doubled his speed, and added the tyranny to increase the power of his moves, which directly doubled his speed again. Times, it turned into a white gold streamer and disappeared in the sky of Dressrosa in the blink of an eye. Enel, who was lying on the castle terrace behind and saw this scene, said in shock. How do I feel that the captain's strength has improved again? His flying speed suddenly increased several times. What's going on? Could it be that the headquarters used conquerors to entangle the road? This is too extravagant. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. How can anyone use conquerors to entangle on the road? Bullet walked over speechlessly, looked up at the sky. Suddenly his expression froze, because he felt the conqueror's breath remaining in the sky of Dressrosa. You actually use conqueror's Haki to drive. Isn't it true that Buggy's royal color Haki is already so strong? Extravagant, too extravagant. Everyone in Bullet looked at each other in blank dismay, and the Buggy in the sky showed surprise. This terrifying flying speed is even more powerful than an airplane. Flying at this speed, I am afraid that it will not take long to reach Rurik Island. When Buggy in the previous life saw Doflamingo rushing from Dressrosa to Punk Hazard, he was also amazed at his flying speed. But if you look at my current speed, I don't know how many times faster than Doflamingo. Just as Buggy thought, it took him just over 2 hours to reach the sky above Lorik Island. That eye catching the sea train tracks made him sure that this was Lorik Island. So, Neo Marine should be around here at present. Even if it is no longer, it will not be too far away. After thinking about it, Buggy didn't hesitate, and directly covered the entire Lorik Island with high-level knowledge. It is an island with 2 active volcanoes. Most of the island is now developing tourism and hot spring resorts to make money. But since it is an island protected by the government, it shouldn't be that simple. Could it be Power Rock? Well, it should be this thing. Otherwise, Zephyr and the others wouldn't go to the world government's territory to make trouble. Yes. Sure enough, it's still there. Soon Buggy found the Neo Marine ship through observation Haki, and he also saw a huge raft dragged behind the Neo Marine ship. On the raft was a giant who was bound into a rice dumpling by huge chains. It's just that this giant is sitting on the raft at this time, with a hood on his head as if to prevent others from recognizing him. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but smile. This guy will be caught by Neo Marine. I am afraid that Neo Marine will be regarded as a government marine, and he wants to rob them of food to cook for hungry people. This behavior is very similar to Sanji. Whoosh. With this in mind, Buggy flew directly above the big raft without hesitation. At this time, Pansfree was being tied into a rice dumpling, and then tied to the huge cross on the wooden square. Call out it was directly suspended in front of Panzerfrei, and then raised his hand and shot platinum smashing magic, which shattered Panzerfree's headgear. The sudden influx of light caused Panzerfrei to squint his eyes, and soon he found a man floating in front of him. The man had a familiar blue ponytail, a few strands of long hair fluttering freely on his forehead. A smile appeared on the eye-catching clown makeup. A white cloak fluttered in the sky, white. The suit makes it even more elegant. The hot man put his hands in his pockets and looked at himself with a wanton smile. Are you Godslayer 4 Emperor's Buggy? Pansfree finally came to his senses, exclaimed in shock, and then an unbelievable voice sounded from the book. Hey, weren't you still in Dressrosa yesterday? I read your news. Originally, I also wanted to go to Dressrosa. It's me. Buggy smiled and nodded, then straight to the point. I just heard that you were captured by Neo Marine, so I flew here from Dressrosa 2 hours ago. Having said that, Buggy paused and smiled. I'm the one who can't see heroes suffering. Pansfree's body was shocked when he heard the words, and he looked at Buggy with excitement. It is an honor to be recognized. Then he seemed to think of something and immediately said anxiously. But you'd better leave now. The person who captured me was the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. You're here alone, it's not good for you. Huh. I'm afraid it's too late. Buggy smiled and turned his head to look at the harbor in the distance. A big man with purple hair and sunglasses was leading a group of people rushing towards this side. No, here they come. Run. Pansfree was a little anxious, twisted his body, but found that he couldn't move at all. Buggy raised his hand and shot a white gold light onto the chain that was as thick as an adult's thigh. Under the shocked gaze of Pansfree, he smashed the chain and smiled at him. I came here to make you my partner, how could I run away because of them? Pansfree, the founder of the unique volcano cuisine in the world. Pirate heroes, would you like to be my partner? Be part of my strength in this time of rampage, Pansfree. What? Pansfree even forgot the existence of Neo Marine, he couldn't imagine that he would be invited by this man. Since he watched the live broadcast of Battle of Punk Hazard that day, he has been completely conquered by the dream of a hot man. Therefore, when he heard Buggy's invitation, he was naturally overjoyed. Immediately ignoring Neo Marine's approaching Shang said, Mr. Buggy, it is my house to contribute to your dream. Buggy smiled when he heard that. Pansfree, get dazzy. Pansfree, a mere pirate, said in front of this old man that he wants to join another pirate group. Isn't it that I don't take this old man seriously? At this moment, an old but energetic voice came from above the distant pier. Hearing these words, Pansfree's complexion changed. No, Black Arm Zephyr is here. It doesn't matter. I also want to see what kind of person this Marine Admiral is who has been played by the Marine and the government. Compared to Pansfree's panic, Buggy looked very calm, still standing in the air with his hands in his pockets, watching Zephyr's group coming from a distance. Soon, as Zephyr and the others approached, Buggy also saw many familiar people from his memory. The leader is Zephyr, followed by 3 former students of him. One is Shuzo of the Long-Handed Clan, one is Ian who has mastered Paramecia Regressive Fruit, and the other is Paramecia Luximus Fruit, Depinzes. These people are all characters that appeared in the theater version of Buggy's memory in the previous life. In fact, he also has certain ideas about Zephyr, but it is still difficult to implement it at present. Ha ha ha. Shouldn't this old man be honored to have Godslayer from New World 4 Emperors Buggy come and meet him in person? After hearing Buggy's words, Zephyr suddenly spoke in a strange way. Buggy didn't get used to him either, and nodded naturally. Yes. You. Zephyr's face froze, obviously he didn't expect Buggy to say such a sentence. Snort. On the other hand, Shuzo next to him was a little upset. After a cold snort, he stepped on the moonwalk and soared into the sky, and rushed towards Buggy. Then let me see how much you weigh, a Godslayer, Tempest Kick Lotus. Looking at Shuzo who was flying towards him, Buggy didn't move, and sighed with pity in his eyes. Oh wretched weakling, haven't seen the difference in the world yet? Who gave you the courage to let you attack me? Seeing Shuzo rushing towards him on the moonwalk, Buggy still put his hands in his pockets, but lifted his foot slightly and swept away. Tempest Kick, right? I'll get 100 million points too. In the next second, everyone below saw that under Buggy's random kick, a huge crescent-shaped slash more than 10 meters long smashed the 7 or 8 fine Tempest Kick slashes kicked out by Shuzo in an instant, and then blasted on Shuzo, shooting him straight out of the sky and onto the harbor pier below. Bang! Immediately after the masonry splashed on the pier, a huge pit appeared on the ground, and a crack tens of meters long directly divided the pier of the port into 2. At this moment, Shuzo had already rolled his eyes white and passed out, a hideous scar on his body slanted down from head to toe, and the bones could be seen deep. Shuzo. Seeing that Shuzo was instantly killed by that man with a random kick, the Neo Marine in the rear were all shocked. You must know that Shuzo is the strongest person in Neo Marine, besides Zephyr and Ainsama. In this way, the powerhouse of the two-color Haki was easily killed in a flash before their eyes, using the Tempest Kick of the same Marine 6 styles as Shuzo. A blow to their hearts. Damn it! How dare a mere pirate be so rampant? Seeing that her companion was so valued, Ayan couldn't help being furious, and when she clenched her fists, 2 peach-colored flames burned between her palms. Boom. Immediately afterwards, Ain also stepped out a wave of air that soared into the sky, and punched Buggy. Seeing this scene, the corners of Buggy's mouth turned up, and he looked down at Ain and sighed. What did I do to make you disrespect me so much? While speaking, Buggy didn't make any unnecessary movements at all, but calmly stretched out his hand and grabbed Ain's fist. Seeing this scene, not only Ain, but even Zephyr below smiled. Successful. That guy is careless. Binzi below is even more excited to clench his fist. How dare you take my punch empty-handed? Go to hell and regret it, pirate. Ayan clenched her right fist tightly, and her backward fruit ability increased a bit again, making the peachy flame of her right fist even more turbulent. Snapped. But in the next moment, the scene that everyone in Neo Marine imagined did not happen, and the man calmly raised his hand and grabbed Ain's fist. What? Ain looked up at Buggy in shock and exclaimed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why? Buggy sighed, didn't even look at Ain, but looked down at Tufa below and said. Zephyr, is this how you teach your students? I'm a little disappointed in you. Didn't you tell him that in this world, only Haki is above all abilities? As long as Haki is strong enough, no devil fruit can harm you. Do you understand now, Miss Ian? While talking, Buggy squeezed her fist with one hand, and punched Ain's clean belly with the other hand. Boom. One punch. Puff Ian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body turned into a V-shape, and he was stunned by the powerful fist and Haki. Immediately, Buggy was thrown casually, and Ain's body slowly fell from the air and landed on the ground in front of the shocked, Neo-Marine people. The corner of Binzi's mouth twitched, and he glanced at the side that was wrapped up like a rice dumpling and was repaired miserably. Is it that big of a difference? Why is this world so unfair to man? The air is shaking and cold, and the body asks, what's the matter with this country? Hell is empty, the devil is in the world. When will men really stand up? Oh, it was a man who beat them both. That's fine. Just when Binzi's heart was full of complex emotions, Zephyr finally stood up holding the giant mechanical arm. He looked at Buggy with a gloomy face, and said in a hoarse voice. Godslayer Buggy. You came here today to find the old man, you shouldn't just want to save this pansfree, right? I also watched the live broadcast of Battle of Punk Hazard before. Speaking of this, Zephyr showed a self-deprecating look on the corner of his mouth and said. I don't remember having a pirate student like you. So, what's your purpose? Maybe you just want to annoy that guy Sengoku? Ha 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 ha, you were right. Buggy was taken aback when he heard the words, and then burst out laughing. I just wanted to get angry with Sengoku, but I didn't expect to be able to vomit blood from him. It's a pity. What a bad character. Even though Zephyr said so, he also showed a smile, obviously appreciating Buggy's actions. Chi Sengoku has long wanted to do such a thing. But every time he saw Sengoku being furious by Garp, he softened his heart and thought it would be better not to cause Sengoku any more trouble. So, why are you here, old man? You can't invite me to join your pirate group, can you? Ha 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 ha. Zephyr laughed out loud at the end. But he smiled and saw the man on the opposite side smiling and nodding. That's right, you're really right. Stop kidding clown Buggy. Zephyr, who was still laughing, roared at Buggy. Who do you think lousy is, marine traitor? Buggy said with a heart-pounding word. You. Zephyr's face turned red with anger at this sentence, obviously very angry. After a while, he slowed down, stared at Buggy fiercely and said. It's impossible for me to be with the pirates. I also know that I can't be your opponent now, but if you want to force it, I still have the ability to pull you to die together. While speaking, Zephyr had already taken a box from the subordinate behind him, and then his mechanical arm directly crushed the box and pinched the power rock inside between the mechanical fingers. Seeing this scene, Buggy sighed and shook his head. Zephyr, you are not only old, but confused. You came here, Lorik Island, just for this power rock? Do you think you can die with me with something like this? No kidding Zephyr, you are not such a fool. Don't find such an absurd reason for wanting to die for yourself. You. Hearing Buggy's words, Zephyr was completely stunned. He never thought that this man could see through his thoughts. How could this be possible? What a terrible man. No wonder that Sengoku guy was playing tricks on him. Akainu, you have to face such a man in the future, but you have to bear it. At this time, Ian also recovered a little bit, and she was also shocked after hearing Buggy's words. No wonder she always felt that something was wrong with the nearest teacher. Could something like a power rock really destroy the new world, as the man said? If this kind of thing is really that powerful, how could there be 4 emperors in New World? Now Buggy's words woke him up completely. The teacher doesn't want to destroy any new world at all, and the teacher is not that kind of person. He just wanted to die. Is that so, teacher? Ain looked at Zephyr with a complicated expression. Ha 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 ha. Zephyr suddenly looked up to the sky and smiled. I didn't expect all the students to think that I would mess around, and it's so sad that a pirate saw through my intentions. Then he looked at Buggy with a complicated expression and said. Buggy, I live your dream. We, Neo Marine, have all heard your dreams. But what you said is really unrealistic. In this world that has been fixed for 800 years, even if you are 4 emperors, it is impossible to do that kind of thing. It's just a flower in a dream and a moon in a well. The surrounding, Neo-Marine, also fell silent after hearing Zephyr's words. They looked at the man in midair with complicated expressions. I still remember the words, "I have a dream," that man said when he executed celestial dragons that day, which completely shocked them. I never thought that a person's dream can be so perfect and so dreamy. How wonderful it would be to live in such a country. Unfortunately, as Zephyr said, all that is empty talk, but a fairy tale existence. Of course I can't do it alone, so I invite you, Zephyr. Buggy's eyes are piercing. Are you really willing to die like this? Think how your family was killed by pirates in Marineford. Think about this era where gods are supreme, slave traders are rampant, and pirates are rampant. Don't you want to change it? Don't you want to try it? Maybe the first half of your life was miserable and tragic, but you want more people to repeat your tragedy? Having said that, Buggy opened his arms and laughed loudly. Celestial dragons? Marine? Pirates? World government? It's just the choice of people with different standpoints for their own survival in this troubled world. Zephyr, isn't your current, Neo-Marine, another attempt? It's just that you may have seen the end of Neo-Marine yourself, so you chose to use the method of Power Rock, to let your Marine students send you for the last ride. Since I don't want to live anymore, instead of wasting my life, why not leave your life behind and come with me to see a possible future? Come with me, Zephyr. As soon as Buggy said these words, Zephyr's body below shook violently, his expression was extremely complicated, and there was already a look of struggle on his face. Not to mention him, those Neo-Marines behind him are looking at Buggy at this time, all of them are frighteningly bright. Even Shuzo, who was hammered badly, Ain, who was punched by Fatty, and Binzi, who had a complicated heart, all looked at Buggy with strangely burning eyes at this moment. It seems that as long as Zephyr agrees, they will follow without hesitation. The charm of this man's personality is too great. Although Pansfree was very excited after hearing these words, he suddenly couldn't turn his head around. I thought, how did this become a solicitation for Neo-Marine? Is this also possible? Why, after a while, Zephyr sighed, looked at Buggy with a complicated expression and said, "Let me think about it for a while." Good. Buggy's heart moved, and he said, "Zephyr, today's world is in turmoil, and the times have gradually begun to change. Hope you can reply as soon as possible. I will choose a test field as the foundation of my dream. That place is in Wanokuni. It won't be long before I go to that place, and I hope to get your answer before then." Wanokuni. Zephyr froze for a moment, then suddenly looked up at Buggy and said, "Are you going to fight Kaido?" "Yes." Buggy doesn't mean to hide. "Sooner or later, Kaido and I will have a fight. The sooner I go, the sooner the people of Wanokuni will be freed from their misery. People who have experienced pain are more able to implement my ideas very well. If you really want to join me, stop thinking about Power Rocks. That thing is at best a bit more powerful than a cannonball. Save your useful body, Zephyr. Don't die before you see my dreams come true." Crack. While speaking, Buggy snapped his fingers. Crunch. In the next moment, a huge space door opened behind Buggy, and then Buggy raised his hand towards the huge raft below. The raft brought Pansfree into the space gate. All the Neo-Marine below also stared blankly at this scene. This devil fruit ability is really enviable. Just when the door of space was about to close, a phone bug was thrown out from inside, followed by Buggy's voice. "Miss Ain, please keep the phone bug safe for your teacher. When you think about it, give me a call. I'll be there to greet you in person. Again, don't die, Zephyr." Crunch. The door of space was closed, and the midair was restored to its original state again. Only Zephyr stared blankly at the sky at this moment. After a while, he sighed and said with a wry smile, The teacher was almost persuaded by the ring. Isn't it a bit embarrassing?" Hearing this, the Neo-Marine in the rear all bowed their heads without saying a word. Ain also sighed helplessly. "Teacher, you were almost persuaded, but we have already been persuaded by him. If it wasn't for the teacher's failure to agree, we probably would have followed him and left just now. This man really has an unimaginable charisma. I really can't believe that a man like him is actually a pirate." Unimaginable. Yes. Zephyr also sighed. Unimaginable. Meanwhile, Cake Island. All the big ships with the Big Mom logo have all weighed anchor, and the fleet with 60% of the troops on Cake Island is ready to go. The permanent pointers on this fleet are all pointing in the same direction. And those spies lurking near Cake Island were completely shocked when they discovered this scene. Big Mom's fleet is about to be dispatched. Where the hell are they going? No, there are drastic changes in New World, on an uninhabited desert island in the Grand Line. That's right, Robin. Didn't you say that it would hurt you if someone attacked the palm you transformed from your ability? That is to say, you can better feel the extension of Haki. In the same way, when you use armament Haki, your unexpected attacks with this ability are more likely to cause heavy damage to the enemy. You don't have to develop your ability in a big direction. If you want to increase your attack power, you should improve your physical skills. The most important thing now is the accumulation of Haki. The Murloc Karate is the most suitable for you. Sunbell is right. You are now focusing on developing 3 directions, the armed color winding and the Murloc Karate. The most suitable for your flower fruit is assisted flight. For wings it's a good idea. Now you and Shirahoshi go to learn Murloc Karate with Sunbell. This kind of gentle fist is actually the most suitable for you girls. Khalifa, to be honest, your ability is rather useless. You don't need to develop it for now. I will find a way to give you another fruit in the future. For now, you should fully grasp the armed color bully. Snake Girl, come and hit me with all your might. Boom boom boom. After coaching Robin and Khalifa, Buggy started sparring with Snake. I have to say that the young Hancock is still very cute. Coupled with the fact that she has mastered the ability of Sweet Fruit, her charm is increasing day by day. If Buggy's Haki is not strong enough, it is really possible to be petrified by him. It can only be said that it is the strongest human, created by Vegapunk. It not only integrates the talents of the Lunaria tribe, but also has a strong understanding. Every time you fight with your opponent, you can learn the fighting skills of the opponent. This is especially obvious after removing the chip that controls them, which is what Snake and Eagle feel. It can be said that the chip also inhibited their development. Although they have just mastered Haki now, but with the Lunaria clan's terrifying defensive flames, the General Vice Admiral is really not their opponent. After they master the 2-color Haki proficiently, their strength will definitely be comparable to the elite Vice Admiral. It has to be said that the 2 combat powers sent by the world government simply made Buggy feel paralyzed. They may still think that Buggy can't do anything to the 2 Seraphs, but they will probably be scared stupid when they see the Seraphs, right? Buggy thought cheerfully while practicing against Snake Girl. What he is looking forward to more is what will the Empress look like when she sees the Snake Girl. But all this will not be known until they arrive at Wanokuni. Yes, Hancock decided to help him fight Kaido together, and the location of 9 Snake Island may also be placed near Wanokuni. So Hancock said that she just came to investigate in advance whether the vicinity of Wanokuni is really suitable for the placement of 9 Snake Island. As for how to get the Hydra Island in Calm Belt to near Wanokuni, the other one is Blazing Angel S. Eagle. Buggy sent him to an interesting place. Krakana Island. Outside the castle. Hawkeye looked across at the boy whose face was the same as his own when he was young, and was silent for a long time. Especially when he saw that the opponent's swords were all the same as his black sword Yoruichi, he seemed to see himself when he was young. The eagle was also quite embarrassed for a while. Before Captain Buggy said to send him to the location of a master swordsman, he never thought that he would be sent to the main body. Father, when do we start? Yes, that's right. Buggy made Eagle recognize Hawkeye as his adoptive father. Fortunately, the eagle didn't use Fang Tian's painted halberd, otherwise Hawkeye would have to be careful. It was mainly the red-haired, wicked and smoky guy who gave this suggestion. When Buggy thought about it, it seemed really good. If Eagle recognizes Hawkeye as his adoptive father, he can still attract an Emperor-level combat power. I have to say it was a brilliant move, but at that time, the red hair probably just wanted to have fun, so he came up with this idea casually, and he didn't expect Hawkeye to agree so decisively. Not only the redhead, but even Buggy himself didn't expect that Hawkeye would agree so happily. At that time, Hawkeye's decision can be said to have stunned everyone. But I can understand it after thinking about it. Hawkeye has no children in his life, and he just accepted a green algae head as an apprentice. He just wanted to pass the time, but he couldn't hold back when he saw this boy who was just like himself. This is not my son who is my son. My own son doesn't even look like this. Originally, Hawkeye wanted him to start teaching the basics with Chlorella. But the little eagle said, "A man was born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time?" Immediately, he showed Hawkeye a sword skill that was almost exactly the same as his. This not only blinded Hawkeye, but also blinded Zoro. The sword skills are exactly the same, what a real son. Don't talk about your son. Everyone in the Buggy Pirates has been crazily exercising their abilities during this time. Bullet has been sparring with Jabba a lot lately. Compared with Bullet's terrifying recovery ability, Jabba even expressed his desire to eat a devil fruit. There is one thing to say, in the case of the same physique, there is still a big difference between having fruits and fruits. Although Jabba's Haki is stronger than Bullet's, his recovery ability is still too weak. It can be said that Jabba's recovery ability is not as good as Thunderfruit's Enel. After Enel started training systematically, his strength became tense and extremely fast. With Enel's current ability, as long as he doesn't confront Bullet head-on and just keeps playing long distance, Bullet can't do anything to him. The main reason is that Thunderfruit's knowledge bonus and teleportation ability are too pervert. Basically the second Kizaru. You know, the current Enel hasn't awakened yet. It should be said that it is the strongest Logia devil fruit. It can only be said that there is still a new saying about Logia devil fruit. After all, this is the only fruit category that Vegapunk cannot replicate. Even Kaido's phantom beast species can be copied, but Logia cannot be copied. There must be a bigger bloodline factor hidden in this Logia devil fruit, and it may even involve the realm of gods. Crocodile has been looking for Bullet and Buggy a lot lately. This guy wants to master Conqueror's Haki after hearing what Buggy said. I have to say that Lao Sha is still working very hard. Moreover, his fruit ability is developed faster than Enel, and he has already developed it to awakening in the deep sea prison. Otherwise, the Green Bull cannot be suppressed in terms of fruit ability. Duolingo's fruit ability is also slowly advancing. As for Sunbell and Jinbei, it is estimated that they can only improve in Haki and Murloc karate. Among them, Moria is the most difficult. The speed of progress is not as fast as Rob Lucci at all. So far, Moria has only just touched Armament Haki's fur, or his Haki has been shredded by Kaido. Kaido is Moria's demon. Until Kaido is killed, Moria's Haki can never be raised. As for CP9's mastery of Haki, it was beyond Buggy's expectations, perhaps because of their paper arts and iron body, so they have daily adaptability to both knowledgeable and armament Haki. Some of them have armament Haki, and some have observation Haki. Although so far, the two-color Haki is still only mastered by Rob Lucci, but this is also very remarkable. To know how long this has passed. Only a month or two. But in just 1 or 2 months, the overall strength of the Buggy Pirates has risen to a higher level. It can be said that the strengthening of the Buggy Pirates is inseparable from the help of Blueno. If it weren't for the great effect of Blueno's Spacegate, allowing Buggy and the others to take turns exercising physical skills and food supplements in Sky Island, Boeing Islands and the bottom of the sea, it would be impossible to have such a rapid improvement. Of course, there is also the assistance of the medical team headed by Luo, Woguke, and Princess Mansurely, so that they can practice sparingly without any scruples. To be honest, even celestial dragons might not be able to achieve this kind of treatment. The reason why everyone trains so hard is naturally because Buggy told them about their future plans, to do Kaido. Although everyone in the pirate group knew that there would always be a battle between their captain and Kaido, they did not expect this battle to come so soon. But you can understand it if you think about it. What they can think of, Kaido can naturally think of. Instead of asking them to make more preparations, it is better to start as soon as possible. After all, in their view, they are still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Especially when they're still playing away. According to the information they have learned these days, the strength of the beast's pirates is likely to be above 5,000. This is still an approximate force, without counting the Wanokuni slaves. There are dozens of people at most on their side, and Moria's zombie army must be counted. It can only be said that Moria lost a lot of shadows by Luffygank in that wave, and her strength was reduced too much. With Moria's ability, if she can go to the deep sea prison to collect shadows, it would be really cool. It's a pity that Blueno hasn't been to that place. Otherwise Moria's army of zombies will be truly invincible. If Buggy still had some headaches about Kaido's large number of troops before he ate the Hashirama fruit, now he is not worried at all. It can be said that no one knows how to clear mobs better than him. Moreover, facing Kaido's mediocre zombie army may not be able to do it. You must know that Kaido's 5,000 troops all ate man-made zone devil fruit. Despite the big side effects, a zone is a zone. Strength, agility, and strength are not comparable to ordinary soldiers at all. So, you still have to rely on yourself. Buggy was thinking about the details of the battle with Kaido and the others, and at the same time, he floated up to the mid-air of a deserted island full of boulders, then clapped his hands together, and shouted. Flower Tree Realm Birth. Ha ha! As Buggy clapped his hands, a burst of blue light burst out from his body, covering the island full of reefs in the blink of an eye, and then green seedlings burst out of the rocks, and within a few breaths, the rattan has become a big tree in the sky. And, in the center of every big tree in the sky, there are huge red flowers growing. Bursts of refreshing floral fragrance spread out, looking towards the sea. Ha ha ha. Soon a large school of fish was attracted around the sea, and these fish schools began to fight around the reef island, and the sea surface around the island was stained red with blood for a while. A few minutes passed, and those schools of fish that had won the fight also floated on the water surface one by one with their bellies turned upside down. Of course, these schools of fish are not dead. It's a coma after mania. This is the effect brought by the fragrance of flowers. After smoking, it will make people manic, and then smoke too much. Large doses can cause dizziness and eventually coma. I have to say that it is not unreasonable that this sensen fruit is also called Hashirama fruit. It's just too much alike. Especially after Buggy integrated his consciousness into the power of sensen fruit, this fruit has already changed into his shape. As long as it is within the range of sensory, it can basically make. Buggy visualized. Seeing that half of the huge reef island below has become a virgin forest, Buggy couldn't help but smiled in satisfaction. I'm not the best at Pirate Arbor Day this year, so I won't accept it. He has already planted trees on several reef islands. You know it's a real tree. Unless these reef islands are submerged by seawater in the future, and then the trees are drowned. Otherwise these reef islands will slowly attract animals, and then slowly enrich the ecology. Environmental Protection Boy belongs to yes. But Buggy still has a lot of physical strength today. After all, he is only practicing with Robin and the others, so it doesn't consume much of his physical strength at all. Thinking of this, the corners of Buggy's mouth twitched, he clapped his hands, and shouted whatever. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Ha ha ha. As Buggy used 3 big moves in a row, a huge wooden golem rose from the ground, and then a huge sleepy dragon appeared around him. Puff puff. Immediately afterwards, countless gravels exploded on the ground outside the wooden golem and the wooden dragon, and then several huge palms tens of meters high rose from the ground. Caw caw caw. Following Buggy's thoughts, these palms began to pinch, grasp, or make fists, and they were extremely flexible in various poses. After feeling the connection between these behemoths and himself, Buggy opened his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice. Armed. Buzz. In the next moment, whether these huge palms tens of meters high, or the huge tree man and wooden dragon 100 meters high turned from green to pitch black in the blink of an eye. The terrifying Haki fluctuations come from above, giving people an extremely heavy and terrifying feeling. After using this trick, Buggy suddenly felt that his Haki reserves were reduced by a quarter. It's still not strong enough, Buggy sighed. It's a bit overestimating myself, and I still haven't been able to complete the awakening. But these second mobs are enough. As for the awakening, just let it go. Anyway, it is not necessary to fight Kaido. Use this ability. Leaving for Wanokuni tomorrow. Buggy regrets not being able to awaken before fighting Kaido. He also tried, true several thousand hands, before, but only half of them appeared. That Buggy only knows that this trick probably needs to be awakened before he can fully master it. But it's okay. After training, Buggy flew to another void, and then hung up on Blueno. Soon Blueno appeared not far from him and opened a door of space. Back at Dread Spinnaker, Buggy called a meeting and gave them a good night's rest. With the addition of pans free, everyone can eat different flavors of food almost every day. This kind of experience is definitely something that Boeing Islands cannot give. The reason why Buggy stays in Dressrosa these days is also because he wants to help Dressrosa stabilize the political power and rule. Now that Dressrosa has stabilized, he left without hesitation the next morning. Originally, I just wanted to leave quietly, but I didn't expect to attract attention when I left. As a result, more and more people gathered, and countless Dressrosa people thanked each other. This scene was photographed by Morgans, and it is estimated that it will be reported again. And after Buggy and the others left Dressrosa, there was no need to press the news about Morgans anymore. So, the day after the Buggy pirates left Dressrosa, a piece of news that shocked the world appeared in the newspapers. Shocked. The Big Mom fleet starts. Where are they going? Shocked. Marine's crusade against Kusnake Island is completely wiped out. Shocked. The fall of Marine Admiral was actually caused by that man? The era is running amok. The world is about to bring about new changes. Perhaps in this era, we are about to witness some great births. When this news came out, the world was shocked. Red line, Pangu City. The Green Bull was killed. What the hell is going on? Contact Sengoku immediately. What? Sengoku resigned. That's okay. F*K. Buggy the clown, it's him again. The truth of this matter remains to be verified. It's not like those guys from News of the World haven't sent fake news, so please contact Zion. Then what's going on with this Big Mom? Where do they want to go with such a large fleet? There is no news from the CPO at present, and Stussy said that he can't get close at all. Damn it. First Buggy, then Blackbeard, now Big Mom, and finally this Buggy. This guy has him everywhere. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Blue. In the Marshal's office, Akainu is sitting at the top, and now there are only 2 people sitting in the 4 positions below. Kizaru and Fujitora looked at each other. Marshal, let's answer the phone first. Kizaru raised his finger and pointed to the special phone bug on the office. Akainu was biting his cigar and his whole body was gloomy. He crossed his hands on the table and stared at the newspaper on the table for a long time. He still can't believe the fact that the Green Bull was killed. Before, he thought he might still be fighting. After all, that pirate Empress is not a simple character. It has been considered the person who awakened the sweet fruit and once petrified an entire island. A few years ago, the Queen's bounty had already reached 1.6 billion. Coupled with the fact that the other party is the owner of Conqueror's Haki, with an Amazon lily on his back, it will take some time even if the Green Bull wants to win it. It's just that I didn't expect that after a few days, I got such bad news. No one answered the other 10 phone bugs on the warship that he had hung up to Green Bull before. This proves that the contents of the News of the World are very likely to be true. The 10 warships led by Marine Admiral Green Bull were all wiped out. What kind of concept is this? That was the first time ever in Marine. This impact can be said to be extremely significant. Blue. The sound of the phone bug never stopped, and Akainu picked up the receiver casually. As soon as he answered, there was a roar from the opposite side. Sakazuki, get the hell out of here with Mariajoy. You Marines are all trash. A Shichibukai was not caught, and now you have such a big surprise for me? Do you explain to me what this is his surprise? Sakazuki, now, tell us if this is true. Akainu looked extremely ugly. Kizaru cut his nails again, and Fujitora hung his head as if he was asleep. This scene is simply worse than when Sengoku was there. After all, when Sengoku was around, there was a gag Vice Admiral Garp. Well now, both guys are boring gourds. That guy Aokiji came and left after reporting directly, completely ignoring him as a marshal. Now being output by the 5 elders like this, Akainu immediately said unhappily. Be careful what you say, I don't want to lose face. The thing is. Before Akainu could finish speaking, he was also spat on by the other side. You want to lose face? How much is your face worth? Marshal Marine is just a dog who listens to our arrangement. Why do you think you were called Akainu? You can't do this well, but we let you be the Marine Marshal. Is the news reported by the News of the World true? As the Marine Marshal, the garden dog was also angrily yelled after being sprayed like this. What's really going on? The 10 warships led by Green Bull were all destroyed on 9 Snake Island. The News of the World also said that Buggy did it. Do you want to send someone to kill him? You are so awesome, go. Kill a 4 emperors and show me. Who the hell would have thought that there would be Buggy in Daughter Kingdom? If this guy even has the Empress under his command, who else in this world can be his opponent? 5 elders was also furious when they heard the words, thinking that you dare to talk back when you are so hairy. What the hell is wrong with you? No, how do you talk? Sakazuki, you bastard. Pay attention to your identity and see what you Marines have done. It is a shame that Marine Admiral was killed. Waste. It's all waste. This year's Marine expenses will be reduced by 30%. Click. Akainu heard that Marine's expenses were reduced by 30%, and immediately wanted to go back to make up for it, but the phone on the other side had already hung up. Damn. That fellow Wangmu, don't you have time to make a phone call before dying? Akainu looked gloomy. However, no one in the office answered his words. Kizaru still cut his nails, Fujitora still hung his head. It can be said that one of these 2 people is neutral, and the other is not at all with him. There is also Aokiji, which describes strangers even more. Akainu even felt that if it wasn't for Marine's lack of top combat power and the retention of Aokiji's subordinates, this guy would probably leave Marine. Or at least like Garp doesn't care at all. Originally, when Sengoku had not abdicated, Akainu still thought about how awesome he was when he was in the top 5 admiral level combat powers, and then swept the era of great pirates. As a result, One died before leaving the teacher. One is a stranger to him. A day-to-day office fishing and clipping nails. A plan to abolish Shichibukai was put forward, but it made a few more big pirates in the sea, and they couldn't be dealt with. If things go on like this, Marine will take jujube medicine. Akainu suddenly felt that he was the wronged species. He now understands how difficult it was for Sengoku. Not only do you have to deal with the 5 elders, but you also have to manage a bunch of assholes under him. For a moment, the entire marshal's office was completely silent. After a while, Fujitora seemed to wake up, and reminded. Marshal, Big Mom is making big moves, what should we do now? Then a spy from Dressrosa reported that Buggy's dread Spinnaker had left Dressrosa. Hearing the word Buggy, Akainu almost had PTSD, so he immediately asked. Where is Buggy going? Fujitora showed a smile, then quickly restrained. Looking at the heading, it's very possible to go to Wanokuni. Coupled with the situation of the Cake Island fleet, I guess, it won't be the Buggy pirates teaming up with Big Mom to destroy Kaido, right? Impossible. Akainu and Kizaru almost vetoed with one voice. Oh? Fujitora looked at the two in surprise. The two ignored him for the time being, but after looking at each other for a few seconds, they said in unison. Alliance. Akainu exhaled a long mouthful of smoke rings, and said with an incomparably dignified expression. Although it is an alliance, it is definitely not an alliance between the Buggy pirates and the Big Mom pirates, but an alliance between the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin used to be members of the Rocks pirate. Even Kaido's phantom beast fruit was given to him by Charlotte Linlin. That's why Paluzalino and I said there's no way Buggy and Big Mom are allied. What? Fujitora couldn't sit still when he heard this. So, the Buggy pirates were going to Wanokuni to fight Kaido, and then Kaido decided to team up with Big Mom to kill the Buggy pirates? That should be the case. Kizaru didn't cut his fingernails anymore, he frowned and said. A really incredible thing happened. No wonder that News of the World said that the times are about to go berserk, it's so scary. Sakazuki, we're getting ready. Ah, I see. Akainu turned the cigar into ashes in the ashtray, looked at Kizaru and said. Perusalino, you and Kuzan take a trip to Wanokuni to see the situation. If there is a chance, when both of them are hurting, you both go up and try to kill one. Good. Kizaru also turned into a golden light decisively and disappeared into the office directly. Smile. Akainu looked at Fujitora and said. You are also ready to fight at any time. Maybe there will be a big battle soon. I will go to the Holy Land Mariajoy to discuss. Clear. Fujitora also nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Akainu let out a long breath while leaning on his high back, with a solemn expression on his face, and whispered softly. The times are really about to go berserk. Wanokuni, the island of Y. Hey, has this matter been confirmed, Jin? Kaido stared at the newspaper and forgot to drink the wine for a while, and turned to look at Jin to the side. The latter nodded slowly and said, I called Morgans from the News of the World for a consultation and spent 10 million consulting fees to confirm that it is true. The Green Cow is dead. The other Marines and pacifists, as well as the royal warship, were all petrified. They are still in the virgin jungle on the other half of Amazon Lily's island. Nearly half of the jungle there has been petrified, which is obviously the ability of the Pirate Queen. As for Godslayer, Buggy, he is currently on his way to Wanokuni. Whoa. Hearing Jin's words, Kaido suddenly sneered. Just count the time, Linlin and the others are almost here. By the time that Buggy the Clown's creepy Spinnaker reaches Wanokuni, we'll have a strategy in place. I want to see how he deals with our Wanokuna's 100,000 troops. When he sees me joining forces with Linlin, his expression will definitely be wonderful, right? Whoa, ha. The other members of Beast's pirates laughed excitedly when they heard this. After all, from their point of view, no 4 emperors in this world can handle it, and their old Yamato Big Mom teamed up. Not to mention that their total force is absolutely superior. Hundreds of thousands versus tens, the advantage lies with me. New World. Isle of Elbaf. Snapped. Shanks, who was sleeping soundly, was directly awakened by Beckman with a newspaper. Shanks, it's about time to wake up, you have to take a good look at this matter, something big happened. Crash Shanks, who was still sleepy, bounced off the ground when he heard the last 4 words from Beckman, looked at Beckman with a smile and said. Ben, it looks like fun to get you to say something big, Nani? The redhead looked down at the newspaper while talking, and his tongue and eyeballs protruded out of fright. The guy Buggy killed a sea army admiral. The regiment wiped out a marine fleet. What the hell is this guy trying to do? You can see what he's up to when you read it. Beckman raised his hand and tapped the newspaper. Look down. Shanks looked down, and was startled when he saw it, then he immediately looked up at Beckman and said, "Have our intelligence officers identified?" "Ah?" Beckman said solemnly. "If there is no accident, Kaido and Big Mom teamed up kindly in advance, otherwise the Big Mom pirates would not be able to come to Wanokuni so soon." Buggy, you're always up to something new for me." Shanks rubbed his eyebrows and said, "If this continues, the times will really go berserk." Shanks, do you want to go there? Although Beckman was questioning, his words were very certain. "I'm not going to fight with Buggy and Kaido." The redhead's words were beyond Beckman's expectation. After seeing the latter's surprised eyes, he smiled and shook his head and said, "You also said before, Buggy has his own adventures, and we shouldn't intervene at will." "Then you." Beckman was a little puzzled. Shanks restrained his smile and said seriously, "We stopped right on the way to Wanokuni. I respect Buggy's choice. But if anyone wants to take advantage of their mutual losses, then I will not stand idly by." Beckman was taken aback for a moment, then laughed loudly and said, "As expected of you, Shanks, 9 Snake Island. Royal Palace." Hancock grabbed Granny Z in front of her eyes and said angrily, "Didn't you say that Master Buggy will call me? But he has already set sail now, and he still didn't say that he would take me with him. Gloriosa, you'd better explain it to me." "Hancock, you stupid girl. Let go of me, I'm going to be out of breath." The mother-in-law frantically fiddled with her short legs. "Sister, let's put Granny Yi down first." The two younger sisters on one side persuaded with helpless expressions. "HMPH. You'd better give Aisha an explanation, or I'll kick you out of here today." Hancock stomped the ground angrily. The mother-in-law turned around and was about to start making up nonsense. She said that she didn't want Hancock to participate in the battle with Baiji Kaido at all. "How dangerous that is," snapped. "Ah, I haven't explained yet." It's just that before she could speak, she was kicked by Hancock and fell from the window. Sandersonia on one side laughed. "Sister, my mother-in-law is also doing it for your own good." "I know." Hancock sighed. "But they helped our 9 Snakes Island avoid the crisis of being wiped out by Marine Admiral. Can the Yuan family not do anything at all? Although people are just being polite, we can't pretend to be polite, you know? Sister Shaki is no longer our Amazon Lily Queen. We can't count on her and Rayleigh for everything. Come on, Sandersonia, it will be quicker if we drive directly from the Combelt to Wanokuni. The warrior soul of our daughter country cannot decay in our generation. If you don't do it because you are afraid of death, the country of daughters will perish long ago. Yongfan, set sail." Hearing what the Empress said, all the soldiers of the 9 snake pirates shouted with enthusiasm. "Yes." Granny Z, who fell to the edge of the stall below, heard her ears move, sighed, took out a phone bug, and walked away on crutches. When people around the world saw this news of the world, everyone was completely shocked. Marine Admiral is dead. This is the first time since the establishment of world government. To their shock, the man who killed Marine Admiral is now heading to Wanokuni to fight another 4 emperors. What made them even more horrified was that they learned from the news of the world that this battle was likely to be the battle of the 3 emperors. It can be said that this war is even bigger than the Summit War. I am afraid that the naval battle between the Golden Lion and Roger in Edvor can be compared. For a moment, the eyes of the world were on Wanokuni. However, while the rest of the world was nervous about it, Buggy didn't make the first trip to Wanokuni. Because he saw the elephant walking in the sea, Zo. New World, Zo. After seeing Zowu, everyone on the terrifying spinnaker showed excited smiles. "Hey, is Zo in front? I miss you so much. I just don't know if those 2 little guys are at home now. Didn't they follow Oden back then? Oh, it seems that those 2 little guys are unlucky, following an adventurer who lost the country. Wow. The country on the elephant's back? It's like something out of a fairy tale. Is Robin Sauce also curious? Then let's go up and have a look. Hey. Don't you want to go to Wanokuni? Didn't Bluno pass ahead of time? What's more, why are we in a hurry? The alliance between the 2 emperors always needs to be carefully deployed. We are so anxious to go over. Didn't the string disrupt their plans? Let the bullets fly for a while." After Buggy finished speaking, he directly decomposed and manipulated a huge stone slab, and then directly carried dozens of people from the dreaded triangle sail to spiral into the sky. Among them, Jabba, Bullet, Duolingo and Sunbell are in the best mood. They come to this place after more than 10 or 20 years, and it feels like a world away. Ha ha ha. I don't know which of the two little guys, Dagong and Cat Viper, can't remember us. They don't know if they are still among the Fur Clan. Oh, it should be, these two guys. It doesn't matter how much it is, just shout and see. That's right, Inwarashi, Cat Mamushi, are you guys still there? As he was manipulating the stone board and was about to fly to the back of the Elephant Master, Jabba took a deep breath and let out a loud roar towards the top. This made Buggy laugh and cry. Mr. Jabba, you're going to scare the fur folks like this. Fur race. Do such races really exist? Enel asked in surprise. Do they all have fur? Enel, you 683 guy is so rude. Duolingo glared at him and said. To be precise, the Fur Clan should be a race similar to animals. Forget it, you will know in a while, but don't make a fuss, it will be embarrassing. Animal-like race? Enel was lost in thought. Could it be the one with a pig's head and a human body? While Enel was meditating, Buggy and the others soon came to the front gate of the Fur Clan. In front is a city wall made of ancient boulders, and an iron gate and city wall with rust and moss in the middle. Boom. Just as Buggy and the others had just landed, a bell rang on the city wall. Then there was the scream of a monkey. It's not good. The pirates are coming. It's not good. The god-killing pirates are coming. It's not good. The god-killing pirates are coming. Everyone, get ready to fight. The little black monkey screamed and ran away. Seeing this scene, everyone in Buggy looked at each other in dismay, and then asked Bahaha with a big laugh. Oops, it looks like we've become intruders. Isn't it normal to be an intruder? Breaking in without even being notified, or our identity as a pirate group, will indeed scare people enough. Khalifa pushed the gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. Yes. Shirahoshi also twisted his big tail in agreement. Buggy chuckled and said, Didn't Mr. Jabba say hello before? Maybe the other party has prepared a banquet to welcome us. After all, we are old friends' hometown. Ha ha ha, I thought so too. Jabba laughed. Robin held his forehead. After the group of them entered the gate, the strange sights of the forests on both sides left everyone speechless. Buggy is okay. I have watched it on TV too many times in my previous life, and now I just feel a little amazing. Compared with Robin and Khalifa, they are both visiting this place for the first time, so they are naturally very curious to look around. Whoosh whoosh. As they entered the city inside the Elephant Lord, noises began to be heard from the forests on both sides. Someone should be following them. Or in other words, monitoring their actions. When Buggy and the others walked out of the forest and felt a sense of enlightenment, they saw dozens of fur tribe warriors led by a lion-shaped warrior with red hair in the quaint town ahead. Oh. Is this the fur tribe? Hey. Someone who ate zone devil fruit. That's weird. Let's take another look. After the red lion in front heard Robin's discussion, he held a knight sword and immediately pointed at Buggy and the others and shouted. Godslayer 4 Emperor's Buggy, the town of our furry principality is ahead, please stop. May I ask what you are doing in our furry principality? Hearing this, Buggy smiled, looked at Sicilian and said with a smile. What? Sicilian, don't you know any friends? Jabba also laughed and said, Oh. As this little Sicilian, who has grown so big? So Inwarashi and Cat Viper should have grown up too. Why didn't you see them? Bao Bayer laughed. After hearing the words of Buggy and Jabba in the originally tense atmosphere, the musketeers led by Sicilian looked at each other, and then began to discuss with Sicilian. Hey, Sicilian, are you friends? Since when did you become friends with 4 Emperor's Buggy? Hiss. Didn't Sicilian expect you to be such a reliable person? Sicilian was also confused at this time, saying that he had no impression of the people in front of him at all. But this is also normal. When Buggy and the others met Sicilian at that time, they were still very young, and children's memories are never very good. Meow meow meow, Wong Hu. At this moment, 2 terrifying beast roars suddenly came from the distant forest. Ooh. The Lord of the Day and the Lord of the Night. Didn't you expect these 2 adults to go out in person? Hey, it's been a long time since I saw them go out together. It's not surprising. These people in front of you are members of the Godslayer pirates. Whoosh whoosh boom boom. In the next moment, 2 figures, one black and one yellow, leapt out of the forest, and in the blink of an eye, 2 tall monsters landed between Buggy and the musketeers. Buggy looked up. Okay, they are all guys over 5 meters long. Pirates are really a per capita hormone monster, right? The visitors are the 2 kings of the furry principality, Inwarashi and Malmoshi. The two originally wanted to ask polite questions, but when their eyes fell on Buggy and the others, their expressions froze, and then they opened their mouths and eyes wide and shouted. Buggy. Mr. Jabba. After an hour. In the furry principality, Inuarashi and Momomushi just finished reminiscing with Buggy and the others, and everyone was amazed. I didn't expect that more than 20 years had passed since we saw each other again. They have also changed from that little kitten and puppy to the king of a country. This change immediately made everyone feel embarrassed. After a while of sighing, Inuarashi suddenly said. If only Lord Oden was here. That's right, Buggy, you have become as powerful as Master Oden. Cat Viper also sighed. But at this moment, Bullet on the side suddenly said. You adore that idiot Oden yourselves, does he deserve a China Buggy? As soon as Bullet's words came out, the originally harmonious atmosphere immediately added a bit of embarrassment. Boom. Inuarashi and Momomushi put down their wine glasses almost at the same time, stared at Bullet with unfriendly expressions and growled. Bullet. What do you mean by that? If you don't explain clearly, we won't be polite to you today. Facing the sudden oppression of the two of them, Bullet did not show any weakness, and instantly crushed the two with a stronger aura, and said under the shocked eyes of the other party. What? Didn't I say it directly enough? What is Oden? Does it deserve to be compared with Buggy? Is it that more than 20 years have passed, and you still can't figure it out? In my opinion, he is nothing more than a young master who wants to play an adventure game with his family, and he is not happy at the end. How can such a person deserve your worship for more than 20 years? I can't figure it out. Hearing that Bullet scolded Oden so mercilessly, Inuarashi and Momomushi couldn't take it anymore. Bullet. The two roared almost at the same time, and in a flash, they came to Bullet and punched him on the head. It's just that they're fast, and the Bullet is faster. Before the two of them could react, he came between the two of them with a swish, and then unceremoniously punched them in the face 10 times. Whoosh boom boom boom. The two of them flew back tens of meters faster than when they came, smashing several big trees one after another, making them breathless for a while. Both of them were shocked at this moment. Although they knew that Bullet was very strong, they never thought that the other party was already so strong. Beat the two of them like this with a single punch? At this time, the cat and the dog also completely calmed down. They knew that Buggy and the others might come here this time because of bad people. Therefore, the two also put away the friendly appearance of old friends when they met before, and immediately they walked back again, sitting cross-legged in front of Buggy and staring at him. Inuarashi was the first to speak. Buggy, you should know how much we love Lord Oden. If someone on your team looks down on Lord Oden so much, then we are no longer friends. I know that with your current strength, it is impossible for us to be your opponent. So, to be frank, what is your purpose in coming here? Bluno in the rear had already picked up the phone bug and started filming all their trips, which Buggy asked him to record. Just when Bullet started to move, Bluno came back from Wanokuni. Before, Buggy asked him to connect with Stussy, and asked her to help set up a signal base station in Wanokuni, to facilitate some live broadcast matters in the future. After all, I will occupy Wanokuni later. He is different from Kaido. What he wants is not only the land of Wanokuni, but also the hearts of the people of Wanokuni, and then completely nail that guy Oden on the pillar of shame. Now hearing the words of Inuarashi and Momomushi, Buggy chuckled and shook his head. I didn't expect that guy Oden to hold so much weight in your hearts. To be honest, I couldn't figure out from the beginning to the end, what is it worth admiring him for? Especially now that you are the two kings of the furry principality, you still respect him so much? For a while, I didn't know whether you were blind, or in your eyes, only people like Oden were considered human, and ordinary people in Wanokuni were not considered human. Or, in your eyes, the people from the Guangji clan who have established friendly relations with you are human beings. Yi Buggy's unceremonious remarks completely shocked everyone in the fur tribe, which made them show hostility towards Buggy and others again, but at the same time they also had some doubts. Both Inuarashi and Maomoshiru looked ugly, the former roared. Buggy. What do you mean by that? The cat Viper also roared. Buggy. Aren't you and Lord Oden all on the same ship? Why are you belittling him so much? Why? Yeah, it's because I was on the same boat with him that I can see the essence of this person thoroughly. Buggy shrugged and said. What Bullet said before is not good, but that is the truth. As for you saying that I belittled him, how did I belittle him and repeat what he did? Buggy. Cat Viper let out another angry roar upon hearing this. Inulan calmed down, he looked at Buggy and said in a deep voice. Buggy. It stands to reason that you shouldn't have such a deep prejudice against Oden. We were good friends when we were on the ship. Cat Viper also calmed down from his anger at this time, and he also tilted his head and looked at Buggy in bewilderment. The rest of the fur tribe also looked at each other in blank dismay. They were also curious about why Buggy and Bullet, who were on the same ship, hated Master Oden so much. Even Mr. Jabba, Mr. Duolingo, and Mr. Sunbell on one side turned cold when they talked about Lord Oden. Did something happen that they didn't know about? Why? Buggy answered the wrong question. Inulan, Malmoshi, you are also the kings of a country now. Can you imagine that you fur people don't have enough food and clothing every day, and the food and water they eat every day are poisonous, and then the scene of the slow death of the nation. The expressions of the two of them changed, and they vaguely understood the meaning of Buggy's words. You mean Wanokuni? Inuarashi spoke immediately. Buggy looked at them blankly. You know that too? Cat Viper immediately said anxiously. Buggy, the Kazuki clan will be back. It is predicted that after 20 years, the Kazuki clan will definitely retake Wanokuni. It is only a year away, and our furry principality is ready to fight. We will definitely take Wanokuni back from Kaido. Don't be naive, Cat Viper. Before Cat Viper finished speaking, he was interrupted by an angry Bullet. How long are you going to dream about? Get Wanokuni back from Kaido. Give me almost a little. You still want to lead your furry principality to die together for that garbage, right? Is it true that you have slept on the back of the elephant for so long that you have forgotten what the 4 emperors really are? Not to mention Kaido, just one of the 3 disasters under his command can destroy your furry principality. How stupid it is. For the people you admire, and then kill everyone in the furry principality. You don't think Kaido's people won't retaliate after you fighters go out, do you? At that time, what awaits you is the destruction of the country. Bullet's furious roar echoed in the forest, completely silent the fur tribe who were still hostile to them. Why? Looking at Inuarashi and Mamushi who were stunned, Buggy sighed softly and said. Inulan, Malmoshi, you have waited for 20 years just because of an illusory prophecy? You can move yourselves. You can hypnosis yourself. But have you ever thought about it? Who should appeal to the souls of countless Wanokuni people who were persecuted and died by Kaido in the past 2 decades? How do you deal with the people in Wanokuni who became Kaido's slaves and died tragically in the past 20 years? In today's Wanokuni, the water is poisonous and the food is poisonous. Even the beasts on the mountain are poisonous. As long as civilians with poor physique eat it, they will suffer from diarrhea in mild cases, and even die in severe cases. The whole of Wanokuni is dying slowly right now. So what if you take Wanokuni back from Kaido? Do you think you can rule Wanokuni again with peace of mind if you bear the name of the Kazuki clan? You don't even want your face. Inu Lan was stunned, Mao Viper was stunned, and everyone in the Fur clan in the banquet venue was stunned. However, they are far from the only ones who are really confused. At the moment when Buggy turned on the mouth escape mode, the very enlightened Blueno had already opened the door of space, contacted Stussy from Wanokuni, and started the internet celebrity live broadcast mode. As the world's most popular internet celebrity, Buggy's popularity is beyond doubt. Even in Wanokuni, there are still countless people who know his identity. Especially the live broadcast of him liberating Dressrosa some time ago shocked countless people. Toy recovery. The sealed memory is released. Save the dying people of Dressrosa with your own blood. These classic scenes, for this pirate world that is still hundreds of years behind the Earth, the effect is simply a blow to dimensionality reduction. If it wasn't for Buggy's identity and still being a pirate, I'm afraid he would have the halo of a saint. Now with the channel help of Stussy's CP organization, there is no problem at all in setting up several live broadcast channels. It just depends on whether the Beast's pirates will destroy the live broadcast, or how long it will take to destroy the live broadcast. There are a total of 8 live broadcast locations, among which Wazi has 3 live broadcast locations, and then Jiuli, Hime, Wuan, Linghao, and Baiwu each have a live broadcast location. Why should Wanokuni people watch this live broadcast? Because what Buggy wants to win is not only the land of Wanokuni, but also the hearts of the people on the land. He wants Kazuki Oden to be completely crucified on the pillar of shame. Let the people of Wanokuni understand that their suffering for the past 2 decades is all due to Kazuki Oden's stupidity. And Godslayer, 4 Emperors Buggy, is their real ruler. Buggy wants to create a scene where countless people in Wanokuni are looking forward to his coming before he comes to Wanokuni. This time, Buggy is not going to speak in front of the public, but through a live broadcast from a side angle, allowing the public to bring themselves in, persuade themselves, and move themselves. Only in this way can the best effect be achieved. Buggy's series of methods, if viewed by a modern person, can easily be understood. This is a hype method. Moreover, this method is not clever. But even so, such means are enough for this era for the time being. Facing the confused Maomushi and Inuarashi, Buggy spread his hands and said, "Inuarashi, Nekomushi, what do you think?" Taking a step back, even if your warriors of the Kazuki clan and the members of the Kazuki clan who have been hiding for the past 20 years have not been killed by Kaido, and have not been persecuted to death by him. So how can you be sure they won't change their minds? You have to know that the human heart is the most vulnerable to consideration. There is actually a kind of language trap in Buggy's words. The purpose is to make Inuarashi and Momoshiba refute him, express the loyalty of Kazuki's samurai, so that he can fight back and slap him in the face. Then let the people of Wanokuni, as well as those hidden warriors, fully see the environment and situation they are in now. Sure enough, as soon as Buggy finished speaking, Cat Viper immediately spoke confidently. "Buggy, I can't guarantee anything else, but it's absolutely impossible for the warriors of the Kazuki clan to change their minds." Inulan also confidently said, "That's right, Buggy, don't underestimate the determination of our Kazuki warriors. Even though nearly 20 years have passed, the desire to return to Wanokuni with Cat Viper and I still has not changed. I firmly believe that the warriors of our Kazuki clan will come back and multiply." At the end, Inuarashi even roared excitedly, and the Cat Viper also meowed. Then all the fur tribes behind were also dancing with excitement. But they were excited for a long time, only to find that Buggy's expression became colder, like a piece of ice. Why not eat minced meat? After Buggy's words came out, all the fur tribes were a little at a loss. Only Inuarashi and Momoshiru understood the meaning a little bit. Of course, Buggy will not end so simply. After all, his goal is far from being achieved, so he continued to evade. "Inuarashi, Nekomushi, so I say you are naive. You too, warriors of the Kazuki clan, are now living on the back of the Elephant Master, living a life without worrying about food and clothing. Even the daily life is taken care of by someone. Every day someone brings you delicious food and bright clothes. Look at how well you eat, how fat your stomachs are. Therefore, you can say without hesitation that you still firmly believe that the warriors of the Kazuki clan will come back. But have you ever thought about what kind of life the warriors of the Guangji clan in Wanokuni live today?" As soon as Buggy's words came out, it was like a sharp knife that ruthlessly pierced into the hearts of Cat Viper and Inulan, and their dog faces and cat faces were filled with horror. Those who were watching the live broadcast at Wanokuni also began to compare their hearts when they heard what Buggy said. Looking at the live broadcast, it was a completely extravagant banquet scene for them, looking at the huge piece of meat in the hands of Inuarashi and Maomushi. These are foods that they would never even think about. These are things that only generals can eat. The people of Wanokuni, as well as the samurai of the Kazuki family hiding in the dark corners, were also shocked in their hearts. Everyone in the fur family was also shocked at this time, thinking of the tragic situation of Wanokuni that Buggy said before. Inulan and Maomushi opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. When Buggy saw this, Yishi smiled. "You don't know, do you? Then let me tell you again. Based on my guess, the samurai of the Kazuki family are definitely dead, fleeing, and turning into slaves or still digging in Kaido's mine. Even their relatives will be persecuted to death because of themselves. They have nothing to cover their bodies and food, and live a life that is not as good as pigs and dogs every day. So you still expect those samurai to come back with you against Kaido? I want to ask them why. Why?" These three words once again hit the hearts of Maomushi and Inulan like a heavy hammer, making their complexions turn pale. Buggy pursues victory. "Okay, you can't tell, so I'll answer for you again. You might say that the warriors of the Kazuki clan are absolutely loyal, right?" Momomushi and Inuarashi nodded almost subconsciously. That's what they think, and the warriors of the Guangming Japanese clan are absolutely loyal. Then, even if they are loyal to the Kazuki clan, I'm curious, how do you have the face to make a comeback? Buggy spread his hands and said, "For the civilians persecuted by Wanokuni for these 2 decades? Do you know that this is caused by the Lord Oden you worship? Wanokuni is where it is today, the responsibility is entirely on Oden, and you stupid Kazuki clan, haven't you caught the point by now? You sinners of Wanokuni, why do you think that you, who have already harmed this country, can inspire the weakened people of Wanokuni to rebel against you?" Wanokuni. Jin originally wanted someone to stop the live broadcast, but Kaido raised his hand to stop it. When hearing Buggy's words, Kaido burst into laughter and said, "Whoa, Buggy, this kid still understands it very well." It turns out that he looks down on Oden just like the old man. "That's right. Wanokuni will come to this point. It's all because of your Oden and Kazuki clan. What does it have to do with me, Kaido?" Whoa, Ember. Jin said that I was ashamed to hear this, Boss Kaido. Sitting side by side with Kaido and watching the live broadcast, the ant also burst out laughing. Calling a horse, scolding a horse, this Buggy kid is so much fun. I can't wait to meet and talk to him. Curse the horse, scold the horse. A live broadcast site in the capital of Flowers was occupied by these two people and their cadres. They were all eating barbecue and drinking wine, watching the live broadcast with great interest. For the first time, they discovered that there is something cute about Buggy. If Buggy heard what they said, he would definitely sneer. Cute, isn't it? Same opinion as you, right? Idiots, labor and capital are harvesting Wanokuna's hearts. A group of guys with only muscles in their brains, don't they understand the power of Zuiden? With my 20 years of skill, even Uzumaki Naruto will call me patriarch. Furry Principality. At this time, the mentality of Inuarashi and Maumushi completely collapsed. They never imagined that what they insisted on all this time turned out to be this ugly appearance in the eyes of Buggy and the others. Now don't say that Buggy feels ugly, even they themselves feel ugly after listening to Buggy's live. Therefore, their mentality collapsed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The warriors of the Kazuki clan never give up. Leaving aside the facts, there is nothing wrong with Kaido. Exactly, if it wasn't for Kaido, how could Wanokuni have suffered so much? It's all Kaido's fault. It's not Oden who killed, he just made a mistake that any man would make. Nekomushiru and Inuarashi have already bundled incoherently. But their central idea is still very clear, it's all Kaido's fault. One thing to say, nothing wrong with it. Leaving the facts aside, Kaido is indeed a villain. But Buggy didn't follow what they said, and gave them another knife with his backhand. Do you know? Originally, Kazuki Oden was capable of preventing Wanokuni from falling into Kaido's hands, and he was capable of keeping everyone in Wanokuni completely. What? Inuarashi and Maumushi, who were still mentally broken, were startled, and immediately looked at Buggy in astonishment. They couldn't figure it out at all. With the strength of the beast's pirates, how could Master Oden have the ability to save Wanokuni? Under the suspicious eyes of the two, Buggy raised 3 fingers and stabbed them hard in the heart. As far as I know, Kazuki Oden had at least 3 ways to keep Wanokuni completely, and 2 of them could even kill Kaido directly. As soon as this remark came out, the entire fur tribe burst into an uproar. And the uproar and shock were not only from everyone in the Furry Principality, but also everyone in the 8 viewing locations in Wanokuni. They were all watching the live screen in disbelief, their eyes fixed on Buggy. They also want to know, what are the 3 ways the man said to save Wanokuni, and why Kazuki Oden didn't work? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Meow. Buggy, tell me, what are these 3 ways? Tell me. Momomushi and Inuarashi roared in place, trying to spray Buggy with saliva. But the saliva they spouted was directly shattered by the shattering magic, without letting. They succeeded. Buggy took a sip of the wine in his spare time, then raised his first finger. The first way is to ask our Roger pirates for help. Anyway, that guy Kazuki Oden also helped Captain Roger decipher the existence of the historical text. For us Roger pirates is kind. If he asks us for help, we'll hack Kaido to death without saying a word. With the strength of our pirate group that hadn't disbanded at that time, it was easy to crush and kill Kaido's beast's pirates, right? Maumushi and Inuarashi heard the words, as if they were struck by lightning. They were speechless for a while, and just nodded numbly. At this time, they suddenly understood the 2 methods Buggy was going to say next, but they were already powerless to speak. The people of Wanokuni were also completely confused. Master Oden, no, that idiot Kazuki Oden is actually a crew member on the One Piece ship, and used to act as an interpreter? As soon as this was realized, the people of Wanokuni were furious. No, you have such an awesome friend as One Piece, why don't you call for help? As that Buggy-sama said, as long as the crew of One Piece come to Wanokuni, they can easily kill Kaido and his group. That is the king above the sea, Kazuki Oden. Numerous people in Wanokuni were howling in anger. Although Kaido was not satisfied when he heard this, he still agreed with Baser's words. The strength of the members of the Roger Pirates at that time, no one on the sea can compete with them. Even if Kaido thinks he is strong, will not think that his pirate group can defeat Roger's pirate group. Those Kazuki warriors watching the live broadcast in the dark are also stupid. They only know that Master Oden is going out to sea for adventure, but they don't know that he is on Roger's ship. Such an awesome friend, why don't you please come back and help? Why? At this moment, everyone in Wanokuni, including the warriors of the Kazuki clan, roared in their hearts. At this moment, Buggy raised his second finger, and once again stabbed the hearts of everyone in Wanokuni in the Furry Principality. Second way, Oden was a member of Whitebeard's crew before becoming a member of the Roger Pirates. And Whitebeard are sworn brothers. With the peak combat power of the strongest man in the world at that time, who in the world would dare to say no to him? Do you think Whitebeard would have killed Kaido if he had been asked for help by Oden? Do you guys think Beast's Pirates is enough for Whitebeard shock fruit? Cat Viper. Asterisk. Furry Principality. Tired. Destroy it. Stupid than Kazuki Oden. Identification completed. Wanokuni. Kaido, who was drinking wine and eating meat and watching the live broadcast, suddenly felt that the wine and meat in his hand were not fragrant. Damn it. Why can anyone hack labor and capital to death? Roger, Rayleigh, Whitebeard? That's fine. The people of Wanokuni are even more dumbfounded at this time. Lord Oden, oh no, Kazuki Oden is actually Whitebeard's sworn brother. What the hell am I? Kazuki Oden, your F***Kingmouth is covered in shit, right? Won't you ask for help? Everyone in Wanokuni was dumbfounded. The samurai of the Kazuki clan are also confused. However, just when everyone was in a daze, Buggy was unforgiving, and ruthlessly stabbed them in the heart. The third way is to fight to the death, fight to the death. Although Oden's strength is not as good as Kaido's, it's not the same, and Oden is backed by Wanokuni to play at home, so Kaido has no advantage. There is also a group of powerful Kazuki warriors following. If at that time Oden had made up his mind to fight Kaido desperately, Kaido would never dare to answer, let alone answer. Because the foundation of the Beast's Pirates at that time was unstable, and there were so many strong players in New World, he and Oden would lose both sides in the fight, and he would be killed by other strong players in New World in a short time. And other members of his Beast's Pirates will be grinded to death by the warriors of the Oden Kazuki clan using human sea tactics. In this case, although the Kazuki clan will die many people, Wanokuni will definitely survive. This is still the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is that Kaido retreats in the middle of the fight and gives up on Wanokuni. The latter scenario is what I believe is in Kaido's best interest. But Oden didn't dare. So, he was played to death by Kaido. So, Inwarashi, Neko Mamushi. Bullet said that Oden is a rotten fish and rotten shrimp, and he was really right. Inwarashi, Nekomushisa, and Wanokuni were all silent. A road never imagined. The people of Wanokuni never imagined that they would have such a good chance to get rid of the demon Kaido. Then it was completely ruined because of Kazuki Oden's stupid beep. At this moment, the mentality of everyone in Wanokuni completely collapsed. After the entire Wanokuni was silent for a few seconds, a shocking howl broke out. Kaido, who was watching the live broadcast with Big Mom in the capital of flowers, laughed even louder after hearing these wailing sounds. Wow, blah blah blah, Buggy is alright. Unfortunately, your Lord Oden didn't take a chance. Just killed me laughing. At the beginning, I didn't think that I could win Wanokuni so easily, and I was even ready to give up Wanokuni. Unexpectedly, I took down Wanokuni without fighting. Seriously, I would also like to thank you, Mr. Kazuki Oden. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kaido's arrogant laughter was like a sharp knife, once again slashing everyone in the capital of flowers. So even Kaido thought so at the beginning, how ironic. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates laughed heartily. Their laughter was like a slap on the face of Kazuki Oden's retainers, and the samurai who followed the Kazuki clan. At this moment, there were bursts of painful wailing from countless places. They're in pain, they're angry, they're powerless, revolving heaven. This feeling is worse than killing them. Calling a horse, calling a horse. Charlotte Linlin also patted her big belly and laughed wildly. Kaido, Kaido, you are so vicious, you still need a pig's heart to kill someone? It's so scary. Cursing horses, cursing horses. Everyone in Wanokuni fell into despair under the laughter of the two Devil Kings. However, how could Buggy let these people go so easily? He will trample these hard into the ground and make them feel the pain. Only later will the good life he brings be cherished. Then he will be enshrined as a god. Only then will the Kazuki clan be completely nailed to the pillar of shame and swept into the dustbin of history. Inwarashi, Neko Mamushi, don't you wonder why Kazuki Oden didn't ask for help to draw? Buggy grinned evilly. Inuarashi and Maumushi subconsciously said. Yes, why? Why? The people of Wanokuni and the followers of the Kazuki clan also want to know. What the hell is this Kazuki Oden thinking? First, as Kazuki Oden, who committed the crime of arrogance. As the son of General Wanokuni, the man who shoulders the future of Wanokuni, he is so arrogant. He always feels good about his behavior, but he doesn't understand the negative impact he has on the people around him and on the entire country. If he is an ordinary family, he will have various titles such as a powerful swordsman, a hero, and an adventurer. But he is the son of a general. His appellation will correspond to ignorance, recklessness, and irresponsibility. He always thinks his actions are right. Even when facing a powerful enemy like Kaido, he still thinks about his code of conduct, thinking that he is a hero, bold, and that one person can change a hero's decision. I firmly believe that the charm of personality can shake Kaido. Is he taking Kaido for a fool? Trying to use his arrogant standards to bring Kaido to the same level, and then conquer Kaido with his charisma? Simply ignorant, insane. I guess Kaido almost lost his teeth laughing at that time. Kazuki Oden's pirates went to the street every day to dance naked and touch themselves. As everyone knows, the dignity of Wanokuni, the Kazuki clan, and the entire samurai group was torn apart by his own hands bit by bit. A hero like Kaido in troubled times just likes this kind of stupid monarch. Because they can easily get their country from such idiots. Clearly, Kaido succeeded. I also played Kazuki Oden to death, not to mention easy lifting, it is also very satisfying. The country is in the hands of such people. Even if there is no Kaido, there will be Rondo and Mondo. Fall is a matter of time. Well, you can take comfort in that, because Kaido might not be the only enemy with Wanokuni in his sights. Yes, gratified. Rejoice Ghost, Inuarashi, Nekomushir. You're so King comforting, Buggy. Bullet Jabba and the others also twitched at the corners of their mouths. I have to say that they really didn't think much about Oden before. Now that Buggy's analysis is so true, it is indeed the same thing. If he is not a monarch who shoulders the future of a country, his behavior can be regarded as a hero. On the contrary, it is simply a disaster for the country. The current situation of Wanokuni also proves that what Buggy said is true. Buggy did not stop his crusade against Oden and Kazuki, because the above is just a foreshadowing, and the conviction has just begun. Second is Kazuki Oden, who committed the crime of ignorance. Stupid but not self-motivated, as the monarch of a country, he is easily deceived by villains, resulting in a Kurozumi Orochi, a white-eyed wolf who doesn't even know it. Countless samurai and friends died tragically because of his foolish behavior. Finally, Kazuki Oden, who committed the crime of laziness. As General Wanokuni, he has left all kinds of important national affairs to others, and he has never known how to practice martial arts in mountains and rivers. I can't even beat a Kaido. Kaido. Is labor and capital weak? Always compare this with me? Even if Wanokuni is not stolen by Kaido, he himself will sooner or later be taken away by an ambitious man like Kurozumi Orochi. Finally, lose power and humiliate the country. Never test and underestimate people's ambitions. Especially in this troubled world. It can only be said that Kazuki Oden died unjustly, but what about the people of Wanokuni? Because a stupid monarch lost everything in the end, even the so-called samurai dignity now looks feudal, ignorant, and extremely ridiculous. My evaluation is, destroy it, it's hopeless, let's say goodbye. Everyone in the Fur tribe, followers of the Kazuki clan, Wanokuni people. It was supposed to be a welcome banquet, but it was silenced by Buggy's words. At this time, Bluno on the side was very discerning and praised. So, how can the country be saved? Swish. At this moment, the eyes of the world are focused on this hot man. Simple. Buggy chuckled, as if the world was in his hands, and raised a finger again. 1. Get rid of Kaido, get rid of the old and renovate. 2nd, abolish the old system and improve the environment. 3rd, popularize education, abolish the sea ban, and connect with the world. If these 3 points can be achieved, Wanokuni will be rejuvenated, and it is just around the corner. Everyone in Wanokuni, who were extremely excited, was completely extinguished when they heard the first line. Inuarashi and Maumushi also let out a long sigh. Enel helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "It's back to where we started." Yes. Buggy smiled and nodded. Actually, the result is the same for you guys. No matter whether you Kazuki clan can make a comeback or not, the first thing you need to solve is Kaido. But who will fight Kaido for you? What mindless idiot would do that? What value do you have for others to do this for you? I have to say, Buggy's words are extremely sharp. Indeed, even if their Kazuki clan were able to make a comeback in 20 years, even if the prophecy was true, who would kill Kaido for them? World government? Marine? Big Mom? Or redhead Shanks? It's impossible. Suddenly, Inuarashi and Momomoshi turned their heads to look at Buggy with a start, showing hopeful light. Buggy also lived up to their expectations, slowly nodded and smiled. That's right. I'm really planning to go to Wanokuni to kill that guy Kaido on this trip. As soon as these words came out, the entire furry principality erupted. Only then did they realize that the person sitting in front of them chatting and laughing happily, is the man who defeated Kaido and defeated Sengoku in Punk Hazard Battle. Today's new world No 4 Emperors. The man known as God Slayer 4 Emperors Buggy. Didn't expect him to be willing to make a move. Wanokuni also fell into a frenzy at this time. Kaido, who was watching the live broadcast in the capital of flowers, suddenly became gloomy, and then sneered. Whoa, I said something is wrong. The co-author is waiting for us here? Belittle Oden first, then crucify the Kazuki clan on the pillar of shame. Then shoot me out, in the end, get the hearts of Wanokuni people? Whoa, as expected of the so-called man who calculates every 10 steps. Buggy, you can always do something new for me. Come on then, let labor and capital see how you break our 4 emperors alliance. Whoa, curse horses, scold horses. Charlotte Linlin also laughed. Compared to the posture of the two of them in full control, Jin and Katakuri looked at each other, and they both saw the worry in each other's eyes. As expected of Godslayer Buggy, until the last step, no one knows what he wants to do. Even they were still immersed in the pleasure of Kazuki Oden and the Kazuki family being nailed to the pillar of shame by Buggy, but Kaido's words instantly woke them up. Is this man taking advantage of their defeat to subdue Wanokuni? Such methods are simply terrifying. However, at this moment, everyone in the furry principality who was in a trance was instantly beaten back to the circle by Buggy's words. You don't think I'm going to kill Kaido for the Kazuki clan, do you? You don't think I'm going to avenge Kazuki Oden, do you? No way. Doesn't anyone really think so? As soon as Buggy said this, the smiles of the followers of the furry principality and the Kazuki clan froze in an instant. Puff the little Hancock on one side didn't hold back, and laughed outright. Robin also covered his mouth and smiled. I can't help it, Buggy really has a bad mouth. People are happy. I've been suffocated for a long time, what's wrong with making people happy? Take the bamboo shoots. Buggy, why? We are companions. Hearing this, Cat Viper looked at Bacon with a desperate expression on his face. We are companions. Buggy shrugged. Whitebeard and Oden are still siblings, loved ones. Why didn't you ever wonder why old man Whitebeard didn't go and avenge Oden? Ah? You don't think Whitebeard even knows if Oden is dead? Cat Viper's eyes bulged, and his eyes were full of little confusion. Yes. Why didn't Whitebeard avenge Lord Oden? Why at this moment, Enel let out a long sigh, and was finally straightened by Buggy, and said. Because of Lord Oden he committed a foolish crime. When the lives of himself and the country are at stake, with a brother like Whitebeard and not asking for help, isn't that clearly treating Whitebeard as an outsider? In addition, Oden returned to Wanokuni to become a big name and did not invite Whitebeard and the others to be guests. Many stupid actions lead to the final result. As Buggy said before, the human heart is the most vulnerable. Even if Whitebeard treats you as his brother, Oden still treats him as a brother, but all his behaviors are actions to treat others as outsiders. How could someone as proud as Whitebeard bear it? Since Oden chose this way, why should Whitebeard avenge Oden? Arrogant, stupid, lazy. Buggy really hits the nail on the head. In vain, as the lord of the furry principality, I can't even see through this point, but I almost brought the entire principality into the abyss of destruction. I'm guilty. The cat viper was stupid. The people of Furry Duchy are stupid. Everyone in Wanokuni was also dumbfounded. The followers of the Kazuki clan suddenly realized. I see. No wonder people haven't even seen it. Even Kaido looked like he was holding it, raised his right hand and clenched his fist into the palm of his hand, belatedly said. I just said it. I said why the old man Whitebeard has never asked me about Oden in the past 10 years. I used to think I was hiding it well. Now it seems that it was Oden's stupid cup that broke the heart of the old Nuge. Whoa, Jin on the side also let out a long sigh and said. I have to say, That guy Oden is really stupid. If I were Whitebeard, I wouldn't be bothered with him. Scolding a horse. The ant held her stomach again and said happily. No wonder you told me, Kaido, that if the old man from Newgate came to you, I would do a favor, so it was because of this matter. Scold horse, that Newgate guy must be pissed off, right? As a sworn brother, I don't tell him this kind of thing. Scold horse, Kaido, your luck is really heaven-defying. The laughter of the two demon kings can be regarded as solving the doubts that have been in everyone's mind for many years. The people of Wanokuni already hate Kazuki Oden and the Kazuki clan. Even the staunch followers of the Kazuki clan began to crumble a little bit. Wanokuni just got lost? Obviously they have such powerful allies. Obviously they have so many chances to come back. It's over. No, countless Kazuki retainers hugged each other and cried. After a moment of astonishment, everyone in the furry principality also began to be sluggish. Cat Viper's whole cat was slumped, and it lay down on the ground, muttering. Hey, Buggy. You say Oden is big, is that guy Oden that bad? Doesn't he have something worth pursuing? Yes, of course. Buggy said with certainty. Didn't I say that? If he is not Wanokuna's general's son, if he is not Wanokuna's monarch. His upper limit of strength in the future can definitely be on par with Kaido. Plus he is unrestrained, brave and fearless, and that chivalry spirit that even I don't have. He is without a doubt a worthy follower. Well, a pirate captain? An adventurer? Or a hero? You can define it whatever you want, as long as you don't refer him to the Wanokuni monarch. Cat Viper. Damn, tired, destroy it, boom. At this moment, Duke Inuarashi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly knelt down in front of Buggy, put his hands on the ground, hit Buggy heavily, and then shouted. Buggy, please save Wanokuni. No need to be a member of the Kazuki family, you can come to Woe as you want. For the sake of our being partners, this is the last bit of contribution I can make to Wanokuni as a vile Kazuki vassal. F*K the 20-year prophecy, just today. When Buggy comes, there will be a blue sky. Here comes Buggy, Wanokuni is at peace. Lord Buggy, please lend a helping hand to give Wanokuni peace and prosperity. At this moment, under the attention of everyone, Buggy got up slowly, walked to the side of Duke Inuarashi, put one hand on his shoulder, raised the other to the sky, and said calmly. As you wish. As you wish. As soon as Buggy said this, the whole furry principality boiled again. Almost at the same time, everyone in Wanokuni cheered wildly. When Buggy comes, there will be a blue sky. When Buggy comes, Wanokuni will be at peace. N. Kaido, who was still laughing, suddenly became gloomy when he heard Wanokuna's roar. Jin on one side immediately understood what Kaido meant, and immediately shouted. Go and confiscate all these live phone bugs all over the country. Tell those people to stop shouting and go to work. Yes. A group of Beast's pirates cadres went down to work. Kaido directly turned into a green dragon soaring into the sky and flew towards the Ghost Island. Over him sat a laughing Charlotte Linlin. However, at this time, no one in the capital of flowers cares about the departure of Kaido and Big Mom. Everyone is shouting wildly at the moment. It seems that the breath that has been held back for more than 10 years is about to be vented at this moment. Even if they were driven away by Kaido's cadres, they all yelled like crazy. The roars of hundreds of thousands of people made even Kaido's cadres feel terrified. Those cadres are not stupid, it is entirely possible to go up at this time and be swallowed by the sea of people. After all, a cadre who just went up to yell and stop has completely disappeared in the vast ocean of the people. The retreat of Kaido and the cadres excited the people of Wanokuni who are still oppressed in Flower City. At this moment, Buggy's words came to mind again. If Kazuki Oden relies on Wanokuna's geographical advantages, people and Kaido to fight to the death, I am afraid that Kaido will simply retreat without a fight. After all, he is just a pirate, not a revolutionary army, nor a world government. Impossible to withstand such consumption. The more I think about it, the clearer my mind becomes, and the clearer I hate Kazuki Oden and the Hikari clan. At the beginning, these people were still shouting, Buggy is here, and there will be a blue sky, but later they started to shout their own things. But most of them are crusades and insults against Kazuki Oden and the Kazuki clan. This scene made Kazuki Hiori, who stood upstairs and watched this scene, tremble non-stop. She never imagined that after a live broadcast, his father Kazuki Oden and the Kazuki clan would become the targets of Wanokuna's screaming and killing. The most painful thing for her is that she still has no way to refute. How else could she refute? She had asked Kagushiro, who was protecting her by her side before. Why on earth are they slandering my father and the Kazuki clan? Kushiro. They just recounted what Oden-sama has done. Hearing this former Kazuki family loyalist say so, even if Kazuki Hiori can't accept it anymore, she can only do so. In this case, does her disguise, her lurking have any meaning? If the current Kazuki clan really come back, let alone Kaido, the people of Wanokuni will be the first to let them go. What can Kazuki Hiori do? She is also helpless. In fact, my father really buried Wanokuni with his own hands, just as the man said. She knew that from today onwards, the Kazuki family would no longer want to be the master of Wanokuni. Never even think about it. Furry Principality. Whale Tree Underground. At this time Robin was carefully rubbing the red history text. Inuarashi and Maumushi sat there dejectedly. Even though Inuarashi tried his best to say those words just now, when they came to this place and saw the label of the Kazuki clan, they still felt a bit depressed. You must know that the Kazuki clan have been friends with their furry principality for generations. Seeing their booth, Buggy couldn't help crying and laughing. I said, how long will you two be decadent? Since the Kazuki family is friendly with your furry principality, but now that the Kazuki family is extinct, wouldn't it be better to let it be turned into the dust of history? Why do you all have to hold on to each other? Are you not going to let go of the Kazuki clan or the people of the furry principality? Where did they offend you? Swish. Inuarashi and Momomushi raised their heads abruptly, staring at Buggy with bloodshot eyes. Cat Viper said helplessly, Buggy, what do you mean by that? You always encourage those descendants of the Kazuki clan who have finally settled down anonymously in the past 20 years to die, and people in your furry principality to die. Isn't this not refusing to let them go? You don't think you can really beat Kaido, do you? You have to kill half of his people with one breath of his dragon, and you have to kill all of them with one bad wind. This is the gap in strength level, you can't win. So, I said that there is nothing wrong with you encouraging them to die, right? It's really all right. Inulan was no longer as stubborn as Mamushi, he said in a hoarse voice. Buggy. This time you go to Wanokuni. Please let the people of our furry principality contribute. This is the last thing I can do for Wanokuni, for the Guangyu clan. Forget about other people, if they go, they will be cannon fodder and waste their lives. Buggy casually shaking his head. As for the two of you, follow up if you can still fight. Oh, by the way, remember to choose an heir for the furry principality before you leave. Why? Cat Viper asked stupidly. In case you die, someone has to run the country. Buggy said viciously. Look at you, you look like a dead child, and you go to the battle of the three emperors, what is it not to deliver food? In your current state, maybe me and Kaido and the rest of the aftermath may kill you. Hey. Buggy, your words are too hurtful. The cat viper patted its belly dissatisfied. That's right, we used to be partners after all. Gritting his teeth, Inuarashi said, you were not as powerful as me and the cat viper before. Yes, meow. Hearing this, Mao Viper became happy again. At this time, Jabba on the side also laughed and said. I almost forgot, Buggy and Shanks were often played around by you in the past. Ha 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 ha, everyone burst into laughter when they heard the words. Buggy raised his forehead helplessly. The dark history of this thing does not belong to him, Buggy, but that Buggy. Well, what are these? Feel free to laugh. Anyway, I have hurt others for so long just now, and they calmly brought you to get the historical text, and it's okay to make people laugh. Shirahoshi, like a curious baby, kept asking Tian Zhong about Buggy's previous hours. Snake Girl also squatted aside with her small face in her hands and listened with a smile. Blue blue blue. At this moment, Buggy's portable phone buzzed. Everyone's laughter gradually stopped. Buggy didn't mean to hide it either, and answered the phone directly. Hello, is this Mr. Buggy? An old female voice came from the opposite side. Oh. Is it my mother-in-law? Buggy knew who it was from the sound. That's right, it's me. I didn't expect Mr. Buggy to remember me. Gloriosa's old face was wrinkled with a smile, and she immediately said. By the way, Mr. Buggy, I hung up on you because I wanted to talk to you. Snake heard that you were going to fight Kaido and Big Mom. She was worried about you, so she walked directly through the comm belt and went to Wanokuni. Have you met now? What? Buggy was stunned for a while, then said dumbfounded. It's really Miss Hancock's nature, it was my oversight. I thought Amazon Lily was in a period of turmoil and I didn't want her to leave in case the government harassed me, but I didn't expect her to come anyway. Why? Gloriosa sighed and said, I thought so too at the beginning, but I also knew Hancock's temperament, so I made double preparations. If I can keep her, then I'll have Shaki call Rayleigh to give you a guarantee. After all, Rayleigh and Shaki still owed their elders a favor. But now that Hancock is out, it can only be forgotten, but I have already told Rayleigh Shaki that they will return to Amazon Lily during this time. Just let Hancock not be distracted while fighting, and tell her that everything is safe at home. Good. Hearing this, Buggy couldn't help but sigh in his heart, then smiled and said, "An old man in a family is like a treasure. Don't worry, mother-in-law, I'll let someone locate Hancock's direction. It won't be long before I find her." Good. The mother-in-law showed a smile and said with deep meaning, "Then Mr. Buggy, I'll leave Hancock to you." After speaking, she hung up the phone. Hiss. Almost at the same time, Buggy suddenly felt several sharp eyes fixed on him. With his knowledge, he can immediately detect that one is Robin, who is rubbing the main text of history, and the other is Khalifa, who is helping on the side. The two women stared at him with sharp eyes almost at the same time. "What is Hancock is up to you?" Hiss. "Why did my mother misunderstand me?" On the contrary, Lil Hancock and Shirahoshi looked at him with stupid faces. Except for curiosity, there was only clear stupidity in their eyes. These two girls are still young after all. Buggy is not worried. But Robin and Khalifa, I feel sorry for them because they were slept together before. Why? I had no choice but to reward them in an orderly manner at night. After finishing the text of the historical text of the road sign, Buggy and others did not stay in the furry principality for a long time, and flew down the back of the elephant owner with the imposing Enel and Cat Viper, and returned to the dreaded Spinnaker. At the same time, Bluno also located the breath of the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates. Crunch! A huge space door suddenly opened in front of the 9 snake pirates sailing on the calm belt. Then, amidst the exclamation of all the 9 snake pirates, Buggy's figure came out of the space gate, and landed on the 9 snake pirates' ship. "Ah! Master Buggy, my lord Buggy, sigh. Master Buggy, let me squeeze your golden balls. Oh, I want to pinch too." As soon as Buggy got on the boat, he was besieged by a group of female goblins, which made him almost fall here. In this regard, he can only express that he really does not blame the holy monk. "You all stop making trouble." Just then Hancock's voice sounded from behind. Crash! Then these female goblins gave way one after another. The Empress walked towards Buggy with graceful steps, but when she got close to Buggy, at the same time, her head suddenly tilted to the other side. She didn't dare to look at Buggy, but she still said forcefully, "Mr. Buggy, why did you come to Asia? Of course I let you join us." Buggy said dumbfoundedly, "I can't let you go to Wanokuni at such a fast speed, can you? Otherwise, you will really become the appetizers of the 2-4 emperors. Go to my horror spinnaker first." Then we headed to Wanokuni together. "Since Mr. Buggy has said so, then, Asia agrees to you." As soon as Hancock finished speaking, his face turned red. "Promise? Mary?" I started to fill up dozens of episodes of small theaters in my mind. Buggy helped his forehead helplessly, and then nodded to Bluno, who came out from the space door to ask. Crunch! In the next moment, the space gate, which was originally only a few meters high, expanded to tens of meters in an instant, and then let the pirate ship of the 9 snake pirates enter the dreaded Spinnaker directly through the space gate. Internal. Because of Bluno's frequent use of the door fruit ability recently, he has become more and more comfortable in manipulating the ability of the door opening fruit. And the speed of opening the door and the speed of positioning are getting faster and faster. He's been developing in the direction of the portal that Buggy was talking about now. I am afraid that if Bluno's fruit ability goes further in the future, it is really possible to open non-dissipating portals all over the world. By that time, the distance between islands will be shorter than sea trains. Perhaps on that day, the world of pirates will enter a new era. With the joining of the 9 snake pirates, the atmosphere on the dread Spinnaker became even more lively. After all, two beauties who are tied for the number 1 in the world are on the same boat. This sight, which can be called a world-class spectacle, is even more exciting for the army. As the distance from Wanokuni got closer, everyone started to get excited. The most exciting one is Gecko Moria. This guy even grew a lot because of his excitement, armament Haki, but he is still weak. No way, the combat power in Buggy's team is too strong. At present, Buggy is the only one. Then there are Jabba and Bullet at the Admiral level. The first class again is the Quasi-Admiral level, Enel, Duolingo, San Juan Wolf, Empress, Sunbelt. Once again, the first class elite Vice Admiral in the upper level Crocodile, Jinbei, Rob Lucci, SERAPH 9 Eagle, Seraph Dollar Snake. Then came Inuarashi, Nekomoshir, Gecko Moria, Mr. One, Geisa, Trafalgar Law. Finally, there are people like Khalifa, Robin, and Kaku. Looking at it this way, the strength can be said to be terrifying. This is why Buggy has the confidence to face the 2-4 Emperor's alliances of Kaido and Big Mom. It can be said that in terms of overall strength, Kaido and Big Mom are much stronger than Buggy. After all, they still have hundreds of thousands of troops in hand. And Kaido's 3 disasters in Lufeibao, plus the desert 3 generals under the Ant, and 34 Minista's children. There is no doubt that the combat power on the surface is more than that of Buggy and the others. That's why Kaido and Big Mom are so confident. In their view, the advantage is entirely in me. Hundreds of thousands vs dozens of people, the advantage is mine. If there is no advantage in this, who has the advantage? It can only be said that Kaido and Big Mom are brilliant. As the water flow outside the terrifying spinnaker began to change, Zhongji and the others also saw the 10 black lines at the end of the sea level ahead. Wanokuni offshore has arrived. When Buggy's terrifying spinnaker appeared off the coast of Wanokuni, the eyes of the world were completely focused at this moment. Buggy and the others can see all kinds of ships in the open sea around Wanokuni. There is the government, there is the news of the world, and there are pirates. Oh? Saw an acquaintance, did that guy Shanks even come? But Buggy also knows that Shanks will not participate in the battle between himself and Kaido. Otherwise he would have been in touch long ago. And Buggy also understood the meaning of Shanks' Red Force not far from those marine warships. But he didn't call to say hello. Just the collision of knowledge and color is enough for Buggy's intention. For this, the Buggy heart advocated a good brother. Then he spirals into heaven. Under the suspicious eyes of everyone, his right hand shot out several platinum rays of light into the seawater around the terrifying triangle sail. Shish. Under the puzzled eyes of everyone around. After the platinum rays of light shot by Buggy sank into the seawater around the entire horror triangle began to boil as if it was boiling. Rise. In the next moment, as the sound of Buggy's cessation of drinking echoed in the sky, a scene that shocked the world appeared. The terrifying triangle sail that was originally as huge as an island was actually lifted up by the tumbling dark blue seawater to float. After seeing this scene, countless people who were eating melons in the distance were all exclaimed. Especially in the marine fleet, the 2 white-haired old men who came to eat melons with Kizaru and Fujitora also yelled. Oh. Garp, do you think this scene is very familiar? Ha. How could this old man forget? Isn't it Shiki that bastard? He threw all the islands at naval headquarters and made us mess up. Ha, that's true. Now that I think about it, I'm still a little scared. I'm afraid of a hammer, I was smashed by the old man's punch. You bastard. The island is smashed, and the naval headquarters is about to be smashed by gravel. Do you know how much marine expenses were spent? You bastard. Ah. Is that so? I forgot. You old shameless guy. You haven't forgotten about the pretense, and you've forgotten all about losing money, right? All the marine officers did not look sideways, not daring to disturb the 2 old men's quarrel. I'm afraid that one of them will blow up the island with a punch like he said. They can still vividly remember the horrible scene more than 10 years ago. I thought Golden Lion was going to bloodbath naval headquarters. Those islands fell from the sky, who can resist it? As a result, Vice Admiral Garp directly soared into the sky without saying a word, smashing an island with every punch. Marine, the owner of naval headquarters, seemed to see God that day. The shock that Buggy gave them at this time was also not small. Because Buggy's ability is not lion fruit, but Paramecia chop fruit. This is outrageous. Can Paramecia's chop fruit still do this kind of thing? Paramecia, don't be too superhuman, okay. But now the Buggy does just that. The seawater that was crushed by him, just like Kizaru's laser and Akainu's magma, has become something that Buggy can control. Then, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, Buggy ascended to heaven on the spot holding the dreadful triangle sail like an island with seawater. This scene shocked everyone. However, although Buggy can control the terrifying spinnaker to ascend to the sky, it is not fast enough after all. Immediately, Buggy gave a low shout to the bottom. Bullet. Do something useful. Roar. Hearing this, Bullet understood what Buggy meant, and he didn't hesitate immediately, roaring as the dark clouds rolled over the sky and the thunder surged. Then, under the amazed eyes of everyone, a blood dragon soared into the sky. Woo woo woo, the strong wind began to blow as the bloody dragon soared into the sky. Then circles of golden flame clouds began to surround the dreaded triangle sail, directly raising the speed of the dreaded protagonist's sail, which was originally slow-moving, to a higher speed, and began to soar in the sky like a warship. Ha ha ha. Just when everyone's eyes were locked on the terrifying triangle sail above the sky, there was a burst of laughter in the terrifying triangle sail. Ha 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 ha, Captain, Bullet, your speed is not real, it may not be comparable to my arc proverb. Chi 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 ha ha ha. Immediately afterward, everyone outside saw a burst of sky blue light flashing in the middle of the terrifying triangle sail, and then the sound of propeller rotation sounded. While everyone was wondering and uncertain, a huge boat with blue thunder flashed into the air, and its speed was comparable to that of a terrifying triangle sail. Everyone who saw this scene in the distance immediately recognized the man who controlled the blue-gold flying boat. It's him. The Thunder Fruit ability user in the God-killing pirates, so strong. Can Thunder Fruit still do this kind of thing? It's so hot to control such a huge airship by one person. Is this the strongest Logia Thunder Fruit in the legend? Enel of God? This kind of existence is really terrifying. Didn't you find out? The statues on that flying boat are all gold, my god. Isn't this too extravagant? Hiss. It has to be said that the appearance of Enel stole a lot of the limelight, and made everyone shocked by the strength of the Buggy pirates. Fortunately, this time Kaido found Big Mom as an ally, otherwise, just one beast's pirates would not be enough. God-killing pirates, so terrifying. Seeing the dreaded Spinnaker and the arc proverbs flying towards Wanokuni, those watching around were eager to follow up to see what happened. Ha ha. However, at this moment, the speed of the originally stationary Red Force suddenly increased several times, rushed to the front of all the ships in an instant, and then turned to face the pirate ships with ulterior motives. Boom. In the next moment, the terrifying conqueror's Haki with red hair soared into the sky, causing the dark clouds that appeared because of Bullet to be scattered in an instant. Then, the red-haired overbearing voice resounded above the sea. From here onwards is my brother's battlefield. Whoever dares to go one step further will fight against me, the Red Hair Pirates. I don't care whether you are Marine, Pirate, or World Government, I don't care. You can stay here, but if you want to play tricks, then don't blame me for being rude. Wow. As soon as the Red Hair said this, the surrounding ships watching the battle suddenly burst into an uproar. They originally thought that the Redhead was here to watch the fun just like them, but they didn't expect that this man was actually going to escort the Godslayer pirates. Red Hair, aren't you a bit too domineering? We're just watching the battle. That is, do you really think you are the One Piece who rules the world? You won't forget Newgate's lesson, will you? Arrogance. There are 4 Admiral-level existences here in Marine, can you stop them? Hey, you guys are arguing, don't count me and Garp in, we're retired. PFF'd ha 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 ha, Sengoku, you are so shameless. I didn't learn it from you, old bastard. Originally, the CP organization ship of the world government and other fishing pirates wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to marine, but they were directly smashed by the 2 old things Sengoku and Garp. Scoff while everyone was cursing endlessly, a cyan sword light came from the sky, crossed more than 10 kilometers, and directly split a huge X with a diameter of several meters in the middle of Hongfa and other ships. This sudden change surprised everyone. Soon someone reacted. My god. The sea is being split. It's the man coming. Absolutely the man. Where is he? Look at that boat. It's over there. It really is him, the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. You want to participate in this dispute? What a terrifying sword technique. Soon everyone noticed that on the side of their confrontation, an iconic black sailboat was slowly drifting towards. On the small sailboat, a man sitting on a high-backed chair with his legs crossed, with a world-famous supreme sharp knife Hei Dao Yi appeared over there. Immediately, his slightly lazy and magnetic voice came. My adopted son is on that ship. If anyone wants to get their minds off, please pass my test first. Shanks in the distance also burst into laughter when he saw this scene. Ha ha ha. Mihawk still has a sense of security like you. You see, all of them dare not move when you come here. You have more face than me. Hawkeye rolled his eyes and Shanks ignored his teasing at all. Just like that, the scene fell into an eerie silence for a while. 10 seconds later, there was a burst of laughter among the Japanese pirate ships. Thief ha 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 ha. On a giant wooden ship, Blackbeard stood at the bow covered in black air, looked at the red-haired man in the distance and laughed loudly. As expected of a brother who grew up on the Roger Pirates since childhood, Shanks, since you have said so, then I, the Blackbeard Pirates, will give you face. Little ones, Yongfan, go back to Hive Island. Oh. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates turned their ships around one after another, and they turned around and left just like that. Kizaru and Fujitora have actually been paying attention to Blackbeard's movements before. After all, the current Blackbeard is the 5th Emperor of New World, and with the dual fruit ability in hand, it is impossible for Marine not to stare at him. The main reason is that this guy always makes people feel that he is holding back something bad. Once so many prisoners were quietly taken from Impel Down prison. One time, he killed Whitebeard too, who had just risen, and even took away the opponent's shock fruit. Knowing that a dark fruit is scary enough, now comes a shock fruit, this guy is going to be heaven-defying. Originally thought that this guy might take advantage of the chaos to mess things up, but he didn't expect to leave so simply. But soon they were relieved. Even if Blackbeard has double fruits, no matter how strong he is, the opponent has at least 2-4 Emperor's level combat power. No matter how strong the strength is, it is impossible to win against this kind of opponent. Teach. Looking at Blackbeard in the distance, Shanks felt a dull pain in the scar over his right eye. This man is no ordinary guy. He used to hide so deeply, and now he has almost the strongest 2 devil fruits. This guy can't even imagine the future. Buggy. Maybe he's the man you need for your next stage. Let me see. What exactly is your confidence? Both Kaido and Linolin are monsters. Shanks looked in Wanokuna's direction with a look of concern in his eyes. And at this moment, a slightly old but full of spirit sounded behind him. Don't worry. That guy Buggy is a man known as 10 steps, 1 count. Even Sengoku is played around by him. Since he dared to face Kaido and Linolin directly, it meant that he was certain. Besides, even if there is an accident, as his former deputy captain, can I really ignore him? We are pirates. Ha ha ha. Shanks turned around upon hearing this, looked at the white-haired man who was leisurely leaning on a chair and drinking, and said with a smile. Haha, Mr. Rayleigh, but is it really okay for you to come here like this? Didn't Sister Shaki go back to Amazon Lily? Rayleigh shrugged road. You also said that Shaki has gone back. Why should I go back? If there is an emergency, it is just a matter of 2 phone calls. Shanks was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered Blueno's fruit ability. Thinking of this, Shanks looked at Rayleigh, then at Haki in the distance, the corner of his mouth twitched and said. Mr. Rayleigh, do you think we're in Buggy's scheme? Rayleigh, who was drinking, was stunned, and suddenly felt that the wine in his hand was no longer fragrant, so he couldn't help but said dumbfoundingly. I said why I always feel that something is wrong, and the feelings are in this hill. Buggy the brat, he is really regarded as dead. After speaking, Rayleigh and Shanks looked at each other, and then both of them burst out laughing. At the same time, Wanokuni, the island of ghosts. Buggy and Bullet control the dreaded Spinnaker and fly directly towards the ghost island. He will not use his own territory in the future as the main battlefield. If it really started on the Wanokuni site, it would cost money to rebuild in the future. Hurrah as Buggy controls the dreaded Spinnaker and gets closer and closer to the ghost island. The solemn and murderous atmosphere of Naamine also condenses in the air. Especially when Buggy saw that there were several small reefs and deserted islands out of thin air above the sea area in front of the ghost island. Seeing this scene, Buggy understood what Kaido and the others were thinking. The sky doesn't allow it, but the ground does. If only you can pass. At this time, on the open space in front of Ghost Island, thousands of man-made zone demon fruit powers are ready to go, as well as thousands of troops brought by Big Mom from Fangguo. On the other side, there are more than 100,000 Wanokuni slaves. The combined forces already surpassed the Summit War. The people who saw the scene below on the terrifying Spinnaker Tower couldn't help being shocked. Even though they know that both Buggy and Bullet have mastered the Conqueror's Haki, minions are useless against them. But the opposite Conqueror's Haki has more people. Kaido, Charlotte Linolin, Katakuri. Obviously, the other party will not let Buggy use Conquerors to kill people so easily. This is more troublesome. Whoa, whoa at this moment, Kaido's loud laughter sounded in the sky, and then a dragon's head poked out from the black cloud, looked down at Buggy and his group and said. Buggy the clown, you're being careless. How do you think you can beat us with your current team? You don't really want to play air combat with me, do you? Then you can't keep this scary Spinnaker. Calling a horse, scolding a horse. Buggy, you are in such a hurry. This is your place of burial today. Curse the horse, scold the horse. Then Charlotte Linlin stepped on the flaming cloud Prometheus, holding the Emperor's sword, Napoleon, and around her was a thundercloud Zeus shining with purple thunder. At this time, above the sky, Big Mom and Kaido are standing in the air at the same time, like gods, feeling full of oppression. It can be said that in air combat against the two of them, Buggy and the others really don't have much advantage here. But Buggy has no plans to fight them in the air for the time being. If there is a real fight, the Dread Spinnaker will definitely be destroyed. He didn't want to destroy such a good temporary base. Immediately, he directly parked the terrifying triangle sail on the sea far away from the Ghost Island. When Kaido and Andy saw that Buggy had been fooled, they immediately showed a tricky smile. Sure enough, everything was within their calculations. Buggy really didn't dare to fight them in the air. But if it's a land battle, they won't panic. Not only have hundreds of thousands of troops already deployed, but the cadres of their 2-4 Emperor's regiments have also been deployed long ago. They even figured out who was targeting whom. After the tens of thousands of troops in front consumed the stamina and Haki of the Buggy cadres, it was time for the cadres of their 4 Emperor's regiment to come out to harvest. I have to say that Kaido and Andy are ugly, but they think they are beautiful. After the terrifying triangle sail was lowered, Buggy and his party flew out of the terrifying triangle sail directly. Then it landed on a huge reef 2 kilometers away from Ghost Island. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of soldiers densely packed in front of him, the Buggy clown raised his makeup, rampant and reckless. He opened his hands and shook the white cloak behind his back. Laughter echoed in the sky. Ha 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 Kaido, Big Mom, it seems that you were well prepared to deal with us. That being the case, let's have a quick start. Snapped. While laughing, under the disdainful eyes of Kaido and Andy, Buggy clapped his hands and shouted echoing between the heaven and the earth. Birthday of the flower and tree world. Flower tree birth. Following Buggy's words, a blue light burst out from his body, and under the shocked gazes of everyone on both sides, green buds popped out from the ground, and then these green buds turned into huge vines in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. The vines grew rapidly under everyone's shocking eyes. In the blink of an eye, the vines covered the battlefield for several kilometers, and after a few breaths, the vines became thicker and larger and turned into a huge forest. Woo woo woo, everyone was shocked to see the forest where rattans as thick as arms turned into big trees surrounded by several people. This sudden change made everyone feel a little overwhelmed, and looked at Buggy in disbelief. No, this ability, such expressiveness, shouldn't this be the power of Logia's sensen fruit? Why would Buggy have this power? Reminiscent of the information on the news of the world before Buggy killed Marine Admiral. At this time, the Green Bull's dense fruit power appeared on Buggy's body, coupled with his previous ability to control splitting and splitting. Doesn't this mean that he alone has at least 2 devil fruit powers? Hiss. When they discovered this situation, Kaido, Big Mom and the others above the sky in the distance gasped. Not only them, but Jabba and others who were standing on the boulder in the rear also opened their mouths wide at this time, watching this scene in shock. But Buggy's show isn't over yet. I saw him grinning. The red lips of the clown makeup became extra ferocious. He looked up at the sky and laughed, clapped his hands together and shouted. Come on. Dance to your heart's content, everyone. Now let you see the correct way to open sensen fruit. The wooden dragon soars to the sky. Dance wooden golem. Selfless laughing Buddha. 10,000, 50,000, or 100,000. Numbers mean nothing to me. 993. Get your hands on it, guys. We are in front of us, absolutely invincible. Oh oh oh, when the people in the back heard the words of the man above the void in front, they all roared with enthusiasm. All of a sudden, the power of hundreds of thousands of people at the Kaido Gate was suppressed by other songs at this moment. How can this be? Damn it. What kind of power is that? Sensen fruit. This guy has the same double fruit power as Blackbeard. Why can one person eat 2 devil fruits? Damn. How can there be such a monster in the world? Wait. Look at those forests and wooden golem move. Help. Just when Kaido's army was shocked, the tree world, wooden dragon, wooden golem and selfless laughing Buddha all played by Buggy moved, and in the blink of an eye, the slave army, artificial zone devil fruit army and there was a bloodbath among the 10,000 nations army. In just a moment, the hundreds of thousands of troops were suppressed by Buggy's wood style. This scene was unexpected by both Kaido and Big Mom. But they were not in a hurry to make a move, because they knew that if they made a move, Buggy would also make a move immediately. It's not time for king to king. Although I don't know why this guy has the ability to have double fruits, but we can't let him act recklessly like this. Kaido looked at the ant on the side and said. Lin, what do you think? HMPH, I'll just stand and watch. The ant snorted coldly and said, since it's a tree, it must be afraid of fire. Wouldn't it be okay if you and my team with such abilities destroy all these forests and wooden golem? Good. Kaido growled and shouted, Jin, go and destroy this forest with flames. Owen, Smoothie. You two also go and destroy the forest, wooden golem, and those big hands. The ant also ordered. Yes. The three of them agreed almost at the same time. Crash, Yanwang. Immediately after Jin spread his wings, he soared into the sky, and then several groups of huge flames appeared behind the two wings and smashed towards the distant forest. Smoothie and Owen jumped out of the army of all nations, and they rushed to different directions. Smoothie is a fruit squeezer who can squeeze anything she touches into juice, and can also squeeze water from it to replenish herself and gain giant-like strength. At this moment, after Smoothie rushed out, he jumped into the air and threw out 10 water lines in his hands. The forest trees swept by those water lines were all withered and wretched, and turned into countless sweet juices that dripped on the ground. Moreover, the 10 water lines are a large area, and at Smoothie's speed, it won't take long for the forest in front of her to be wiped out by her. On the other side, Charlotte Owen directly put her hands into the seawater, and the seawater immediately boiled, and then the boiling area became larger and larger, and the entire sea area around her turned orange-red. Coo. The seawater was tumbling endlessly like magma. The next second, Owen swung his hands upwards and roared loudly. Atami Wanlai. Whoosh whoosh with Owen's shout, countless huge scarlet waters were thrown up by him, like giant magma dragons smashing into the forest hundreds of meters away, causing countless vines in the forest to be destroyed. The several-kilometer forest that had risen abruptly turned out to be under the attack of Jin, Smoothie, and Owen, and there was a tendency to lose more than half of it. Oh. Seeing this scene, the Li Legion, the Zone Legion and the Wanguo Legion roared excitedly. I have to say that the three of them looked fierce under the joint attack. It made everyone on Buggy's side eager to try. But Buggy wasn't in a hurry to let them do it. Seeing this, they, as partners, naturally understood that these big trees must not be destroyed so easily. What's more, the huge wooden dragon, the wooden golem, and those several tens of meters high palms didn't move at all. Jabba and the others also want to see how Buggy's second ability is. Crocodile is eager to try. This guy's fruit ability feels a little ready to move after feeling the power of the sensen fruit. After all, his fruit ability is to restrain the sensen fruit. But soon, Crocodile discovered that this flower tree realm delay does not seem to be such an easy thing to destroy. Zzz. Sure enough, in the next moment, those tree trunks that had been turned into juice by Smoothie and dripped on the ground turned out to be full of life again, and began to grow crazily again. And those huge vines swept towards Smoothie and the army of all nations watching the excitement. Smoothie's swordsmanship is also at the level of a swordsman, and he made several slashes in the air, cutting off those huge mancias. She can be so relaxed, those armies of all nations will be miserable. The vines that were thicker than a human being several times wrapped around the armies of all nations in the blink of an eye. And this scene didn't just happen on the army of all nations. Even after Kaido's artificial zone devil fruit army was engulfed, it was difficult to struggle away, not to mention the huge vines that swept across the sky like waves. Even the zone army couldn't resist, and the slave army was easily swept away. Boom. Jin, Smoothie, and Owen are still in the intermediate forest, but the forest destroyed by them in front of them has grown wildly again, and then swept towards the army. What? Impossible. Why is this happening? How could those guys be entangled so easily? Jin, Smoothie, and Owen behind were all startled. Gurgle. Before they could react, there was a strange but scalp-numbing sound on the battlefield. It was a neat sound of drinking water. At the beginning, everyone didn't know why, but when they saw that among the three armies of the slave army, the zone army and the army of all nations, many people who were entangled by those trees were quickly sucked dry as if they were dehydrated. This sound of drinking water is the vines absorbing the strength, water and vitality of these people. After discovering this, Jin and the others couldn't sit still anymore, and immediately prepared to use a big move to damage these weird trees. But how could Buggy just let them destroy it again? Standing above the void in front of him, Buggy raised his hand and waved forward, calmly said. Let's start everyone. Let the world see your strength. Oh. As soon as Buggy's words came out, Gaoba and others behind were all excited. I've been training like crazy for months, just for this day. The Jin of the Three Plagues, leave it to me. Bullet transformed from a giant dragon into a dragon man form, and with a sound of blood-colored scales and blonde hair, his figure turned into a golden-red streamer and shot straight towards the smoke of several great fireballs that had just been shot out above the distant sky. Whoosh whoosh, Bullet just flew over here, and several great fireballs with a diameter of several meters fell right on his head. Bang bang bang. Bullet didn't even have the intention of hiding, he just swung 3 punches and instantly exploded the 3 huge fireballs, and then laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, is Kaido's fire calamity only this way? Then I will be very disappointed. Come on, Jin, let me see how strong you, the Lunaria tribe, are. Hula. After hearing Buggy's words, Jin above the sky in the distance, the flame in the middle of the wings behind him exploded a bit, he stared at Bullet and said coldly. Don't think that you can go crazy if you eat the same fruit as Kaido's boss. Now that you have seen through my identity, I won't be reckless anymore. Send you straight to hell. I also really want to know how the boss Kaido's ability can be manifested in you. Whoosh, Pill Bow Emperor. The next moment, Jin's black wings fluttered, and his voice was still echoing in the sky, but his figure had already turned into a black-red streamer and fell straight down from the sky, directly hitting Bullet. Boom. In the next second, Bullet was swept by Jin's black wings with a terrifying armed color, and after a violent collision, Zhang Li flew backwards and smashed several reefs and hit the ground. Smashed a pit several thousand meters. Boom. Whoosh, but Bullet didn't even need to breathe a sigh of relief. When his figure fell into the pit, he bent his legs and bounced, and rushed to Jin in the sky at a faster speed. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Jin, is this your full strength? Or are you just tickling me? You had to taste my fist first, the steel fist, strike. While the sound was reverberating, Bullet had already turned into a golden red light and rushed to Jin's face with lightning speed and punched Jin's face. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and Jin's body was like a black-red meteor flying backwards for a kilometer and hit the rock wall of Ghost Island, smashing a hole several meters high on it. Play. Everyone in the rear couldn't help but be amazed after seeing the fight between Bullet and Jin. Ha ha ha, Buggy, I'm on it too, I'm getting itchy too. Boom. While Jabba was talking, he raised 2 giant silver axes and yelled at the Ghost Island in the distance. Kaido, Linlin, who on your side can fight, come out. Fight with the old man. Snort. In the distant 10,000 Nations camp, Katakuri embraced Daifuku, who was about to make a move, and said. Dafu, that guy is not something you can deal with, let me do it. Okay. Charlotte Daifuku also understood that Katakuri was thinking about his safety, so he didn't force it. After all, that man is one of Roger's right-hand men. Facing such a man, no one dares to be careless. Bang bang bang, Katakuri jumped up in the air and made several bursts of air before coming to Jabba above the sky, and said indifferently. Armed psychic copper Jabba, let me meet you. Let's see if your armed power is stronger than mine, or my ability to predict the future. While speaking, Katakuri had already unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to crush Jabba, and at the same time, the main halberd in his hand was immediately attached to Shikong's armament Haki, which was surging with black energy. Advanced armament Haki plus Conqueror's Haki plus future sight? Jabba's smile became more presumptuous and said. You guys are really strong, plus your devil fruit ability. Even if Charlotte Linlin dies here, she should be considered as a successor. Unfortunately, your Conqueror's is still too much for our captain. Hoo. The 2 giant axes in Jabba's hands are swallowing orange-black armament Haki, followed by 2 living axes. Katakuri in the distance was also shocked when he saw this scene. Crash in the next moment, with the giant axe in Jabba's hand, the discomfort of being oppressed by Conqueror's Haki disappeared instantly, and then his figure stepped out a wave of air in the air and went directly towards Katakuri. HMPH. Just think about it and kill me. It's not that easy. Katakuri's eyes flashed red, predicting what Jabba predicted. Clang. In the next second, the black giant axe and the black trident collided fiercely. The terrifying airwaves blew the crazily growing tree world under them tottering. There are even many small trees that were directly cut off by the aftermath. You can predict my first attack. What about the second and third attack? Ola. Jabba looked at the stern Katakuri on the opposite side and grinned, showing his white teeth, and then began to swing the axe at Katakuri. Dang dang dang, for a moment, there was a fierce sound of iron strikes in the sky above Onijima Square. Leave me the one with the sword. Unexpectedly, the third guy who rushed out from Buggy's side turned out to be Seraphim's Eagle. This guy has been learning from Hawkeye for a while, and now he wants to chop when he sees someone holding a sword. Base. Scoff. Whoosh. When Eagle's crisp childish voice sounded, a cyan swordlight had already been struck towards Smoothie by him, then his black wings fluttered and he flew directly towards Smoothie. Quality. Crocodile, who was about to move in the rear, saw this scene, and couldn't help but cut out. Being taken a step ahead by this brat. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Enel's rampant laughter sounded from the sky. You guys are so unscrupulous. Have you forgotten that there is still a Thor above your heads? The god of 9 heavens Thunder listens to my orders. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. Kyla Kyla Kyla. As Enel stopped drinking, those troops who were still charging bravely, or who were cutting down trees crazily and fighting against the tree world, heard the sound of laughter from above their heads, and the involuntarily raised hair made them raise their heads subconsciously. Boom. 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 For a moment, countless blue thunderbolts fell from the sky, covering the battlefield for several kilometers in an instant, and the sound of screams was endless. God's Enel, so terrifying. Seeing Enel's terrifying thunder attack enveloping tens of thousands of people in an instant, Kaido and Big Mom's hearts jumped again in the sky. They didn't expect Enel to develop that thunder fruit to such an extent. Fortunately, this guy hasn't reached the level of awakening, otherwise, they will have to face at least one admiral-level fighter. Foo-fur-fur. At this moment, Doflamingo's wild laughter appeared in the sky. He pushed his sunglasses and sneered. Enel of God, let me be your opponent. Seeing the sudden appearance of this flamingo, everyone was shocked, and Kaido couldn't help laughing. Wow, blah blah blah. Doflamingo, it's rare for someone as low-key as you to be so eager to make a move. It seems that the Buggy pirates really offended your Don Quixote family so badly that you paid such a high price to invite that person too? Interesting. Young master, Pika is here too. Rumble. With a sharp sound, a huge stone man suddenly rose from the square in front of Ghost Island. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. At this point, the opponent still has no intention of stopping the growth, and it has not stopped until it has grown to 200 meters. Suddenly a rock giant more than 200 meters long appeared on the battlefield, giving people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. At the same time, on the left and right shoulders of this rock giant, all the cadres of the Don Quixote family appeared on it. The leader is Virgo holding a green bamboo pole, followed by Toripal, Diamante, Rao-Ji, Senor Peak, Gladius, Dellinger, and Mahabas, on top. Buggy the Clown. Die. Today is the day you, the Buggy pirates, will be wiped out. Offend our Don Quixote family. I want you to die without a burial place. Even if you can solve the miscellaneous fish, but I see how you deal with the gap in the number of people in the department. Ha ha ha. The Don Quixote family roared in the direction of the Buggy pirates. Foo-fur-ofer. Doflamingo looked at Buggy in the distance and sneered. Godslayer Buggy, did you ever think that such a day would come? Seeing Doflamingo so proud, Buggy couldn't help but smiled disdainfully. Native chickens and dogs, dare to start fish? Hearing these words, Doflamingo's forehead suddenly burst into blue veins, and then laughed loudly. Foo-fur-fur. Very good, let me see if you can still be so proud after a while. Tezzolo, how long are you going to hide? Ha 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 ha. After Doflamingo finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from below, and the endless sea of trees was suddenly dyed with a touch of gold. Then within a range of hundreds of meters, whether it is seawater, reefs or those vines and big trees, all turned into a piece of gold. Whoosh. Immediately, a green-haired man with sunglasses hanging on his head and wearing a pink suit was lifted up to a height of tens of meters by a golden beam of light. He opened his hands and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, Doflamingo, you were right, these guys have a lot of gold. That being the case, the gold on that flying ark must belong to me. And the gold you have stored on our Tezzolo is the reward. Foo-fur-ofer. Doflamingo sneered. Take it whatever you want, Tezzolo, as long as you can kill one of that Oda Buggy's cadres, I don't care. Hearing the conversation between the two, the ant in the sky also laughed. Mom scolding the horse Kaido, it's not really reliable to be a partner without receiving you. Would even that Tezzolo, who regards money as his life, choose to make a move? Looks like Doflamingo spent a lot of gold, right? Wow, blah blah blah. Kaido is also very happy to say. It can only be said that that guy Buggy is too greedy and ruined Doflamingo's country. How could he let go if he had the opportunity to step on such a foot? Having said that, Kaido paused, looked at Buggy with his hands in his pockets above the void in the distance, smiled and said. So, Buggy, what are you going to do now? This sentence is also what I want to ask. Buggy looked very calm, and said calmly, okay, everyone, all the masters have come to the stage now, and now it's our showtime. Feel free to choose your opponent. Leave it to me above the sky, and let you choose under the sky. As soon as Buggy's words came out, Kaido and the ant above the sky in the distance were immediately displeased, and they said in unison. Arrogance. Aren't you arrogant? Just watch. Buggy chuckled. In that case, Captain Buggy, leave that stone giant to me. Crocodile turned into sand and flew towards Pika with the wind. Just right. I also wanted to see if his body can be reduced to gravel by me. Old Shaw, are you looking for him? The San Juan wolf began to swell rapidly as he spoke, reaching a height of 180 meters in a few breaths. He said in a low voice. Then who is my opponent? The corners of their mouths twitched when they saw the San Juan wolf suddenly swelled so huge. Although they had already had information about the Buggy pirates, they still felt palpitations when they saw such a huge giant appearing in front of their eyes. After all, Pika's is just a devil fruit ability, but the one in front of him is a real person. And they have also seen this monster make a move. In the Battle of Punk Hazard, the scene where Wan smashed 2 meteorites with one punch is still vivid in their minds. Especially since this guy has such a huge body and can use armament Haki. If this is a punch from him, who can resist it? Ha ha ha, it seems that none of you are sure about it. Then let me do it, isn't it a giant? Tezzolo, who was originally standing on the golden beam of light, opened his hands, and the golden beam of light under his feet rose again to reach the same height as the San Juan wolf. In the next moment, Tezzolo's body shone with golden light, and the golden area with a radius of hundreds of meters was still expanding, and then it turned into countless gold and merged into the golden light. 10 seconds later, Sun Tzu and the San Juan wolf, a golden giant nearly 200 meters away, appeared on the battlefield. Seeing this scene, everyone on Ghost Island let out another burst of cheers. What a strong sense of oppression! Is this the strength of the Golden Emperor? The helm of Gulen Tezzoro, it is only normal to have such strength. Has the golden fruit developed to the point of awakening? It's another monster. The cadres on Ghost Island were discussing excitedly. Such a monster is too reliable to be your ally. Just as the people on Ghost Island were cheering, a black whirlwind suddenly appeared above the sky, and then a man with 6 pairs of black wings appeared above the sky, smiled and looked down and said. You stopped Wan, what about me? Who can be my opponent? And the old man. Sunbell grinned. Come up if you think you are capable, don't come here who will be ked by the old man with one punch. At the same time, Jinbei also took a step forward with a smile. I also want to do my part for Mr. Buggy. After the 3 of them stood up, there was movement on Ghost Island. All Beasts Pirates officials also stood up at this time. Plague Quine, Droughtjack, 6 Flying Fuzifu, 6 Flying Black Maria, 6 Flying Sasaki, 6 Flying Runti, 6 Flying Flycell, Peggy 1. Then the cadres of the Big Mom Pirates began to appear. Candy Minister Perispero, Bean Minister Defuku, Bakery Minister Owen, Dessert 3 Stars Cracker, and other children of Charlotte Linlin. It has to be said that after the appearance of the 2 royal cadres, the pressure came to the side of the Buggy Pirates. However, in the face of these people, the people under Buggy did not flinch in the slightest. Seraphim Snake, Inwarashi, Cat Viper, Gecko Moria, Rob Lucci, Khalifa, Nugget, Kaku, Bluno, and Jabra also joined the battlefield without hesitation. Wait until the others all rush to the interior of the Ghost Island and start fighting with the cadres. The last woman standing on the stone flicked her long hair, and the tyrannical conquerors swept out with black lightning, and her arrogant and domineering voice echoed on the battlefield. So, who will be Aija's opponent? Following the queen's words, a terrifying conqueror's Haki swept out, instantly causing the combined forces of the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates who had rushed to the center of the Sea of Trees to fall down. Of course, most of those who fell were slave legions following behind the Animal Legion and the Legion of All Nations. These Wanokuni slaves are no match for the Empress's conqueror's sweep. Damn it. This pirate Empress actually has a conqueror's Haki. The cadres of the 2-4 Emperor's regiments in the distance frowned when they saw this scene. Ka at this moment, the wooden dragon that had not moved before suddenly turned around and came to the boulder. The Empress froze for a moment, then looked at Buggy above the sky, and saw him smiling at her. This made Sha Fei, who was still extremely domineering before, suddenly doubled up. Fortunately, she was the only one here at this time, and no one saw her embarrassment. After taking a deep breath, the Empress jumped onto the top of the wooden dragon, and then rushed directly to the interior of the ghost island as the wooden dragon swam. At this time, Kaido's 3 big kanbans and 6 flying cells are fighting with other people, but the Minister of Confectionery Perispero, the Minister of Cream Opella, and the Minister of Bakery Owen have not yet fought against others. After the Empress saw it, she jumped out from the wooden dragon without any hesitation. Swish, in the blink of an eye, the Queen's graceful figure crossed a distance of several hundred meters and landed directly between Perispero, Opella and Owen with a boom. This sudden scene shocked the 3 of them immediately, causing the 3 of them to retreat to the side immediately. After seeing who was coming, the 3 big men all showed foolish smiles. Pirate Empress. The most beautiful woman in the world. Ha ha ha. If there is a way to heaven, you don't go, and if there is no way to hell, you break in. Beauty. You ran away with the stills. Snort. Standing between the 3 big men, the Empress sneered, a burst of pink light overflowed from her body, and Tien Tianguo's ability was fully activated. In the next moment, a scene that horrified everyone appeared. Ka 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 ka. Almost at the moment when bursts of pink light scattered in all directions, Bigm, who was still extremely rampant. The 3 cadres who all possessed the devil fruit ability were petrified in an instant. Not only that, the distance of petrification is still spreading rapidly to the surroundings. Just breathing, it spread to hundreds of meters away, whether it is the soldiers of homies around or the elite soldiers of Wan Guo, all of them are after touching the pink light. All eyes glowing with hearts were petrified on the spot. HMPH. A bunch of trash. The Empress snorted coldly, and walked directly towards the other cadres with haughty steps. Every time the Queen walks, those pink rays of light will turn all the surrounding soldiers into stones. Then, all these stones were smashed into pieces amidst the dancing waves. Not good. Katakuri, who was fighting Jabba in the distance, was startled, and was about to take action when Jabba's indifferent voice came to his ears. You dare to distract yourself in the face of me, should I say you are bold, or is it God's will? Scoff. Clang. Oops. When Katakuri heard this voice, he suddenly felt a chill in his body, and he saw the big silver axe cut a hole in his chest, and it was he who managed to lift the trident to block the axe. Puff whoosh boom. Even so, Katakuri still spattered with blood, and was sent flying hundreds of meters by an axe, plowing a ditch on the ground. But even so, he still didn't forget to remind the ant above the sky. Mom. Don't let that woman continue to petrify. In that case, brothers and sisters will die. That man has already made a move, so don't keep your hands. Katakuri is also annoying now. Obviously Buggy used the abilities similar to Sense and Fruit from the very beginning. Kaido and his mother still had to watch the battle and pretend to be superior. They don't know that they don't have an advantage at all below the Emperor level. Especially after the Pirate Empress joined. I can't walk away now, otherwise, if the armament Haki of ordinary people is not strong enough, they will be petrified by her. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the original New World G5 Marine Vice Admiral Virgo, who was originally standing on Pika's back and holding a bamboo pole, stepped on the moonwalk and flew fast in the sky, just a few breaths later. Suddenly, it fell from the sky with a bang, and hit the Empress in front of her. He said in a cold voice, Pirate Empress, Boa Hancock, let me be your opponent. The Empress, who was going all the way to petrification, suddenly felt that her fruit ability was hindered, and she couldn't help but narrow her beautiful eyes, looking at the man in front of her. Very strong armament Haki. Virgo didn't dare to hold back even the slightest bit when facing the Empress. At this moment, his whole body was in pitch black after the hardened armed color. After seeing the man in front of her, the Empress also thought of the information that Buggy told them before. She also knew that the man was the Marine Vice Admiral who was originally stationed in New World. Therefore, she was not careless, but without the slightest fear, Haki surged all over her body. The Queen bent her legs and stepped a huge pit on the ground and swept towards Virgo directly. Boom. Whoosh boom. Virgo, who was going to take the Empress's move to feel the strength, was kicked dozens of meters away and hit the wall of the ghost island. His bamboo pole that covered armament Haki was also broken in two. Is this the Pirate Queen? The power of 1 foot is so terrifying. Above the sky. The ant who heard Katakuri shouting before felt a little embarrassed, and shouted at Katakuri below. Katakuri, are you teaching me how to do things? Katakuri was also angry at this time. Conquerors burst out instantly and shouted. Mom, this is war. Can you stop being naive? Brothers and sisters will die. Do you want to see our family members die so easily? Boom boom boom. At this moment, the huge Trent and the 5 palms of Laughing Buddha also moved at this time, walking towards the place where the Empress was petrified before. Seeing this scene, Ant also let out an angry roar, the same conquerors surging, and the sky roared with thunder. She raised her right hand and grabbed the lightning falling from the sky and shouted. Damn Katakuri, you disobedient child. After you go back, Mom will take care of you. The sky is full of God. Fire from the sky. In the next moment, Ant's left hand was thunder, right hand was flames, and the thunder hit Wooden Golem and Laughing Buddha. The flames, under the electric light of everyone stunned, caught the petrified 10 sons of Lotus. Towards. Katakuri in the distance saw this scene and smiled instead. Mom still cares about them after all. Boom. Tianmandazizi God. As the ant pinched the thunderbolt and waved it towards the wooden dragon, Wooden Golem and Laughing Buddha who were raging on the battlefield in the distance, countless purple thunderbolts scattered in the sky like thunder snakes on the wooden dragon, Wooden Golem and Laughing Buddha above the head. Boom boom boom. The next moment, there was a loud explosion sound, and the wooden dragon, Wooden Golem, and Laughing Buddha were blasted into big holes, and even the bodies of the wooden dragon and Wooden Golem were blown in half. Laughing Buddha is only left with 2 giant hands tens of meters long. Crash. 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 But even so, Sleepy Dragon, Wooden Golem and Laughing Buddha are still in the battle zone with tens of thousands of troops. What? It's not dead. How the hell are these guys going to kill them? Damn guys. Use fire. Use fire. Wait, you see those things repair themselves. Damn, they can repair themselves by sucking people dry. Is there no support from flames? In this way, hundreds of thousands of us will die in the hands of these broken logs. Damn it, we are the army of the 4 Emperors Regiment. Originally seeing the wooden dragon being split in 2, and the wooden golem being split in half from head to toe, they all thought that the 2 wooden monsters were already dead. But they are still the same as before, but their movements are a little slower, and the damaged places are still slowly repairing. Everyone in the Kaido Legion and the All Nations Legion felt their scalps go numb for a while. Perhaps this kind of wood is nothing to the current ability users and cadres, as long as they are shot, they can be destroyed. But being able to destroy it is one thing, but being able to destroy it is another. You must know that every piece of wood contains the power of the dense fruit, even if they are interrupted and smashed, as long as the power of the dense fruit is endless, as long as there are people who are drawing vitality, then the tree world will not stop. The broken wood that fell on the ground will also be reabsorbed, and then grow up quickly, turning into new big tree vines and starting to attack the enemies in front. This is the horror of the tree world. In particular, there are huge red flowers in the tree world. Although the fragrance they emit cannot make these elite troops stunned, if they fight in the flower tree world for a long time, their state will also be affected by the decline. This is the horror of flower tree world. You know, this is the calendar developed by Buggy before he awakened. Big Mom was also shocked by the flower tree realm, and the 3 giant wooden monsters, Wooden Dragon, Wooden Golem, and Laughing Buddha. But her main target is not Wooden Golem, Wooden Dragon and Laughing Buddha, but Charlotte's sons who are petrified in the distance. When she threw the heavenly fire, entwined with Conqueror's power between her group of petrified children, the Empress who was fighting Vigo in the distance saw this scene with an arc of mouth. It's useless, as long as Aija's petrification is not resolved on his own initiative. What? The Queen's haughty expression didn't last for a moment before she was stunned by the scene in front of her. I saw those people who were petrified in the heavenly fire, not to be precise, it was the powerful Conqueror's Haki containing the powerful Conqueror's Haki. First the head, then the body, and finally even the petrification of the ground under the feet was removed. How can this be? The Empress looked unbelievable, her sweet fruit was awakened, how could she be able to dissolve her petrification by burning like this? However, Buggy in the distance was not surprised when he saw this scene. In the last life of the Wanokuni chapter, when the Green Bull first appeared on the stage, Shanks used Conqueror's Haki to elementalize him 800 miles away and immediately restored his human form. When I saw this plot, Buggy understood that there is absolutely no new use for Conqueror's Haki. Ever since he came to this world and mastered the Conqueror's Haki, he felt that the upper limit of this power was extremely high, and its use was far more than simple tyranny. Just like what Ant used at this time, it is another usage of Conqueror's Haki. Even the Devil Fruit's powers must be shunned by the mighty Conqueror's Haki. The power to make even the devil avoid it. This is worthy of being called King's Aptitude, and this is the ticket for the world's top powerhouses. What's impossible? Mama scolded. The ant in the sky looked down at the Empress below and laughed loudly. Little girl, you are too young. Such a battlefield is too early for you. Don't underestimate the 4 emperors. Then, let Aisha see what's so great about you 4 emperors. The Empress still sneered proudly at the ant's ridicule, but the pink around her body became a bit thicker. Looking at Sister Wei Jie, who was rushing towards her again, she shouted. Aisha has no time to play with you anymore. Your strength and Haki are very good. It's a pity that it's not enough to see in front of the Yuan family. Sweet emission. With the sound of the Empress, the pink airflow surged all over her body, and her body bent and bounced, directly stepping into a huge crater on the ground, and then her body turned into a pink streamer, which was stronger than Virgo, who was rushing on the moonwalk. Be quick, you will be in front of him in the blink of an eye. Whoosh boom. The pink emission armament Haki's kick hit Wilder's abdomen, directly turning his body into an upside-down V-shape. He spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards faster than when he charged. Boom boom boom. After flying upside down for hundreds of meters, it directly smashed the wall of Ghost Island and flew inside, embedded in the wall of the hall on the first floor. Caw caw caw. Immediately afterwards, Virgo's body turned into a stone sculpture visible to the naked eye, and merged with the wall, as if he was originally a sculpture with painful faces on the wall. Virgo. Doflamingo, who was fighting Enel in the distance, couldn't help being furious. Boa Hancock. Do you still dare to be distracted when you are fighting with this god? Are you too arrogant? Wanlei Heavenly Prison cited. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, Enel turned into a flash of lightning and came to Doflamingo's side in the blink of an eye, and then a terrifying thunder field within a few hundred meters exploded completely. Doflamingo was completely engulfed by thunder without realizing it for a while, and he couldn't help but let out a scream. Little Lord. Pika and the others who were fighting Crocodile in the distance were also worried when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. You'd better worry about yourself, big man. Sand waterfall gun burial. After Crocodile laughed out loud, he slammed his hands together, instantly blasting hundreds of meters of high-density yellow sand on the ground behind him like a mountain, directly pressing on Pika. Then, behind this yellow sand mountain, countless long spears were condensed and pierced into Pika's huge rock body in the blink of an eye. The power and effect of this terrifying attack cannot be underestimated, and Pika couldn't help but let out painful screams. Then Pika's huge rock body was corroded by the yellow sand visibly with the naked eye, and a large piece of boulder turned into yellow sand and flowed down, finally revealing Pika, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands and covered in blood. Damn it. Get the hell out of here, Super Smash Rubber Whip. Doflamingo in the sky was completely furious. This time, he no longer had any disguise and shot with all his strength. After sweeping Enel away with his foot, he turned into a white streamer and charged directly at Crocodile. Fufuro for Crocodile, you are fine. Die to me. Awakening white line of wasteland. With the sound of Doflamingo's angry roar, the surrounding ground turned into thin lines like white waves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then these thin lines of white waves swept towards Crocodile like ocean waves. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo, are you guys finally out of hiding? Crocodile burst into laughter, raised his hand and slapped the ground fiercely, shouting. However, if you want to hurt labor and capital at this level, who are you underestimating? Sandfall's funeral. Clatter. The hard ground under Crocodile's feet also instantly turned into yellow sand, and then merged with the surrounding yellow sand, forming the same huge yellow sand electric wave that rushed over the white line of lying waves swept by Doflamingo. Bang. When the two huge attacks collided together, there was a huge detonation. The white line sea and the yellow sand sea are scattered and subtracted, which looks very spectacular. Kaido in the sky raised his eyebrows when he saw this scene. Whoa, 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 does that kid Doflamingo still have such terrifying power? Can you finally bear it because your family has been injured one after another? Now that you've made the move, let the labor and capital see how strong you are, Doflamingo. Mommy scolding. The ant also laughed loudly and said, Kaido, don't be careless, that kid Buggy's subordinates are also extremely powerful. What? Ant smiled and suddenly froze, because at this time a strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Just when Crocodile collided with Doflamingo's ultimate move, Pika, who was covered in blood, turned into a huge stone man over 100 meters high again, and then punched Crocodile facing him with a clenched fist and roared. Crocodile, you dare to turn your back on the enemy, who are you underestimating? Hurrah! A huge fist descended from the sky with terrifying wind pressure. But Crocodile still faced Doflamingo with all his strength. Not only did not avoid Pika's fist, but he didn't even turn his head. Scoff, 200 million volts Thor. Just when the huge fist was still tens of meters above the sky, a blue lightning appeared in the void behind Crocodile in the blink of an eye, and then a thunder giant more than 10 meters high appeared in the void. Take a Murloc karate pose. Raytheon karate chasing waves thunder fist. Following Enel's shout, his right fist, which was a dozen sizes smaller than Pika's, directly slammed on the giant fist of the rock. Ha ha ha, idiot. I'm a rock, I can't beat your thunder, your fist can't hurt me at all. Pika laughed wildly and taunted. Zhang Shi froze his face the next time he saw his smile. What? Bang. Ka ka ka. In the next moment, the giant rock fist collided with the thunder fist, which was a dozen sizes smaller than it, and it began to undulate like waves, and then cracks appeared in the giant stone fist, and at this time, the thunder rushed into it completely. The explosion exploded, and instantly shattered the 100-meter-long boulder fist into pieces. The rear is deadlocked with Doflamingo. The holding Crocodile raised his hand to hold the cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke ring and grinned. Well done. Enel of God. You're not bad, Desert King, Crocodile. Ha 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 ha. After a while of flattering each other, the two laughed loudly. Buggy in the distance raised his hand to cover his face. These two guys are really shameless. Can your own people flatter each other? Jabba and the others didn't see it either. But the next scene made everyone feel a bit stunned. I just learned a very interesting trick, just to test it with you big guy. Enel, who was suspended in midair, cancelled the Thor state, then raised his hand and shot a beam of thunder into the dark clouds above the sky, looked at Pika in the distance and sneered. Now all the thunder in this sky is mine. Big man, let's try this trick for you next. ZZZZ. While talking, Enel's blue-purple thunder flashed in his hand, and under the astonished eyes of everyone, he stood in the air with his right hand and shouted in the direction of Pika. Tianmen Dizizi God. What? On the other side of the Legion of Nations who were fighting, when they heard this move, everyone turned their heads to look at Enel in astonishment. Not only the Legion of Nations, but even Buggy and the others were shocked. Charlotte Linlin's eyeballs are almost protruding. Rumbling chick. 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 Immediately after that, streaks of blue-purple thunder fell from the sky like thundersnakes, and in the blink of an eye, they enveloped the huge rock giant more than 100 meters high. Boom. 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 The terrifying power of the thunder explosion directly blasted Fuka's huge rock giant into pieces of stone. Almost every razor landed on Pika's rock giant, and there would be a huge explosion. At this time, the thunder snake above the sky was still falling. Pika's huge rock body was blown up section by section at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Pika changed from a rock giant more than 100 meters high to a rock giant more than 10 meters high. If it goes on like this, Pika will definitely be smashed to pieces by the thunder. For one, at this moment, Doflamingo laughed angrily. With one hand, he was manipulating the barren white line that was stalemate with Crocodile, and with the other hand, he pointed in the direction of Pika in the distance. Road. Shield white line. Whoosh whoosh. As a white line shot out by Doflamingo's other hand landed on the ground in front of Pika, the ground instantly turned into countless white lines. Swish swish swish. Immediately, the white line rose directly into the sky and turned into a huge shield to protect Pika, who was constantly bombarded by thunder. The last attack. Boom boom boom. Scoff. As the last wave of thunder fell, the white shield line used by Doflamingo was also torn apart by the thunder, burning up, and completely dissipating within a few breaths. That's okay. Enel scratched his head, enviously said. Is this the power of Fruit Awakening? Hey! Lao Sha! It's also Fruit Awakening. Why are you so lazy? You know what? This Doflamingo guy Haki is much better than me. Otherwise, how could I let him go empty-handed? What's more, you guy just let him run right. I made a move. The two who had been praising each other just now immediately despised each other. Huh. Huh. As for Doflamingo, after using this move, he couldn't help but take a few breaths. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. The cadres of the Buggy pirates are really strong. Far beyond his expectations. At this moment, he was thinking that the Golden Emperor Taizuelo could end the battle as soon as possible so that he could help him. But when Doflamingo turned his head to look, he saw that Juan was beating the Golden Emperor violently. Doflamingo. The idea is too difficult, or the wind is tight. Boom boom boom. Tezuelo, who was pressed by Wan on the ground and exploded with the hammer, finally couldn't stand the strange eyes from the people around him, and with a roar, he threw Wan over with force. Damn it, you big fool, get the hell out of lousy. Boom boom boom. However, Wan was not overturned as others imagined, but bounced like a balloon, and then he sat down on the ground and grinned. You are quite strong as a golden man. You are the golden man, and your whole family is golden man. Tezuelo roared angrily. Originally, he thought that this big man was just looking at and bluffing people, but he didn't expect that the other party was not only powerful, but also tough. Before the two had just wrestled for a few seconds, he was directly pressed to the ground and exploded with a hammer. This annoyed him as the Golden Emperor. He is the king of the world's largest gold reserve, Grantai Zoro. Now he was pushed to the ground by a little boy and beat him violently. Oh, he is not a little boy, so it's okay. Tezuelo almost forgot, the big stupid man in front of him is not a small guy. He was able to fight Marine Admiral Fujitora head-on without a hair, and was even able to smash 2 meteorites with one punch. Today's bounty has expanded to 1.5 billion, and the name of Optimus Prime is already in the world. It can be said that after the Punk Hazard battle, the bounties of the Buggy pirates have expanded rapidly. As a result, the bounties of Kaido and Big Mom's leaders in the Four Emperors Regiment seem to be much lower. But these bounties are bounties from several years ago, and these bounties have not changed since the establishment of their Four Emperors group. But over the years, although the bounty has not increased, their overall strength has naturally improved a lot. Therefore, Buggy did not underestimate them because of the amount of bounty. Just like Buggy looks down on Doflamingo, but it doesn't prevent him from recognizing Doflamingo's strength. In the Dressrosa chapter, in the previous life story, Luffy finally became the One Piece. Luffy barely defeated Doflamingo through cheating twice. According to the bounty of 1.5 billion after he escaped from Dama Wangwo, it means that the bounty of Doflamingo's overall strength at that time has exceeded 1.5 billion. Judging from the overall strength of One Piece, Luffy had to kill Doflamingo twice. Doflamingo's bounty should be around 2 billion. At least they are quasi-admiral level existences. Now Buggy is not surprised to see Doflamingo able to hold back Enel while facing off with Crocodile, who has mastered two-color Haki. After all, Enel and Crocodile are mostly taking advantage of the fruit ability to show off at this time. They are still a rating behind Doflamingo in Haki's strength. If the two of them are other types of devil fruit, I am afraid that they will need 2-on-1 to fight against Doflamingo now. That is to say, the fruit of the two of them is Logia. One belongs to the mid-range, sand fruit, in Logia, and the other is the strongest, thunder fruit, in Logia, which can make up the gap between Haki. Buggy was not in a hurry to make a move at this time. He also wants to see the current level of his partners and their performance in battle. From Buggy's point of view, the Oni Island is Kaido's territory anyway, and the Slave Army, Animal Army, and All Nation Army below are also Kaido's and Big Mom's army, so he doesn't care at all, just die as he pleases. As for those tree worlds that were assimilated by the awakening ability, Buggy didn't panic at all. As long as he doesn't release the power of sense and fruit, Flower Tree World will continue to be reborn. Especially with the life force of hundreds of thousands of troops that can be absorbed. When the vitality and power of these people are extracted by Flower Tree World, part of it is used for the rebirth of their own bodies and the other part is made up for Buggy Lulu to enhance his strength. This is the pervert of Sensen Guo. You only need to extract the vitality of others to become stronger and keep increasing your lifespan. That's why the guy from 11 Wangmu was able to go without food for 3 years. But Buggy doesn't want to be that kind of plant-like monster. Now his sensei fruit ability has not been awakened, resulting in the inability to display various plant-related abilities and moves that appear in his mind. For example, the true several thousand hands of Hashi Hot Mom and the Buddha on the top are needless to say. What makes Buggy's heart itch is that he wants to get those plants from the previous Plants vs. Zombies out. The power of Devil Fruit is that it is as strong as you imagine it to be. At first, Buggy had no hope for the plants in Plants vs. Zombies, but after seeing all kinds of magical plants and seeds in Boeing Islands, he also had other ideas. The various plant seeds and abilities of Usopp in the previous life plot made Buggy greedy. Although the current Buggy can't get it out, he has a feeling that as long as his fruit ability is awakened, he will be able to embody all kinds of magical and powerful plants in Boeing Islands. At that time, his strength will be able to rise to a higher level. At this time, Buggy can get some inspiration from watching his friends fight. After a wave of battles, Buggy can clearly see that there is still a certain gap between Crocodile and Doflamingo. His awakening ult was only completely suppressed after a stalemate with Doflamingo for more than 10 seconds. After suppressing Crocodile, Doflamingo immediately took advantage of the victory and chased after him, pushing his hands forward and shouting, "Big wave white line." Clatter! The white ground under Doflamingo's feet surged, and a force more terrifying than before surged up, and the white line swung a bigger white wave and pressed against Crocodile. Just when Crocodile was about to condense the sand shield for defense, Enel's figure flashed in front of him. Scoff. Lao Sha, change, let you deal with that big guy. Crocodile also knows that Haki is inferior to Enel, and coupled with his weak fruit ability, he doesn't even want to win Doflamingo. This feeling made him very frustrated. He decided that after this war, he must find Bullet to temper his Haki well, even if he is beaten violently. You know, he used to be a man who could split 50-50 with Bullet. Now it has been reduced to such a state, which makes Lao Shan, who is the king of the desert, very unwilling. But now on the battlefield, Lao Sha is still very clear about the importance, and immediately bit the cigar hard and said, "Okay, I'll leave that guy to you, Russell." After speaking, Crocodile turned into gravel and flew towards Pika in the distance. "Don't worry. I will let him understand that the difference in fruit cannot be made up by the difference in Haki at his level. Ha ha ha." Boom boom boom. Enel raised his golden stick in his hand and tapped a few times on the thunder drum behind him, pulling out blue arcs. Then his figure slowly floated in the air, facing the overwhelming white line of the huge waves. He turned his body slightly, pointed the long golden stick forward and shouted, 60 million volts Thunder Tiger, 80 million volts Brontosaurus. Dragon Tiger Roaring Thunder, ZZZ. Roar. Following Enel's moves, two huge Thunder Tigers and Thunder Dragons with a length of several tens of meters appeared on the left and right of his body, and then followed his golden stick and pointed forward. The two huge Thunder Dragons roaring a roar shook the sky and the earth turned into thunder and surged out. Bang. The huge wave white line used by Doflamingo's string fruit awakened was pierced by the two giant spinning thunder beasts in the blink of an eye, and then rushed towards Doflamingo unabated. So strong. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Doflamingo in the distance suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. HMPH. But this is not enough. Unabara Bibo. Doflamingo roared, stomped his right foot on the ground, and then the curve of his foot turned into a dozen or so tens of meters of electric big white palms, grabbing at the two rushing song lay beasts. Chi 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 chi. At the beginning, the white palms were easily crushed by the dragon and tiger thunder beasts, but as more and more white palms entangled, the speed of the two thunder beasts gradually slowed down. Until it was 200 or 300 meters away from Doflamingo, it was completely entangled in the void by dozens of huge white palms jumping out from the ground. Snapped. But Enel in the distance didn't panic at all. The corners of his mouth curled up, he snapped his fingers, and said a word softly in his mouth. Burst. What? Not good, shield white line. Doflamingo in the distance didn't expect that the thunder beast could explode, so in desperation, he could only expend a lot of physical strength to make a few huge white shields in front of him. Rumbling, the huge explosion easily tore apart the countless white threads wrapped around the dragon tiger thunder beast, and then turned into a series of powerful impacts towards Doflamingo. Boom boom boom. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, several real shield lines made by Doflamingo were completely destroyed. There are also many scorched black places on his body. Obviously he has suffered serious injuries. Fufurofer, as expected of Enel of God. Did Logia's top thunderfruit reach such a terrifying level without awakening? Fufurofer. Doflamingo laughed instead of being startled, and in the midst of a big laugh, Fu raised his hands without hesitation, waved them in Enel's direction and shouted loudly. 1,000 arrows piercing heartfeather strike line. Immediately, thousands of white lines wrapped around armament Haki rose above the ground, and these white lines instantly surrounded Enel in the shape of flamingo wings. This is the origin of Doflamingo's nickname, Flamingo, and also his famous stunt. See this scene. All the people who were watching the battle were shocked. They knew that it would not be long before the victory and defeat would be decided. Doflamingo, it's all out. They also know that Doflamingo still cares about his family after all. If he doesn't go all out, the other cadres of the Don Quixote family will be killed by the original CP9 members under Buggy. Seeing this, Buggy squinted his eyes slightly. He knew that although this move was Doflamingo's famous stunt, it was not a killer move. Enel, what are you going to do now? Enel in the distance didn't panic at all, and even raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, opened his arms, and said arrogantly. Doflamingo, although the captain told me not to underestimate you, I still feel that the fruit gap cannot be made up by a Haki of your level. Now, let me show you why my ability is called the strongest Logia. 300 million volts Thunder God Dharma form. Shocked people around under his gaze, Enel's figure didn't dodge at all, he just suspended his legs cross-legged in the air, and then a statue of the God of Thunder, 200 to 300 meters tall, appeared between the sky and the earth and engulfed Enel. Wrapped in it. ZZZ Doflamingo's move, 1,000 arrows piercing feather strike line, can't make any progress when it enters the area within tens of meters around Enel, and starts to fight against the thunder that covers Enel's body. Ting Fashong became deadlocked. Hey, isn't it? The special effect of Thunderfruit is too ridiculous. It's come to this level, why haven't you awakened yet? God Enel? The top Logia Devil Fruit, it's really scary. Hey, Kazaru, what are you doing? I'm just watching the game. I don't mean any harm. Don't be so nervous, Beckman. I can feel it, or I would have shot. Is there a guy like this on a buggy? If this guy wakes up and Haki comes up again, what level will he reach? 4 Emperor's level. Wow, ha ha ha, that guy Buggy really found a great partner. After seeing this scene, those who watched the battle in the distance of Ghost Island suddenly let out a burst of exclamation. Not to mention the people on the Island of Ghosts. The Enel of the Gods lives up to its name. However, Enel didn't stop when defending against Doflamingo's 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike line. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the God of Thunder raised his hands high, as if trying to lift something from the sky. Click boom. As a shocking lightning flashed across the sky, the bright light instantly illuminated the world, and then under everyone's shocking eyes, 10 lightning balls with a diameter of hundreds of meters fell slowly from the sky. Down. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the huge thunderball was caught by Enel's thunder god. Scoff Enel, who had his eyes closed, opened them suddenly, with lightning intertwined in his eyes. He looked at Doflamingo, who was also shocked in the distance, and said in a deep voice. Doflamingo, last resort. If you have no other ultimate move, then everything is over. Aspect of the god of thunder Lei Ying, Fufurofer. Doflamingo looked at the thunder that hit him, and he burst into laughter. Conqueror's Haki spread out at this moment, opened his arms and shouted. Good. If you are the god of thunder today, then let me kill the god. 16. Holy bullet. God's killing. Following Doflamingo's furious roar, 16 huge white lines sprang up from the white ground below him instantly, and then these 16 white lines wound up on the high ground in the blink of an eye. Density of armament Haki. Especially the black on at the tip of the 10-6 Paz black line, already has the feeling of a high-end armament Haki. Whoosh shish. Lei Ying was smashed towards Doflamingo by Thunder God's magic phase. God's slaying soars into the sky, puff puff. Just in between breaths, the two big moves collided, and the huge thunderball that fell in the blink of an eye was killed by the gods. 16 black threads wrapped around high-density armament Haki. Give penetration. Seeing this, Doflamingo showed a smile on the corner of his mouth below. But before his smile widened, he found that the lightning ball was still falling towards him at an extremely fast speed, and the black thread of God slaying ran wildly in the lightning ball, and there was still no trace of it. Effect. Until Lei Ying stopped less than 10 meters away from Doflamingo's head. As if time stood still. Snapped. The next second, with Enel's sound, it seemed to ring in everyone's heart. Burst. Another word was uttered, and in the next moment, Doflamingo was directly engulfed by a huge explosion. A radius of 1 kilometer was enveloped by countless thunderstorms, and a huge pit with a depth of tens of meters was formed on the ground. All existences within the explosion range will be reduced to dust. Little Lord. The members of the Don Quixote family in the distance saw this scene, and all roared at the top of their lungs. But no one responded in the field of thunder explosion. Enel stood upright in the void, and behind him stood the Thunder Dharma aspect several hundred meters away, and together with him, he looked down on the people below like a god. After a long time, the thunder dissipated and the smoke dispersed. Doflamingo's glasses were broken, and his body was scorched and lying in the pit, motionless. In this battle, the winner is Enel the god. On a certain balcony on the upper level of Onishima Island, a white-haired girl with 2 horns like Kaido was holding a large rock and watching the battle scene below. After seeing the final battle between Enel and Doflamingo, the girl with 2 horns couldn't help but exclaimed. Wow! It's amazing. Is this a match between the world's top powerhouses? Kaido's ears twitched in the distant sky, and his eyes squinted in the direction of H on Onijima. After seeing this girl, he couldn't help snorting. The ant standing beside him naturally also noticed his behavior, and couldn't help laughing. Mommy scolded Kaido, "If you don't know how to teach your daughter, don't teach it. See what Yamato has been taught by you. It might as well have been sent to my world in the first place. How can anyone imprison their daughter like a prisoner? She will never appreciate you like this, she will only hate you. It is even more impossible to follow you sincerely, but if someone guides her, she may run away with others." Kaido sneered disdainfully. "Here you are. Linlin, do you think you are a good bird? You are the only one who treats children as food. Tiger poison doesn't even eat its babies. What? Kaido, you bastard, do you want to court death?" The ant was instantly angry when she heard the words. "Ah? You old woman, you are the one who taught me a lesson out of nowhere, okay?" Kaido is speechless. "Co-author can only teach me, I can't fight back, right? I'm a 4 emperors, don't you want to lose face? There is a quarrel at the top. Down below is crying. The young master provoked me." Crying voice. No one thought that in the 4 emperors war between Kaido, Big Mom and Buggy, the first one to fall would be former Shichibukai, former Dressrosa King Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. The members of the Don Quixote family tried their best to move towards this side after seeing Doflamingo's body burnt black and losing consciousness. But obviously the original CP9 T'Antoine would not let them go. In addition to Doflamingo, Virgo, who is the second most powerful member of the Don Quixote family, was also turned into a stone sculpture of a pain mask in the Hall of Ghost Island by the Queen's great perfume femur. Now the strongest old man Rao Ji has already been beaten up by Lu Chi, who is a lowly man. I'm afraid it won't take long for the two of them to decide the outcome. As for the others facing Khalifa and Bluno, they are not opponents at all. After mastering Haki, these 6-style supermen are much better than them. Whether it is combat experience or moves, Khalifa and the others are the winners. It won't be long before the Don Quixote family is all done. There was also a defeat on the Kaido cadre group. The earliest defeat turned out to be Kaido's subordinate ship king, Jack the Drow. Although this guy is tough, the opponent he faces is the Murloc karate master of the Buggy pirates, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest Murloc in the world today. Under the bombardment of Sunbel's Murloc karate again and again, even Jack, who ate the ancient species, mammoth fruit, couldn't stop Sunbel's iron fist. But Jack is not a vegetarian. Even though Sunbel's high attack was so bad that even one of his tusks was broken, Sunbel was also bloody and seriously injured. Seeing this scene, Parasparrow of the Big Mom pirates, who had just been unsealed, wanted to take the opportunity to make a move. But when he had just rushed halfway, a stone beside Sunbel swished, and instantly turned into a cute blonde-haired little human. Immediately, under the shocked eyes of Parasparrow and other cadres of the Big Mom pirates, I saw that cute little blonde-haired little human circling around Sunbel, and several golden light clusters landed on Sunbel. Zzz. Immediately after, there was a burst of golden light on Sunbel's body, and his bloody wounds cut by Jack unexpectedly recovered within a breath. Sunbel, who was originally slightly pale, regained his rosiness in the blink of an eye, and then he showed a silly smile and said to the blonde little human, "Oh. It's so comfortable. The old man's physical fitness and injuries have recovered. Princess Manchueli, thank you so much. We are partners." Princess Manchueli slightly lifted the hem of her skirt and said with a smile. Then Uncle Sunbel, be careful, I'm going to change places. Okay. Sunbel looked at Princess Manchueli with doting eyes. Swish. In the next instant, Manchueli's figure disappeared in place. Nani. Seeing this scene, Parasparrow and his party in the distance almost protruded their eyeballs. Unexpectedly, I didn't find a bargain, and I ran into Sunbel, who had just recovered to his peak. This thing can't be returned even if you want to return it now. Immediately, Parasparrow could only lick the candy cane in his hand and gritted his teeth. I can only go up. I'm scared away. Okay. Brother Parasparrow, I will assist you. Use your fruit ability to stick him in place, and then kill him. On one side, Charlotte Owen spoke while her hands were steaming. That's it. Pooh naked Lee. Parasparrow threw a candy cane at Sunbel in front of him, trying to stick him in place, but Sunbel would not let him do it so casually. Start Murloc karate again and fight with the two. At the same time, there was also a fierce confrontation on another battlefield. Blade Gun. Murloc karate Tang Kawa righteous fist. The attack of Fuzifu, who had turned into a human beast form, collided with Jinbei's attack, making a huge explosion sound. Bang. Neither of the two had any intention of stopping. They separated in a flash and then quickly approached again. Fuzifu stepped out of the air in a wave of air and rushed straight down. Haki's saber-toothed tiger fruit fangs were very eye-catching. Haki surges with purple on it. Iron body hyphenation point tooth flash. This former 6-style genius used 6-style sublimation moves to bombard Jinbei. Jinbei was still very calm. He stepped forward and made a punching motion, took a deep breath and shouted, "Day." Murloc Karate Profound Art Wu Leguan, boom. Bang, there was another huge explosion, causing the two of them to retreat tens of meters back again, smashing several stone walls on the ghost island. Jinbei. I admit that you were very strong, but I want to see how you take my trick. Boom. Fuzifu's body exploded in an instant, smashing the huge boulder directly on his body, and roaring angrily, he rushed towards Jinbei again. At this time, Fuzifu stretched his hands forward, clenched his fists tightly together, and then rushed towards Jinbei on the moonwalk. 6 King's Gun. Seeing this posture, Jinbei, who has fought with Liu Qi for a long time, already knew it in his heart. At this time, his figure sank a little more, he clenched his left hand forward, put his right fist on his waist, and shouted. Bring it on. Then I will use my strongest Murloc Karate move to take your attack. Murloc Karate Profound Art Onawajung Fist. While roaring, the water flow above Jinbei's hands and armament Haki surged and intertwined, and there was a feeling similar to emission for a while. Whoosh, the rushing Fuzifu also roared and punched Jinbei with both fists. 6 styles armed 6 King Spear, boom. Boom 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 as the two attacks collided together, a huge explosion immediately erupted, causing a burst of smoke and dust to rise inside the ghost island. Soon, after the smoke cleared, Jinbei and Fuzifu stood side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. Puff first, Jinbei spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. Fuzifu rolled his eyes and bled from his mouth, and fell to the ground without moving. Former Shichibukai Haishia Jinbei vs former CP9 Ace Agent 6 Flying Hero Fuzifu, the winner, Haishia Jinbei. Beasts Pirates drop another cadre. Whoosh. In the next instant, a piece of gravel beside Jinbei disappeared in a flash, and the next time it appeared was the cute blonde Princess Manchueli. After sprinkling the golden healing ball, even the slightly weak breathing became vigorous again. He laughed and said, with the help of Princess Manchueli and Luo, I can fight freely. It's so refreshing, ha ha ha. Hey, Uncle Jinbei still has to be careful. Manchueli smiled lightly at Jinbei upon hearing this. Okay. Jinbei was very happy. This fight is so cool. There is no need to worry so much at all, just go head to head with the opponent, just do it. This kind of battle is the most able to improve one's own strength and the purity of one's own Haki. After a battle, the opponent is down, but he can quickly recover from his injuries and moves. This kind of medical team is simply amazing. Even Luo himself didn't expect that his op fruit ability became the best support for a while. Crunch, at the same place where Doflamingo fell before, suddenly an air door opened, and Fuzifu's body was dragged in by Bluno, who appeared inside. At this time, there was a new unconscious guy in the underground cell of terrorist Spinnaker. After binding Fuzifu's body with seastone chains, Bluno returned to the west of the ghost island again. No one knew what Bluno was up to. The members of the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates just thought that the Buggy Pirates didn't want them to pick these guys up again and join the battle. So no one cared about the defeated cadres for a while. At this time, several cadres of the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates had already been defeated. But none of the leaders of the Buggy Pirates fell down. Even if you were physically exhausted and seriously injured after the battle, there will still be a medical team to treat the injury, Sha Li. This configuration is simply not perfect. Especially after seeing Sunbel and Jinbei regain their fighting power one after another, Kaido and Big Mom couldn't sit still. At this time, none of them had the heart to observe the battlefields where the battle was most intense. On the other hand, Buggy still looked relaxed. Because the battlefields where the battles are the most intense are his own advantages, and he is fighting against the opponents. Bullet, who turned into a dragon, relied on his tyrannical high-level armament Haki, and it was a blast to Jin. Especially after knowing the characteristics of the Jharunaria tribe, they can greatly reduce the useless attacks without objection. Basically every time the flame behind Jin was still burning, Bullet played with a roaming attitude. Whenever the flame behind him disappears, Bullet will directly launch a fierce attack on Jin with a blast hammer. But both of them are advanced armament Haki. One is Phantom Beast type, the other is Ancient type, both are durable. People with Zone Fruit ability can't tell the winner at all for a while. On the other side is the fallen angel Duolingo. His battle with Plague Quinn is more fancy. The wind blades, wind gangs, and lasers fired randomly between the two, and the sound of explosions was endless. Although Quinn's technological means emerge in endlessly, Duolingo's mental shock first, then the wind sweep, and then the flame jets and other combos directly stunned Quinn. At this time, Quinn has already suffered a lot of damage. It seems that between Jin and Quinn, the one who fell faster should be Quinn. Then it's Jabba and Katakori's battle. After awakening, the glutinous fruit turned all of them into glutinous rice within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers where they fought, plus the powerful armed color, advanced knowledge color and impressive conqueror's tyrant. Gas. Katakori's bounty will definitely be tripled. He was even able to make a faint breakthrough in the battle. Conquerors, although not yet bothering the winding level, is getting stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for Jabba's armament Haki, who was 1 level higher than Katakori, it would be really difficult to suppress Katakori. That's it, Jabba still suffered some minor injuries. Of course, compared to the bloody Katakori, his injuries are negligible. Then there is the battle between Seraphim S. Eagle and Smoothie. In the battle between the two swordsmen, S. Eagle still had the upper hand. Although Smoothie has the ability of Devil Fruit as a support, Eagle also has Lunaria's fire defense not endowed. As Smoothie, who didn't understand the characteristics of the Lunaria tribe at the beginning, she wasted a lot of Haki at the beginning, which made it very difficult for her to deal with S. Eagle's tricky and fierce sword moves. Judging by Smoothie's current state, it will be a matter of time before he loses. Many people who were watching the battle off the Island of Ghosts in the distance immediately recognized the S. Eagle who was fighting so fiercely, and it was 9 Eagle, one of the two Seraphs, who were snatched by Buggy back then. Seeing this scene, Sangoku felt that the senbei in his hand was no longer fragrant, and Fujitora on the side was even more shocked and exclaimed. How is it possible? How could Buggy be able to command Seraphim S. Eagle? This is really strange. Kizaru also pinched his chin and said. Theoretically speaking, without the bestowal of Vegapunk and 5 elders, it is impossible for someone to command Seraphim. But if it's that man, then it's a different matter. Seraphim can command, it's really scary, Fujitora. He also didn't expect that 2 of the Seraphs he proposed to replace Shichibukai were in the hands of others at this time. And it's still so powerful. You must know that the woman who fought against S. Eagle was Charlotte Smoothie, a woman who put a bounty of 932 million on her several years ago. If she wasn't in Big Mom's 4 Emperors group, her bounty would only be higher. Just when everyone was paying attention to the battle over there, they suddenly thought that there was another Seraph? Why didn't you see her fighting? Many people are looking for it on the battlefield, wanting to see if another Seraph snake is also on the battlefield. However, at this moment, there was a sound of gasping for air. Hiss, look quickly, above the sky. Whoosh. Everyone subconsciously looked up. At this time, Seraphim S. Snake was spreading its huge black wings and rushing towards the sky, and on her back stood a woman in a red cheongsam with fluttering black hair. Sister, rush to Duo. Good sister. Under everyone's shocked eyes, a large group of pink flames rushed towards Kaido above the sky. Then the big group of pink flames split into 2, and a stream of pink light shot up into the sky, spinning and dancing in the sky, bringing out the scattered pink light like a god descending. No one will be unfamiliar with this figure. One Piece, Boa Hancock. In the next second, her arrogant and glamorous voice echoed in the sky. Sweet emission de pain big perfume femur. Immediately afterwards, under the unbelievable eyes of everyone, the Empress turned into a pink streamer and rushed in front of Kaido, kicking Kaido in the face who was also shocked. Your name is Kaido of the Beasts, right? Call out. Bang. Immediately, the huge dragon body of Kaido of the Beasts that was several kilometers long was kicked down from the air like a shooting star by the Empress, and landed on the top of the Ghost Island, splashing soaring smoke and dust. The strongest creature in the world, 4 Emperors Heishu Kaido, was kicked down from the sky by the Empress? At this moment, the world seems to have fallen into dead silence. Kaido. What are you doing? Big Mom's scream broke the seemingly dead silence of the battlefield. Everyone didn't expect that the 4 Emperors on the opposite side hadn't made a move yet, and the Buggy Pirates side, the Pirate Empress took the initiative to attack the 4 Emperors. Didn't take Kaido seriously at all, as expected of the Pirate Empress. Wow! After the ant's unbelievable scream, all the melon-eating people around were completely shocked. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. That little bug Kaido is deflated. Let him float in the sky to fill a cup and get beaten up. Ha ha ha. Garp. Show me some image. You haven't retired yet. Sorry, I didn't bear it. Hey, that's really scary. The pirate Empress who took the initiative to attack the 4 emperors. Can Buggy even subdue this kind of woman now? That's outrageous. Ha ha ha. I think Kaido is embarrassing this time, being kicked from the air. Obviously the power of that kick is not bad. Kaido's guide definitely broke the defense. Yeah, but it's just breaking the defense. Hancock didn't master the entanglement. After all, it was a bit worse. Compared with the conversations and complaints of the world's top powerhouses outside, the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates on the Ghost Island exclaimed and couldn't believe it. Boss Kaido, he was kicked down. That woman's foot strength is terrifying. I just saw that the right side of Kaido's boss was petrified. Damn it, didn't this woman go all out just now? How could a woman of this level exist? Hey. Could it be that the Phoenix War needs to start? Almost everyone thinks so. Now that the Empress is gone, does that mean the War of the 3 Emperors is about to begin? But at this moment, the Empress who landed on the back of Seraphim's eagle turned her head with one hand on her hips and looked at Buggy in the distant sky, and said with a slight smile. Mr. Buggy, can you stay out of the May 47th for now? I want to see the gap between me and the world's top combat power. In addition, I also want to try to see if I can master the ticket to the world's top powerhouse that Mr. Buggy said before. Conqueror's Entanglement, a move of this level, Ja really didn't master it. Wow. As soon as the Empress said this, the audience was in an uproar again. This woman wants to fight Kaido of the Beasts alone? The most powerful creature in the world, people are afraid to see it. This woman wants to use such a monster to test her strength? You use Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, as a whetstone, right? Mad. Crazy. It is estimated that the Empress is the first woman in the world who dares to openly say that she uses the 4 emperors as a sharpening stone. Isn't this woman afraid of death? Oh, there is a hot guy behind her. That's fine. Others didn't dare to beep more, but the ant above the sky in the distance was already furious. Don't be so crazy, little girl, you think you are the only one. The majesty of the emperor cannot be desecrated. Since you want to die, the old lady will help you. Tianmen Dizizi God. As the ant stopped drinking, a purple thunderbolt fell from the sky, held in her hand, and was about to smash towards the Empress. Buzz scoff. In the distance, Buggy's legs bent and flicked, and there was a breathtaking sonic boom in the sky, and then a huge airwave hit the giant trees below to shake. Swish. Just in an instant, Buggy's figure appeared in the sky above the Empress, and he raised his right hand to catch the endless thunder falling from the sky. Golden light shines on the sky. Crush it. Scoff when Buggy said that, the terrifying, Tianmen Dizizishan, had just fallen halfway, and it turned into countless purple stars and rays of light floating in the air, and floating with it was the sky with a diameter of several kilometers. Rolling clouds. At this moment, it was as if someone had pierced a hole in the sky, allowing golden sunlight to shine down on the world again. And Buggy was bathing in the sunlight falling from the sky, his white cloak fluttered, with one hand in his pocket, and the other hand stroking the hair hanging on his forehead, looking at the Empress in the distance with a smile. With me here, you can show off your glory. The concubine knows. The Empress smiled softly when she heard the words, and the world was overshadowed in an instant. Sister, throw it down. Okay, whoosh. Immediately afterwards, the dollar snake vibrated its wings and flew directly towards the top of the Ghost Island. Seeing this scene, Buggy couldn't help but smile. She had thought that Hancock and Little Hancock would be more intimate after meeting, but she didn't expect that they would get along so well so quickly. Especially when Hancock heard that Little Hancock was her clone, not only did he not feel disgusted, but he showed a very distressed look. During the 2 days on the horror spinnaker in Hancock, they got tired of being together almost every day. Hancock loves and pities Little Hancock, and Little Hancock worships and likes Hancock. After all, it is normal for 2 sweet fruits to attract each other. Buggy. Do you guys know what you're doing? Seeing Buggy's actions, the ant in the sky immediately said angrily. That woman is desecrating the majesty of our 4 emperors. The leader of a mere 9 snake pirates is so rampant. What face will the 4 emperors have in the future? Ah. Buggy couldn't help but sneered at this. He looked at Ant and said. Charlotte Linlin, have you been in this position for so long that you forget how you got there? Or is it that the flowers are becoming more and more charming, and you have been touted by countless people, have you forgotten that the so-called four emperors face is all created by yourself? When did the majesty of the four emperors need these to maintain? Sure enough, the emperor's mind will go wrong if he sits for a long time. What? Buggy the clown. What an eloquent tongue. The ant was so angry at Buggy that Conquerors was so angry. Buggy didn't show any weakness at all, and also used Conquerors followed by 10 Conquerors Haki with golden holy lightning and Big Mom's red and black Conquerors Haki to clock in the sky. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, Big Mom's red Conquerors Haki was suppressed by Buggy's platinum, black and 3-color Conquerors Haki. Seeing this scene, everyone in Wanguo gasped. Mom's Conquerors Haki was suppressed. How is that possible? On this sea, besides that guy with the red hair, is there anyone else who can master such a powerful Conqueror's Haki? Godslayer. Buggy is hiding too deep. Not only the pirates of Wanguo were shocked, but even the ant herself was shocked. She looked at Buggy in disbelief and said, "Buggy, have you guys gotten this far with Conquerors?" After finishing speaking, the ant laughed instead. Mommy scolded, "No wonder you dare to challenge me in Kaido to 4 emperors. If this is your confidence, then it is not enough." Buggy shrugged and said, "Don't forget, you are alone now. Do you want to start the battle between us at this time?" Ant got angry for a while, and said something. After watching the live broadcast of the last Battle of Punk Hazard, she really didn't think she could win Buggy alone. You must know that this man in front of him is a werewolf who can first subdue Kaido and then defeat Sengoku in the face of Kaido and Sengoku. Now Kaido hasn't decided to do it yet, and she won't do it indiscriminately. Although she is a little willful at home on weekdays, this old woman is only at home. If she really didn't have any brains, she wouldn't be able to become 4 emperors. Mommy scolded as if thinking of something. The ant laughed again, looked at Buggy and said, "Since you want to watch your little girlfriend get beaten up by Kaido, watch it." The old lady happened to watch a play. Mama scolded. "Don't worry, with me here, that kind of situation won't happen." Buggy chuckled, crossed his arms and looked at the situation on Ghost Island. Crash as the Empress came down from the snake. Kaido also got up from the pile of stones. He wiped his right cheek in the smoke and took a breath. It hurts, it hurts. That kick just now was really ruthless. The blood of labor and capital was beaten out. The pirate queen, right? Are you tired of living? Want to use labor to hone your conquerors? Fun fun. I haven't seen such a crazy guy for a long time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Kaido rubbed his face, walked out from the smoke, even laughed himself while talking. At the same time, he directly raised the mace with his right hand, suddenly turned to Hancock in the distance and said with a sneer, "Wow, blah blah blah, little girl who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, since you are looking for death. That old man will fulfill you. Thunder 18 trigrams." Bang as Kaido held up the mace, the sky was once again filled with wind and clouds, and then a thunderbolt fell on the mace. Blue thunder plus black lightning. Did this move use the overbearing Thunder 8 trigrams? Buggy in the skies suddenly became interested. Teacher Guy's small class is open. Then it's up to you, Hank. Let's see if it's you or Wong Luffy. Is this Conqueror's winding? What a strong sense of oppression. The Empress in the distance looked extremely dignified, but she had no intention of shrinking back. Whoosh whoosh. In the next second, the Queen's figure turned rapidly on the spot, and then a burst of sweet pink breath enveloped her whole body, and the ground of the originally blue-black Ghost Island instantly turned gray-white. Caw, it's just that the gray and white color spread hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, but the speed still didn't mean to stop at all, and spread outwards rapidly. In a few breaths, the entire ground on the top floor of the Ghost Island has turned gray and white. Looking at the gray and white color spreading towards him, he sneered. As Devil Fruit awakened? Fruit ability development is good. Now let me see how your Haki is doing. Whoosh. Facing Hancock's Sweet Fruit Awakening ability, Kaido does not retreat but advances. After a few vertical leaps, he comes to Hancock and smashes it down with a stick. The petrification ability of the Sweet Fruit did not have the slightest effect on Kaido. Anyone who observes carefully can see that Kaido is surrounded by powerful Haki, and the blue-black lightning of Conqueror's Haki is also overflowing. Even the petrification ability of the Sweet Fruit, after touching the blue-black lightning, still. It can't have any effect. Swish. At this time, the Empress also finished spinning. Her long fair legs seemed to be wearing a layer of pink stockings, and her right leg was scarlet like fire. The flowing advanced armament Haki emission wrapped her right foot, and the burning flame lotus made Hancock even more Haki at this time. Sweet fragrance red glass lotus blood flame feet. Facing Kaido's blow, Hancock did not back down, shouted softly. The conqueror's Haki burst out, leapt up, 10 side kicks in the air hit the wolf that Kaido hit. The tooth stick is right. Thunder 8 trigrams. Bang. In the next second, a huge explosion spread across the sky, which surprised everyone who was fighting fiercely below, and turned their heads to look at the top of the ghost island. A burst of bloody red light and a burst of shocking blue light rushed to the sky. Although it didn't break the sky, it also made the dark clouds in the sky roll endlessly. After Hancock's blood flame kick and Kaido's thunder 8 trigrams stagnated for a few seconds, they were still no match for Kaido's powerful force, and he was directly carried away by that forward force. Boom boom boom. Flying upside down for hundreds of meters in a row, smashing several raised stone mountains in an instant, Hancock fell from the sky with an elegant rotation. At this time, there was already a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, but the fighting spirit in her eyes was burning. Huh. Didn't he die? Kaido saw that Hancock in the distance was only bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help being a little surprised, and then laughed. Wow blah blah blah, how about it? Do you want to continue? Your all-out blow is of no use at all. If that's all, then I advise you to give up and let Buggy come. The corner of Hancock's mouth gave up a smile and said. Is it really useless? Kaido, don't be so arrogant. Look at your own weapons. Hearing Hancock's words, Kaido subconsciously took down the mace on his shoulder and took a look, and immediately his pupils shrank involuntarily. What? How can it be? Not only Kaido was shocked, but even the ant who had been watching the battle above the sky was also shocked. Because those spikes on Kaido's mace have been petrified. There are so strong armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, why are they petrified? Click at this moment. The row of spikes was blown by the wind, turned into rubble and scattered away. Very good. Kaido gritted his teeth and said. It seems that you really have 2 tricks, so what's next? How do you defend yourself, Dragon Man? Scoff under Kaido's low shout, a purple beam of light shot up into the sky, and then Kaido's figure began to transform in the beam of light. In just a few breaths, Kaido has transformed into a Dragon Man state. This state is his current strongest state and the most suitable state for fighting. Seeing this scene, the Empress was not only not afraid but smiled lightly and said. Are you finally serious? Does this mean that you, the 4 emperors, are the opponent of Aisha? Whoa, 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 Kaido burst into laughter and said. That's right, you girl is quite capable. But I want to tell you, in this world, only Lan Chi is above everything else. If you rely on the fruit. However, Mr. Guy B has not finished the installation yet, and is directly interrupted by Hancock with disdain. Okay. Let's start fighting directly. Mr. Buggy has already said what you said. Aisha is not here to listen to your lectures, but to let you be a training partner. Whoosh whoosh. After finishing speaking, the Empress, who was hundreds of meters away, bent her legs and stepped out of a huge crater on the ground. She turned into a pink streamer and rushed towards Kaido directly. Arrogance. Kaido was so angry that his body was shaking, and his air was shaking and cold. Whether the world could be better, B didn't let anyone pretend. Since this is the case, then let you feel the pain. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Bloodfire feet. Hancock was not afraid at all, and 2 streamers, 1 pink and 1 blue, collided together. Rumbling the next moment, the Conqueror's Haki of the 2 exploded at the same time. Hancock was thrown into the air again, but this time she did not fly hundreds of meters like the first time. Instead, she stopped within 100 meters, and there was a happy smile on her charming face, and the Conqueror's Haki around her was getting stronger little by little. At the same time, on Hancock's long legs, there is even a trace of pink and black lightning. Seeing this scene, Kaido and Big Mom shrank their pupils. Buggy showed a smile and secretly praised in his heart. As expected of you, Kaido of the Beasts, Ogre Island Square. Golden Divine Fire. With Tezzolo's furious roar, a golden laser shot out from his giant's left eye, turning into a tens of meters long laser and blasting towards one who was at close range. Bang. Being hit in the chest by this laser beam head on, Wan let out a cry of pain and then fell backwards. Just when the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates thought the attack was effective, Wan's huge body suddenly swelled up while falling backwards, and bounced lightly from the ground with a boom, like a balloon again. Wow, it hurts so much. Wan shouted while patting himself on the chest that was hit by Tezzolo with the laser. Soon the black smoke on the chest was extinguished by him, and a piece of scorched skin appeared on it, Obviously Tezzolo's golden divine fire caused him a lot of damage. Boom, HMPH, I'm angry. Juan's huge body sat down hard on the ground, and then his whole body bounced up like a balloon, and then bounced directly towards Tezzolo. What can you do to me if you are angry? Tezzolo was also shocked. He received his own golden divine fire head-on, but only the skin was injured, and no blood was even shed. The defense of this giant family is too pervert. Thinking of this in his heart, Tezzolo looked at Juan, who was ejected towards him, and raised his right fist. Ka ka ka. Immediately afterwards, his right fist was quickly wrapped in golden armor, and then he made a punching motion, just waiting for Juan to rush over. This is how they fight against huge giants of 100 or 200 meters high. Basically, there are not too many fancy moves, just you punch me. Before Tezzolo lost to Juan in the tie, he was pressed to the ground and beat him violently, which surprised everyone around him. Finally, the previous golden fire worked. Tezzolo no longer hesitated. He was going to use his famous stunt to completely blow up this big man. Gold industry fire. Hula! I saw a golden flame ignited on Tezzolo's armored right fist, and there was even a trace of armament Haki wrapped around it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They could feel the terrifying power contained in that punch and the powerful Haki from a distance from Tezzolo. If this person was hit by a punch, wouldn't he die on the spot? Seeing Tezzolo's big move, the evil wolf is not stupid. When he was about to eject to Tezzolo's side, his figure suddenly flattened like a balloon hitting half of the wall. Boom. Then his right foot suddenly stepped out of a huge crater on the ground. That huge figure actually came to a sudden stop, but all the force of his sudden stop and flattening hit his right hand. Immediately afterwards, the huge right fist that Juan pulled back was wrapped with a layer of dark armament Haki, and Haki covered his entire right hand, facing Tezzolo's fancy punch, and directly blasted it. Wolf-armed half-step punch. In the next second, a golden flaming giant fist and a jet black-armed giant fist collided together in the air. Clang. Bang! The sound of the huge clanging of gold and iron and the collision of fists reverberated in the sky, and in the next moment a terrifying airwave exploded and rushed to the surroundings down. Ka ka ka. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the right hand of the golden giant, the golden emperor Tezzolo, had cracks from the fist to the arm, and then under the shocked eyes of everyone, the right hand broke and shattered. Bang. Then Tezzolo's huge golden giant body also fell backwards to the ground. Seeing this, Juan in the distance immediately heard the words that Buggy once warned him. When he faces the enemy, he should take advantage of his illness to kill him. Captain Buggy said he would kill you while you were sick. With a roar, Juan threw himself on the golden emperor again and began to beat Tezzolo with his fist as big as a hill. Buggy in the sky covered his face with his hands. Juan, you don't need to mention the name of labor and capital. Hiss. When the people around heard Juan's words, they couldn't help but gasp, thinking that this man Buggy is really ruthless. Scoff. Boom boom boom. At this moment, everyone once again felt a powerful and violent fluctuation coming from the top of Ghost Island. Due to previous experience, everyone present also understood that this was the aura that overflowed after the outbreak of Conquerors. Can they feel so clearly from several kilometers away? Rumbling. Just then thunder fell from the sky again, followed by Kaido's shocked laugh. Whoa, Pirate Queen. What a terrifying talent. Have you mastered Conqueror's entanglement in the short time you fought against me? But it's too late. Your Haki is depleted. Even if you have mastered Conqueror's winding, you can't stop this attack for many days. Die, little girl. With a roar, Kaido stepped out a wave of air in the air and rushed directly to Hancock, who was hundreds of meters away. The mace that no longer had spikes in his hand hit her on the head. But Hancock in the distance didn't seem to notice. Still looking down at the pink and black lightning around her right leg, feeling the powerful feeling it brought her. She had a premonition that if she used the big perfume femur to stalk Kaido during Haki's full victory period, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Thunder 8 trigrams. Almost in an instant, Kaido had already reached the top of the Empress's head, and mercilessly smashed it down with a stick. Feeling the wind pressure from above her head, Hancock raised her head subconsciously, but at this time, her physical strength and Haki were already exhausted. She had exhausted her strength just by raising her head, and then her body fell backwards involuntarily. At this moment, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, because she smelled the smell of that familiar man, who appeared behind her, then put an arm around her waist, looked at Kaido and shook his head and sighed. Kaido, you are so ruthless whether you hit women or daughters. While speaking, Buggy raised one hand and punched Kaido's stick. Iron Body Steel Fist Emission. Two beams of light, one white and one blue, bombarded together. Bang! The huge explosion wave directly flew all the huge rocks nearby, and the ground under the feet of Buggy, who was hugging Hancock, suddenly sank a layer, and cracks appeared within tens of meters around. But Buggy's figure didn't move at all, and he caught it easily. After seeing this scene, Kaido's pupils on the opposite side shrank, and then slowly put away the mace. He has fought against Buggy before, and knows that his strongest ability is the fruit ability. In the Battle of Punk Hazard, before, he was still inferior to himself in terms of Haki. But what he didn't expect was that Buggy's Haki had grown so much in just a few months. Especially Conqueror's Haki, it feels extremely thick to him, and it doesn't look like he just broke through to the tyrant. Are the current rookies all monsters? Kaido was amazed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. After all, he was an opponent who needed to fight in a while. Buggy, are you finally willing to do it? I thought you wanted to see the old man beat your little girlfriend into a meat sauce. Wow. Little girlfriend. Being embraced by Buggy, Hancock's complexion became hot for a while, and then he thought of himself being embraced by Buggy, and suddenly smoke was blowing from his head, and he fell into a coma with embarrassment. Of course, the main reason is that she lost her strength. Ah. Buggy chuckled lightly and said, I just heard that you gave Kaido a lot of fame, so I told Hancock that she came here because of it. It seems right now. She's mastered the Conqueror's entanglement in just the short time she's been fighting you. Really only called the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Baisho Kaido lives up to its name. Hearing Buggy's words, Kaido was stunned for a moment. Immediately, he quickly reacted and cursed. Labor as Kaido of the beasts, bastard. Whoosh! Buggy jumped into the sky, and then handed the queen to Seraphim in the distance. Snake smiled and said, Snake girl, I will leave your sister to you, take her back to rest. Good captain. Snake flew down to the island of ghosts with Hancock in a coma. Bluno, who was watching the situation from a distance, immediately opened a door of space, and then Princess Mancherly flew out of it, and began to recover the strength of Snake and Hancock, who flew back to the rear. At the same time, above the island of ghosts. After seeing Buggy's shot, the ant in the sky also sat down on Prometheus, and at the same time, the Napoleon hat on her head turned into a long knife, which she held in her hand and looked at Buggy and laughed loudly. Mommy scolding. Buggy, it seems you are ready to face us? We'll die. Whoa blah blah. Kaido also burst out laughing, raised his mace and put it on his shoulders, stood with Big Mom, looked at Buggy and said, Buggy, you should know Whitebeard, right? Even in his peak period, that old man never faced off against 2-4 emperors. Oh no, during the Summit War some time ago, you restored that old man to his peak combat power for a while, right? Then he carried 3 Marine Admirals by himself? Well, you should know the difference between Marine Admiral and us. Except for Sengoku and Garp, the others are chicken tile dogs. Buggy chuckled, raised his right hand and raised an index finger, with streaks of purple-black lightning entwined on it. You mean domineering, right? Mommy scolding. Big Mom waved the Napoleon wrapped in Conqueror's Haki and grinned. That's right, you've said it before, only by owning the Conqueror's Haki can you be considered a ticket to the world's top powerhouse. Buggy, your kid's Conqueror's Haki is growing too fast. It is too dangerous for us who are located at the top of the sea, we must get rid of the doctor as soon as possible. Even if you don't come to us first, we will find you sooner or later. It's just that I didn't expect you to come to die so early, it saved us a lot of tricks. Hearing Andy's words, Buggy raised his mouth slightly, looked at the two people on the opposite side and said, Do you who are at the top of the ocean feel threatened? So should I be honored? It seems that you have really been sitting on high places for too long. It's too cold to be high. Having said that, Buggy paused slightly, seeing the slight change in the expressions of the two, he chuckled lightly, raised his hand to stroke the hair hanging down on his forehead, and said calmly, Then I will tell you today, no one can stand on high forever. You cannot. He can't. Not even the gods. After today, if the emperors dissipate my respect, I will stand in the sky. When Buggy's words fell, they reverberated in the sky like a torrent of bells, making all the strong people around them look pale. Kaido and Big Mom, who were opposite him, shouted angrily. Arrogance. I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. Since you want to die, then my old lady will punch you. Elba's going spear Waiguo. Without hesitation, the ant raised Napoleon in her hand and made a ruthless move to Buggy in front of her. In the next moment, the lavender sword light wrapped with black lightning plowed a gully of several meters on the ground, turning into a black-purple sword light and slashing towards Buggy. Breaking evil and showing righteousness dominating Tieni. Although Buggy was a little surprised by Big Mom's decisive and fierce shot, his reaction was not slow at all. Although the ability to predict the future has little effect on powerhouses of their level, their keen perception of attacks can still be stronger than them. Click. Therefore, Buggy had already clenched his right fist when Andy swung the knife. The platinum, purple and black tricolor lightning was wrapped around the fist, and the shattering magic was condensed on the side of the palm of the hand, so it was convenient to punch out. Boom. There was a sonic boom in the air in an instant, and as Buggy swung his fist, a white gold beam of light with a diameter of only 1 meter wrapped around purple-black lightning met the terrifyingly powerful. One knife. Boom. The two energies collided together and stalemate in the air for less than a second. The power that the elder sister cut out began to be gradually broken down and shattered. Buggy's breaking evil and showing righteousness Ba Chan Tien Yi was like a drill bit, directly drilled through the middle of Wei Guo's sword light, and just broke through Wei Guo directly and blasted towards Wei Guo in an instant. And what? Although Kaido mentioned before that Buggy's fruit ability level is very high, Shen never thought that her mighty country with Han Tang could be crushed and broken through. Snored. Thorn Lala, but Auntie didn't panic at all. Buggy's attack weakened a lot after breaking through Waiguo. She directly punched the rushing beam of light. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the beam of light was smashed by her punch. Cough cough cough. The energy of the explosion directly blasted Big Mom into coughing, making her Wanokuni hairstyle a little messy. If you look closely, you can see that the ground under Big Mom's feet has been scraped off a layer of skin by the previous explosion. But if someone else takes this move, they will be seriously injured if they don't die. After all, this is one of the domineering Gildart's tricks, and not everyone can take it. Buggy, where are you looking? The royal battle has begun. Thunder 8 trigrams. Whoosh. Almost when Kaido's voice was still reverberating in the air, his figure had already appeared above Buggy's head, and the mace wrapped with blue-black lightning in his hand moved toward Buggy. Head on. Swish! It's just that Kaido's stick hit Buggy, which had turned into an afterimage. You're too slow, Kaido. When Buggy's voice sounded behind Kaido, his upside-down golden hook with the emission tyrant had already begun to fall. Pound. Boom. When this kick was kicked out, it was already a sonic boom kicked out again, and then it hit Kaido's back hard. Whoosh! Boom boom boom. Even Kaido in dragon form was kicked hard by Buggy, but he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of acid water, and he flew upside down and smashed several rocks on the top of the ghost island. It stopped a few hundred meters away. The ant in the distance shrank her pupils and looked in Kaido's direction and shouted. Kaido, didn't you say that this kid has a high level of fruit ability? Why is his physical skill so strong? You ask labor management ask who to go. Wow. Kaido soared up from the rocks, with depression and shock on his face. He stood side by side with Big Mom again in a flash, then raised the mace in his hand and looked at Buggy in the distance. Lin, you haven't forgotten that trick, have you? Nonsense. The ant also raised Napoleon in her hand. The two of them said nothing but the terrifying Haki soaring into the sky. Seeing this scene, Buggy's pupils shrank and his body shook. Is that the trick? In the next second, the two people on the opposite side roared across the sky.